pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roll with Atlantic. Water towers, fly! Flight downside, FP off. FP off.
Yikes. You bet. Okay. We don't need any more of these.
Standby. All right, y'all. You know the drill. We are live for more SpaceX coverage. We just barely caught the folding of the leg on the booster at Port Canaveral. I'm starting off with the side-by-side here because right now, live from the Cape, they have just completed folding up the third leg on the booster that they're processing. That's booster 1051, and you literally just saw live from Cape Canaveral the leg touching the side of the Falcon 9 booster. Also, over at Boca Chica, Texas, we've got a big crane that seems to be getting ready to put a nose cone where it needs to go. Mary, Boca Chica gal, has rolled out the NSF remote over in Boca Chica and is standing by to capture the lift of that nose cone up to the top of Starship SN8. So the NASA Spaceflight crew is ready to go here this afternoon to bring you more live coverage of what's happening with SpaceX all over the map. I'll be one of the hosts here. I'm John Galloway with NASA Spaceflight. If you see me over on Twitch, you may know me as DOS. Also on the line, of course, we have Mary, Boca Chica gal. She is bringing us that live remote from Boca Chica. I'm not sure if we have audio with her right now. She gets super busy with other cameras, but she will be out there running the cameras, the daily video cameras that she always records, those fantastic daily videos, as well as the live stream camera showing us exactly what's happening right now at Boca Chica. Also on the line with me, I have Jack Beyer. Jack, how are you doing? Do we have you on comms right now?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm ready to see this nose cone get lifted.
All right, man. So Jack is over there, video editor, photographer, live stream host extraordinaire with NASA Spaceflight. Also behind the scenes here, Michael Baylor. I think we've got Michael on as well. Michael, you with us?
Yes, we do. How's it going, everyone?
All right, good deal. I'm trying so hard to telegraph those introductions so you have time to dive for your mute button. Like, it's Michael Baylor, blah, 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 blah. Michael Baylor, how are you? So well done, everybody. Everybody hopping on. But we will be bringing you live coverage from everything that's happening here. SpaceX super busy processing that booster in port, working out at Boca Chica, assembling that Starship SN8. If we can get that Starship nose cone stacked today, that will be the first time we had a full flight model of a Starship stacked out there at Boca Chica. They've already done the static fire with 3 Raptor engines successfully a couple days ago. We brought you that live, and hopefully we see the nose cone make it up to SN8 today. I will tell you, though, they are racing the weather here with the nose cone. A very big concern is winds. They can't lift that big, it's basically a big hollow nose cone, right? Weighs a lot, stainless steel, but it is going to be very susceptible to wind. If those wind gusts out at Boca Chica are too high, they may be in a condition where it is not safe for them to raise that nose cone up or get it stacked on top of SN8. And the weather forecast is not looking great. Out at Boca Chica, from a wind perspective, we may run into a situation where it is really hard for SpaceX to find a window in which they can actually stack that nose cone up on top of that booster. So hopefully they are continuing to make progress right now, and we actually see the nose cone fly up to the top of SN8. But we will see. They have to be very careful with that wind. Michael, the weather in the upper right-hand corner, is that currently the weather at Boca Chica?
Port Isabel. So that is the closest weather station that we can find to get data from. It's still not, there's like no weather station directly at Boca Chica other than SpaceX's internal weather stations. That is a nearby weather station, and they are tracking 8.9 knot winds. So
gotcha. Do we get gusts separately on that? Because is that sustained wind?
I am reporting the highest wind speed. So if gusts are being reported, that is the gust speed.
Gotcha. All right. So we will continue to watch what goes on here. Of course, Mary is over there by the side of the road. I'm keeping another eye on the fleet cam there as well. Unfortunately, a Finn Falcott, that big tug. Jeez. At Boca Chica, we get somebody parking a Chevy pickup truck in our shot. Over here, we've got the entire tugboat in the shot. It's just every now and then the universe conspires against us and blocks the wonderful photons from making it to our camera. But I'll be watching Finn Falget. They've already raised 3 of those legs on the booster at the port. They have 1 more leg to go, but we're not, unfortunately, going to have a very good view of that. When they raise that leg up, it's going to be mostly blocked by the tugboat Finn Falget. We appreciate you, Finn Falget. That tugboat is actually what carries drone ships to and from the landing zones. So it'll hook up and it'll pull a drone ship all the way hundreds of kilometers downrange to catch a booster. We really appreciate your service. We just need you to park like 20 feet to your stern. Just back it up a bit, just a little bit. Anyways, as always, since we're live, I'm sort of running all over everything here, so let's get into some questions and stuff like that. We're live. If you have questions for us, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight, and we will put those questions into a queue. And while we wait for the operations to commence at Boca Chica, we will do a little bit of Q&A. Also, I see the memberships and super chats coming in. Dap Dude, that was an upgrade. That was an upgrade, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure that was an upgrade on a membership. Dap Dude, we appreciate you there. Thank you so much for the support. We've also got Chininator. Chininator says, let's go. Thanks, NASA Spaceflight and Mary at Boca Chica Gal for all that you guys do. Chininator, we appreciate the support. Everybody, we absolutely appreciate Mary bringing us all these different live feeds. It takes an awful lot of dedication to get these feeds. It's hot. It's dusty. You get tired. You're in the sun. And no matter what, Mary is out there. She's like the postal service of live feeds, bringing us these live views from Boca Chica. So, and the daily videos. It's not going to shortcut it. I mean, I love live feeds, but the daily videos as well. It takes an awful lot of dedication to get those done. So we appreciate the support. The super chats and stuff like that are one of the reasons we can keep doing this. Vlex tossing in $20 saying, best way to start the day. It's the NSF stream. We appreciate you, Vlex. And then Future Martian, 97. I don't know if the number identifier is important there, Super Martian, but I'll add it in just for you. It's a historic day. It's an historic day. A historic day.
I never know how that works. If it's supposed to be, yeah, that's like who and whom. I'm just not even gonna. I could probably sit down and Google it for 5 minutes and actually figure it out, but I'm not gonna, darn it.
If only NASA Spaceflight had access to, I don't know, writers who knew the proper way to use that bit of the English language. Right now, it's the programmers and videographers on the call right now. So
yeah, I just realized they're all probably cringing at my comment. Whoops, sorry guys.
That's okay, Jack. We only have so much room in our head for knowledge, and I am perfectly happy with your knowledge of the videos and photography and editing and that sort of stuff. Don't try to cram in any English language nonsense, all right?
Yeah, that's something else will fall out, right?
There's only so much room in the bucket we don't want to spill. And then last but not least, Build Into Trains here saying Starship is already making Falcon 9 seem like a dinosaur. I mean, I think Falcon 9's got some legs left. I think Falcon 9 will be get it. Falcon 9 has legs left. I mean, they fold it up in this shot, but whatever.
and you cut to it. Nice.
And you cut to it. This is why they don't give the commentators access to the cameras usually, because we can do dad jokes all day long. Starship already making Falcon 9 seem like a dinosaur. Build Into Trains, we really appreciate the support there. And then one last one snuck in, the Elon Gamer. The Elon Gamer, just some coffee money. Say hi to Mary for you. Elon Gamer, I'll read that out loud and I will say hi to Mary. I think she can hear what we're saying right now. So Mary, Elon Gamer says hi. There you go. Jack, do you want to grab some questions there? Do you have the queue up? Or
yeah, I sure do.
Let's start doing some Q&A.
I'm putting questions in the queue.
Cool.
Thank you,
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, excellent.
First up from Robert Hobson. Classic Bob Hobb interruption. Thank you so much, Bob Hobb, for the $49.99. That is a huge amount of money. They say, happy sad day. SN8 gaining a nose cone but lost an engine. Poor little engine. That's okay. Its engine will be used for science. Just the same as if it had been used for science on SN8. I mean, it was. It got to be part of the first 3 Raptors to fire together. I mean, that's a historic engine, if you ask me. So definitely a happy day. Interesting that they pulled that engine off, which flows into, and thank you so much, Robert, for everything that you've done for this channel. Just repeated high dollar super chats. You're amazing. Thank you so much. But that flows into the first question that I was going to respond to here. Emil Romano asking, do you know why the Raptors were moved away from the launch site? I think it was just one, right? Or was it two? Or
There
multiple?
was SN36 rolled out to the launch site this morning.
Got it.
And then they uninstalled SN39, and then they rolled both of them back to the build site. So I guess maybe they decided to wait for the Nosecone installation before they installed another Raptor or something. But SN36, according to Mary, was not installed, even though it rolled out to the launch site earlier, and has since been rolled back.
Holy cow. I mean, I wonder why they would want to wow, Aaron Huselage, thank you so much for $50. Seriously. It's gonna be hard to keep up a coherent conversation if you guys are this awesome. But I'm not complaining. Thank you so much, Aaron. You're awesome. You and Bob are carrying the stream right now. And seriously, thanks. So I wonder why they would wheel 36 out to the pad. I mean, it's just kind of like, are they shaming 39? They're like, they're hassling 36. Like, hey, don't do what 39 did. All right, we're gonna go back to the launch site. We're gonna have a talk. No, I don't know. It's interesting that they would wheel it out. I mean, like you said, maybe waiting for Nosecone install. Speaking of, those straps are hooked up now.
Yeah, but I mean, it does make you wonder why SN39 was swapped out. There must have been potentially either some minor problem, or maybe there's something about SN36 that they are more confident about. But interesting nonetheless that they had to swap out a Raptor, despite Elon confirming that there was a good static fire.
Yeah, that was really interesting. And even before Elon confirmed that it was a good static fire, we were kind of speculating a little bit on the stream, and then later on in our members Discord, Raphael was saying that scrunch, kind of metal scrunch sound that we heard at the end of the static fire has previously been indicative of needing to replace a Raptor. I think it happened with SN2 on Starhopper, and I think it happened with a different serial number engine on, I think, SN5. I could be misremembering, but we've heard that specific scrunch at the end of a static fire, I think twice before, and it's both times has resulted in the replacement of an engine. So super interesting that we heard it again with that static fire, and we were kind of wondering. I even tweeted to that effect, like, I don't know how happy those Raptors are, but yeah, it turns out, looks like they did need to replace one, or at least, maybe if it's not an issue that was from the static fire, like you said, maybe they're just more confident with 36. It could have been that the static fire was completely fine, but they saw something just a little bit weird they didn't like, and they're more confident in 36 than 39. Or maybe 39 gets rolled back and 36 gets rolled back, and they take a different one off. I don't know. Lots of things could happen here, but very good question to start off the questions. I try to like, be concise, but you ask good questions and I get off into the weeds. I apologize.
It's all good, Jack. No worries at all.
Let's see. Liam asking, how much redundancy do you think Starship has with engines? So it has 3 sea level Raptors and 3 vacuum Raptors, right? So I don't know, what kind of engine out do you think they can handle with Starship, you guys?
I think it depends on the phase of flight, right? There's certain phases of flight where you could probably definitely deal with an underperformance of an engine or an engine out, especially once you get up to the, you're launching and you get up, you're already pretty well into your trajectory. You've burned a lot of your fuel. You're not really going to miss a lot of the thrust if you get an underrun or a complete engine out on super heavier Starship, right? I mean, Starship, you are running 3 out of 6 or you'd go to 2 out of 3 if you were only running 3. I'm not exactly sure what the different trajectory plans are there. But if you're landing, it may be a different thing. So if Starship is coming down for a landing, it may be less about could you have an engine go out? Theoretically, would you have enough thrust to still land? And it may be a reaction time thing where critical moment, landing burn starts and an engine doesn't start. Can you ramp up those other engines fast enough? Does the software, does the avionics control stuff react fast enough to say, whoa, something's wrong, I'm not getting thrust from this engine, make up the difference with these other 2 so I can still land safely? I think software and reaction time is really going to be the limiting factor more than can a Raptor produce enough thrust to do X, Y, or Z. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think the phase of the flight is definitely important too, because I think if they lost an engine in orbit, given that they're either going to have 6 or 7 engines, that probably would not be that big of a deal. But losing an engine on a landing burn seemed like it could be a much bigger problem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Don't we see, or is it? I forget if it's like a speculative thing or a known thing or a semi-known thing or what, but I feel like I remember hearing that like the 3 engines on Falcon 9 that handle the landing burns, the center engine and whatever the 2 other numbers are that on the other side of it that can ignite themselves and do the landing burns, are kind of like the golden children of all the Merlins that they make. Those are the ones that perform the best. Got A pluses and got a 4.0 grade point average, all that blah blah blah. I don't know if that's a speculative thing or what, but it would make sense that the very best ones, the ones you really need to depend on, you use. So maybe they'll have some sort of accommodation like that in the Raptor production line, to where the ones that are going to be critical for landing, that absolutely have to ignite no matter what, are really special ones. Ones that got good grades in school.
Ones that
Not
got
that good
grades.
grades are indicative of any. Anyways, blah blah blah. Let's
Oh
see.
my.
Benjamin asking, can we go over how tall the Nosecone and SN8 are currently and what the total height would be? I probably should have looked this up before I put this on the screen.
It
Do you
should
guys know off
be
the top of your head?
it should be like I think the tank section is about 30 meters and the nose cone is about 20-ish. There should be 50 total. I think that's like an approximate. But if you look at them right now, it does look like the nose cone is slightly smaller than the tank section.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at Starhopper, I think Starhopper was what, 30 meters, 20 meters. So, oh man, I should know this. Here comes our member Discord to correct me. Let's see what else we got. Sorry, Benjamin, we'll get a better answer for you here in a second.
Yeah, Michael, could you do a mic check real quick?
I think it should be fixed already. I fixed it on
see.
my end. I saw people complaining and I fixed it.
Aha! I need to turn you down a little bit because I had just pulled you up some. So try it one more time.
Audio test.
There we go.
Now. Okay.
Yeah, there we go, y'all. That should be better with Michael there. Thanks for pointing that out. We have a couple varying situations, and we got that one handled. Thanks, Michael. Go ahead, Jack.
Excellent.
Sorry.
Holy
Whoa.
cow!
Wow.
What?
Dude.
Jerwa. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. It's $125 super chat. I can't even. They say, okay, read the words, Jack. Calm down. Read the words.
Read the words.
So I can hear Jack say how much he enjoys microwave bacon when he's in a hurry and doesn't have 20 minutes for bacon. Okay, I love microwave bacon. It's much better than oven bacon, which is totally not a superior method of cooking bacon at all.
I am so confused.
Okay, yeah, it's slightly inside baseball. Sorry, I like making bacon in the. There's a very serious debate in our member Discord. I like making bacon in the oven. Some people make it in the microwave. Some people fry it. I maintain that making it in the oven or in the microwave is inferior, and making it in the oven is superior. So, Jerwa is referencing that, and I guess I can agree with you there that there's a place for it if you need bacon and you need it now.
It's like emergency
but-
bacon.
Yeah, exactly. And Dap Dude, one of our members in chat, saying bacon is bacon, which, you know what? Fair. That's a completely fair sentiment. I'm not gonna bacon shame anybody, but
Jack.
I'm also not gonna.
The best bacon is the bacon I'm eating right now.
Yes, the real bacon or the bacon you make on the way or something
No,
like that. Whatever
no,
John Krause would say.
No. It's the photographer thing, right? The best camera is the one you have in your hand. Like,
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
fret not having the right camera. Just take the picture, Eat the bacon. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. Eat the bacon. Hashtag eat the bacon.
Hashtag eat the bacon.
Sorry,
It's another
pigs.
shirt.
Sorry, pigs. Okay. You know what? I'm sufficiently derailed. Thank you, Jerwas, so much for the super chat. That is an insane amount of money. I guess I'll run through some more of these right now. Thank you so much, Jerwad. That is a positively stupendous amount of money to contribute to the stream. I mean,
Absolutely.
I wish I had something better to say, but I don't. I just have garbage. The garbage word that is thank you. And I say garbage because it's just not sufficient. Mark Santo, thank you for the new membership. Where did you come in at, Mark? Mark came in at Padrat. Enjoy the Padrat perks, buddy. You get the emojis, you get the members preview stuff. YouTube videos. I mean, stuff isn't very descriptive, Jack. You should probably be slightly more descriptive. Thanks, Jack. Jala J, thank you for the $10 Australian. They say sup and hi, Das. You want to say hi to Jala, Das?
Sup. How's it going?
Perfect. Thank you so much for the $10 Australian, Jala. $10 is a lot of money. I know I freak out over the high dollar super chats, but $10 is a significant amount of money. I mean, and here we go, Kaz Masters with $19.99. That's a huge amount of money. Thank you, everybody, so much for the support for these streams. It lets us keep doing them.
Jack, that's always a thing. It's like, oh, I can only do $2 or something like that. It's everything adds up. I always sound so PBS when you say this, but there's 7,500 people watching right now. If everybody did $1, I would deploy a Mars rover to Boca Chica. Like, I don't even care. We would figure it out. But every little bit, it all adds up, whether it's $125 or whether it's $20 or $2, whether it's a cup of coffee. Like, it really does all add up. And everybody's coming together to help this this coverage happen. Like, everything goes in so that we can keep the coverage coming. So I don't ever want anybody to be embarrassed, like, oh, I don't want to do it because I can only do $2. You don't have to do anything. And we still appreciate you being here hanging out with us.
Exactly. It's really just cool that everybody's watching and nobody has to feel like they have to contribute monetarily because people like Kaz and people like Robert and people like Jerwa do these super chats and it helps everybody get it. So it's, if you can't contribute monetarily, no worries. It's not absolutely not what we're trying to say here. Just hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and do like Elon said, spread Mars. I forget exactly the phrasing he used on the Mars Society thing, but he's like, we need proponents of Mars. So you're all helping out to be proponents of Mars by watching this. It's awesome. I mean, with enough super chats, I'll strap myself to some kind of crazy dirigible type situation. I don't know.
What?
I don't know. Balloon Boy 2.0. Remember that?
I remember that. Yeah. I think the FAA didn't like that too much, but
No,
you do you. Not. Technically, if it's still attached to the ground, is it a drone, or could we float like an NSF dirigible over Boca Chica? And I mean, I don't know what the rules are on that. I'm just trying to work within the system.
Yeah, I'm obviously being super sarcastic, but with your support, we will do cool stuff, no doubt. Let's see.
Jack, we're getting so many $1 super chats right now. You're gonna have to go quick.
Oh wow, really?
Okay, Edward Dolezal, thank you for the $1. Piece of Sheet, thank you for $1. $10 from Sammy Daly, thank you so much. Gonna talk Mary up. She never lets us down. She's always around, and I'm not even care. I'm just gonna read that because it's a Rickroll and I like it. Donald, oh my God, it's nonstop. Mr. Boyne, thank you for the $2. Dr. David Brown, thank you for the $9.99. Wow. Thanks for putting membership in the society, for putting things on top of other things. We need to put things on top of other things.
Look how fast they're coming in. Jack is like not even keeping up.
I can't. This is impossible. What is
You're going to break Michael's software. Like, it can only read so quickly.
I can't even do this. What? How do we do this? I can't. I don't know what to do. It's too much.
I got you, Jack. I got you. Hey, Donald Pickett, that's a membership. We appreciate the support there. Bill Hitchcock, $19.99. Thank you, Bill Hitchcock, for the $20. Kaushal Banantaya. If this succeeds, what's next for Starship? Or if they put the Nosecone on top of it, hopefully, do we know, are they going to do a static fire while the Nosecone is on? We got to answer quick. So. I don't know the answer. Yeah,
I think so. Yes, it seems like they're going to do a static fire with the Nosecone in order to do a static fire from the header tanks.
Yeah.
Holy!
Gotcha. I'm going to keep going.
$50 from Ron. Oh my God!
Just keep going. You can't stop. Scott Hoyland, thank you so much. Say hi to Tyler for you. Hi, Tyler. How's it going? What are your thoughts on the fin surviving belly flop? My thoughts, there's one way to find out. Get that thing up in the sky and make it do a belly flop. Let's see if the fins stay attached. I've seen the math on that, and I know there's some different schools of thought, but I don't think SpaceX would fly it unless they had a pretty good indication the fins would stay on. If not, we'll have some fantastic means. But this one, the fins fell off. Like, we can do it. So Nick Duggar, says, yeet. We appreciate you, Nick. Rough Rider Show, you guys rock. rock historic day. I will look back at this 30 years from now, and Mary is helping us make history. Rough Riders, I appreciate the support there and the kind words. That's so nice. We are absolutely in agreement that Mary is capturing history out there. Amadeo Rodriguez with the 10 R's. This is a question. Do you think SpaceX will paint SN5 white and stack the nose cone on top? A full mock-up of Lunar Starship for the presentation would be awesome. Thanks as always for the streams. I think that's their plan. I think they're doing something like that. They're going to have a show and tell item for a presentation, I think, is what's going on with those white paint jobs.
Which one do you think they're going to paint white? 5 or 6? If they paint one white.
I don't know. I mean, does it really make a difference? They're both sort of, I don't know. I don't have a guess. Six is better.
Anyways, go on.
Ryan Collier. Here's Ryan Collier here saying, assuming the new Lunar Starship nose cone will be for upcoming presentation, when do you think it will be a smart time for Lunar Starship to be started? I don't know what you mean by started, but SpaceX is already working on the Lunar Starship. They're already working on these things. I mean, what we're seeing right now with the stacking of the nose cone on SN8 is progress towards a Lunar Starship. So I would say they've already started on it. Tolagarf is a membership. I'm just going to keep going, Jack. He's trying to get these things. CA&P Railroad says, hey, guys, 2 live streams in one day. That's awesome. SN8 finally gets a pointy end. Nice. Tim will finally be able to tell whether this rocket is pointing in the right direction because it has both a pointy end and a flamey end. I heard Tim was really confused as to whether or not this was in the correct orientation. And once they integrate this fully, you can rely on Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, to tell you whether it's pointing the right way or not, having all the component parts pointy and flamey bits. We love Tim over here.
I really enjoy the pointy end, flamey end thing. It's such like a simple little wholesome, just like it's fun. I really enjoy it.
And also live on the camera, we have the garbage truck emptying the dumpster there. I just noticed. Literally nothing gets by us on the live streams, apparently.
Oh my God, it's still going. I looked away for a second. It's still going.
Dan Ketchum, how long till we see larger starships? Whoa. Let's get a nose cone on this one before we go for more meter diameter on the starships. Oh, did they get it? Nope. All right. I'm also watching Fleet Cam on occasion because they are actively raising that last leg really quickly. Let's cut over there just real quick and have a look. Check this out in the side-by-side. At Port Canaveral right now, you can see that leg is moving just really quickly. There in the upper right hand, just above Finn Falget, they're folding up that last landing leg on B1051 at Port Canaveral. I've been watching for that to happen. I just wanted to bring it up really quickly. You don't have to miss out. If you watch that stuff, you can hop over to the 24/7 Fleet Cam stream we've been running. But I just noticed that they were folding that thing up and wanted to bring that to your attention really quickly. So we'll get through some more of the super chats here. If you want to, I'm not going to keep that on the screen all the time. Our focus is Boca Chica for now. But if you want to keep up with that, the link to the Fleet Cam stream is right there. Oops, that was me posting as NASA spaceflight. Wrong computer. My bad. Sorry, Chris. More super chats. Major winners. New membership. Sarab Sringapur is a new member. Nope, that was actually a $1 one right there. Thank you for the $1. We got Paolo Costabel with $20 in there. Thank you, Paolo. Martin Stev. Wow. Stens, actually. Stens Venhagen? Stens Venhagen says, go for Boca Mars rover. Nice. Appreciate the support there. Sarah Ekton did a couple curly L's. We appreciate you, Sarah. Where else are we at? Black Hole YouTube 11. What's the dark bits on the cone? Thought ropes, but no. They do have some straps that are attached to the cone on the Boca Chica feed. That they do have straps there, is I think what you were referring to. Mars rover to Boca. A lot of the Mars rover to Boca funds here. Daniel, we appreciate you. Colin Falkingham says Mars rover fun. I like it. Sammy Daly says, notes, going to talk Mary up. She never lets us down. She's always around to the best too. Hey, I'm okay with it. I appreciate you there. The musical notes, Sammy Daly. Thank you for the support and the kind words for Mary. Let's hit a bunch of names here. Riley, thank you. Patrick is a member. Kostas Evag is a member. Edward, we got Joseph Angeline. Crispy or soft bacon? Crispy here, Jack.
A little bit of both. It's got to have a nice medium.
It depends.
Nice medium.
All right, good deal. Daniel Mazora, there's a Rocket Lab. That'll be the next Rocket Lab mission name. Microwave mission bacon is better. We should buy a mission from Rocket Lab simply to name it something from an advertising perspective.
I wish I
That's
was
evil.
rich. I would totally buy a mission from Rocket Lab and just launch, I don't know, a whole bunch of tungsten cubes, like that one company that wants to do, manufactured meteor showers or something.
Oh,
Not tungsten cubes into orbit, but into a suborbit, so I could be in a specific point in time and see cool stuff re-enter. Because I've always wanted to see something large re-enter.
It's like fireworks, but suborbital fireworks that actually come down from space and burn up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, because I was out in the desert last 2 nights for the Orionid or Orionid. I don't know how you're supposed to say it, for the meteor shower. And trust me, I love natural meteor showers. It's awesome. But I am a human, and I'm always like, I want more. So it'd be really cool to have a manufactured meteor shower. I would buy that on Rocket Lab. Anyways, keep going. Do your thing.
So many of these coming through. I don't know if we'll be able to click on all of them. Sasha, thank you so much. Gary Logan was in there. Future Martian got into the super chat pile. Ill Dragon was in there. Build into Trains. Ted Chininator was back in. Stuart Watson is a member. Livico adding to the list. Bill D. That was $20 from Bill D. Thank you. More of my beer money. Nice. We appreciate you sharing your beer money there. Truck, Alien Activity, Brendan Gleason. Do these change on the screen as fast as I click them? Yeah, they do. Nice.
Yes.
Lee Carlisle is in there. Fraser Killip. Killip? Was there? Yeah, there was an extra L in there, or an extra I. Joseph Fresh. Who else? Radu Chichi, Woo. Just a bunch of Woo in there. I'm just going to keep these things scrolling on the screen. Love the work you do. Thank you, Yuban Moon. We have a lot of fun doing this. We really do. I hope sometimes people are like, oh my gosh, the announcers talk so much. Like, they need to be quiet. We have so much fun doing this. Like, we're excited when we're showing you something on the screen. We're excited about it. So I hope
I
think
that's
understand.
part of what I think that excitement is part of what we bring to the table with these streams. I mean, obviously, it's like 99% Mary's awesome footage, and then there's like the 1% also us goofing around and having a good time and explaining things. And hopefully people get value out of that, because I certainly enjoy doing it, and I've learned a lot from these streams. I mean, I've learned that wind farms cause distortion on Doppler radars.
On Doppler radar, there you go.
Yeah.
What do we say? Go ahead, Michael.
I was going to say small sidetrack from Boca, but on Fleet Cam, they aborted that leg lift.
They aborted it? They let it back down?
Yes.
Really? Well, we'll have to time-lapse that. You're right. I thought that it had folded all the way up, but it didn't. They actually retracted it back down again.
Wow.
Huh.
Good old Fleet Cam.
Yeah. Finn Falgott's just a little bit in the way there, but you can see it. Normally, you'd get a bump on the side of the booster where the leg has folded up to it, and it has the piston inside of it where that bump is. But you can see there's no bump on the right-hand side of the booster, right there next to the blowing American flag. They've actually let that leg back down again. So not sure what's going on. We've seen that happen before.
Yeah, you can see it would be symmetrical if the leg was folded up. You can see what it looks like if the leg was folded on the left side of the Falcon 9. And on the right side, you can see there's no leg. And you can see that.
Whoa.
What are we rolling about?
Making.
Wow. Man.
$200 and no message. So I don't know what to do, but
you got to scroll down to the bottom of the list. Yeah. Jeez.
I can't even express my thanks, but I can just say that we have SN8 coming up in its flight, and it's like we're all excited and focused on SN8 flying because that's the next milestone. But there's so many starships being built right now. I think the most recent, or the highest up number that we've seen is 14. So there's a lot of really cool stuff to come from Boca Chica, and not just SN8. And thank you so much for the help, helping us cover this stuff, man. And I can't even talk. Thank you, because that $200 will go. It'll go directly to helping us cover all of the amazing stuff in Boca Chica that is coming down the line. So,
I mean, just for SN8, we want to get a lot more equipment, because that's going to be a huge event that we're going to have to track the racket for. So. All the extra support is super appreciated, and we will invest that up into new equipment for SN8 and future Starship testing.
Yep, I'm so excited for SN8 to fly, and for everybody to see what we can do with their support and all the cool stuff, all the cool content that we make. It's going to be awesome. And holy cow, another $100 from Ryan S. You guys, I really know I've said it 100 times now, but I wish there was a better word than thank you. You have my sincere thanks. I wish I had a better. Yeah,
I mean-
extra turbo. Thank you.
Turbo, thank you. I don't know. Maybe if you said it in a voice like "thank you" or something, you could.
Yeah,
I'm
but
trying, Jack. I'm
that
trying.
might sound flippant. No, then good try. That's a very good try. I'm almost sad that I can't express my thanks adequately. Thank you so much, Ryan. I hope you know how much we enjoyed doing this and how much your support means to us, and everybody that's throwing the super chats at us, and all of our members. It's awesome. Seriously, thank you, everybody.
Like monster thanks or something. I don't know. Like,
Yeah, just like
be
Unreal Tournament,
something you could
ultra
do.
kill, yeah,
Ultra. Yeah.
ultra super chat.
Hey, really quickly, I want to toss some love over to the Twitch side. Gegenshine for 63 months over on my Twitch channel. One of the reasons I'm able to do this today is because people like Gegenshine were over there supporting me on Twitch for the longest time. Gegen, thank you so much for the long time support. And then Hellbore64 over there as well, 69 months. Nice. Thank you so much, Hellbore, for you've just been around forever is literally the way to say it. And then a new person over there, Fozilla, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. I gotta toss those in. The backlog of super chats is so huge, but I cannot forget the people that got me to where I am. So thank you, Twitch, over on the Twitch side.
Absolutely. At any time, feel free to do that. Kelly Coates, thank you for the $5. They say for the Mars rover, and Love Jack strapped to a balloon. Vlex, thank you for the $2. Bill Hitchcock, thank you for the $1.99. Dougal, thank you for the $2.79. He says my drop in the bucket. Ron I, thank you so much for the $50. They say watching SN8 get a nose job. Thanks, guys. You were great. No problem, Ron, and thank you so much for that huge amount of support there. Peter B, thank you for the two oh gosh, pounds. I always want to say euros. It's pounds. Thank you for the £2, Peter. Hope the weather today or tonight or whatever in London is nice, and I hope you're having a good time. Arthur Bridges, $5. Thank you so much. He said, "Go Apple, Steve Jobs." With thank you, insanely great. I'm a big fan, Arthur, of insanely great. If you know anything about me, you know I'm a Steve Jobs nut, and I can recognize that maybe he was a turd in some ways and kind of mean to his employees, or maybe super mean to his employees, or a terrible manager. But I can also recognize that he did some pretty cool things. So insanely great is a favorite phrase of mine, and you all are being insanely great right now. So thank you so much, Arthur, for the suggestion and the support, and everybody. Adrian Beal, thank you for the €2. €2 to break Jack. Benjamin Mose, thank you for the $20. They say thanks for your work. My 3-year-old daughter loves watching these launches, and it keeps her engaged in a field with very few women. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Benjamin. We can always use more kids in STEM, so that's awesome that you're getting your daughter started young. $5 from Troy. They say, "I hear Jack on the balloon. What have I done?" Thank you so much, Troy. Espen, thank you for the 10 currency units. Thank you for the $5. Senpais. They say, do you think this kind of coverage of a rocket will ever happen again? Of building one? Probably not. This seems really unique. It's crazy that it's even happening at all. Thank you so much for the $5. Neil, thank you for the $1. Aaron, thank you for the membership. Stephen, thank you for the $5. They say a starship is born. I swear I'm almost done. Oh my God, I'm not almost done. This is the longest scrolling list I've ever seen in my life, and I'm still 13 minutes behind on super chats. All right, I'm just gonna have to go fast.
Yeah.
Andy, thank you for the 20 pounds. Brian, thank you. This is not fast. Brian, thank you for
this is not fast.
The Mosh Pit Gig, thank you for the $5. Dodo Digital, thank you for the $1. Toby, thank you for the 10 currency units. Rusty Can, thank you for the $2. Billy, I don't know how they'll gain entry into the Nosecone. We'll figure it out, though, I'm sure, by watching. Billy Charlson, thank you for the 114. Stephen O'Brien, thank you for the €2. They say, thanks, Mary. Appropriate. Aaron Pickering, thank you for the $5. Bob Brooksailor, thank you for the $25. Seth Kirk, thank you for the $2. Chad Kratz, thank you for the $2.99. If you have any questions at NASASpaceflight, I swear we're going to answer questions here shortly if I get through these ever. Oh my God, I'm still 13 minutes behind. Chad, thank you for the $2. Robert, thank you for the €10. Brett, thank you for the $2. Arthur, thank you for the 100 currency units. To Barthemus, thank you for Bartherms, thank you for the $2.29. Oh my God, it never ends. And I'm not complaining. It's a good problem. Alejandro, thank you for the 100 currency units. Aaron, thank you for the $5. James, thank you for the New Zealand $5. Peter Browning, thank you for the £5. Heidi, thank you for the 20. Is that North Korean somethings? Paul Miller, thank you for the $2 Canadian. Boudwin, thank you for the $2 Canadian. The thrust is 3. I agree. But Zachary
thrust
3D
is
Prince,
3.
thank you for the $5.
Jack, wait, Jack. NOK is not North Korean dollars.
I was.
I don't know. I don't know why.
NOK is Norwegian krones.
What's wrong with me? Why did I go
Look,
to North Korea?
I didn't want to get ITAR on our case by saying that we're accepting North Korean dollars during the live stream here. So Norwegian krones. Thank you for the Norwegian krones. Clarification handled.
This is what happens when I run through these. My bad.
That's a spaceflight, not responsible.
It obviously wouldn't be North Korea. What is wrong with me? Oh my god.
Well, in other news, the leg is going back up.
Yeah, the leg is going back up at Port Canaveral again. Look at that.
Nick Duggar, thank you for the $69. He says, shout out to Member Discord where magic happens. Really, though, the Member Discord is a huge resource. I just like goofing around in it. It's really fun. But also, it's a really awesome resource where we all get to chat and kind of compare notes. And I don't know if you guys watched the Static Fire stream the other night, but the Static Fire stream, we kind of had a timeline. I mean, we pretty much had a timeline thanks to the hard work from our members and from the 4 data points that we had. And acknowledging that it was only based on 4 data points and being cognizant of that for sure, but also stuff lined up pretty close. So that was really neat, and definitely I'm agreeing with you there, Nick. Thank you so much for the $69 and for the shout out to the Member Discord, because Member Discord rules. And they're posting gifs at me now. The Forrest Gump hey gif, perfect. You know, the one where the boat crashes into the docks because he's paying attention to Lieutenant Dan. Oh, what a great movie. Niels, thank you for the $5.49. They say, would the fairing part have to be pressurized to support the weight of the header tank in the nose cone during flight? I think that's why that barrel section it got stacked on has all of those stringers, right? It's super reinforced, the barrel that the nose cone got. So I'm not really expecting it to be pressurized, but that's really not for me to guess. I have no idea. What do you guys think? Cool. Let's see.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
I think the thrust is 3, Jack. Continue.
Cool. Thrust is 3. S. Riley, thank you for the $2. Matt Olson, thank you for the $25. Don't be jealous of our lives, Matt Olson. Honestly, the grass is always green on the other side of the fence. Everyone has their own problems. Everyone has their own struggles in life. Everyone has their own path. And I know I sound like a stupid idiot life coach right now, but if I've learned anything in 32 years, it's that just be happy with what you got. That's going to be hard to do, but you just got to be happy with what you got. And I hope that you find a path that you're enjoying, because I'm enjoying mine as much as I can, but I've got my own problems, and we all got our own stuff in life. So nothing is ever as perfect as it looks, right? So thank you so much, Matt Olson, for the support, and don't be jealous of our lives. Just enjoy yours.
Really quickly, I just wanted to note, if you look on the top right-hand corner of your screen, we just got an update from the Port Isabel weather station, and the wind speed went up a knot, so it's now 9.9 knots. So that is, again, they are worried about wind for today's lift, so we're watching the wind closely to see if that could pose a problem.
Yikes.
Yeah, again, like we said at the beginning of the stream, that was something that we were super concerned about out there at Boca Chica. The wind is pretty tough out there today, and it is not safe to fly that nose cone up to the top of SN8 if the wind is too high. And looking at the forecast over the next couple of days, the high winds are expected to stay steady out there. We're not looking at a decrease over the next couple of days, so it may very well be that if they don't get a break in the wind, we may not see the nose cone stacked for a few days. But again, that's out of our control. That's out of SpaceX control. That's 100% the weather, and they have to wait for a safe time before they can actually perform that operation.
But look at those clouds in the background of Mary Shot. They're going pretty quick.
That's one of the things I really love about the weather in Boca Chica is, even though the wind can be kind of a lot sometimes, on the right days you get these big fluffy clouds, and they just haul across the sky. It is awesome, and it's really crazy because it's kind of flat out there. There's not really big hills or mountains or anything, so you have a wide expanse of a view, and you just to see these clouds move so fast across your entire field of vision, it's really beautiful. Oh my God, we're still 17 minutes behind on super chats, y'all. I honestly
I got some, Jack. I got some.
Yeah,
I got some.
I'm tagging you in. I'm tagging you in.
What, Michael? Repeat that. What was that?
I just said I thought we were 12 minutes behind. We slipped 5 minutes.
Well, we keep running our mouths about stuff. Hey, Bill, we appreciate you. I'm going to do a bunch of memberships together here. Mike Hatfield, thank you so much. These are all memberships. Major winners, thank you. We've also got Brendan Deegan, thank you. Donald Carruthers sneaking in there as well. We've got scrolling just to find the memberships. Interestingly, that just slowed me down. There's Rocket Nerd. Thank you, Rocket Nerd, for joining. Luke, who actually came in as a launch director. So we got Rocket Nerd as Capcom and Luke Hu as launch director. Y'all, those are two pretty serious tiers. We appreciate the support, and that really means a lot to us. That's not just, hey, I'm going to give you money this one time. It's almost like you plan on coming back for some reason. What, did you lose a bet? Why would you keep stumbling into the stream? I don't know, IT tech support. I keep opening my browser, and the NASA Spaceflight stream just randomly opens. We really do appreciate the support and the trust. If the content's important enough to you, you enjoy it enough for you to keep showing up over and over again, we really do appreciate that. That's a vote of confidence in us, and it really does mean a lot. Back to some super chats. Dusty, we appreciate you. Must do 87 says go Starship with not currency from North Korea. Those Norwegian kronens.
Oh God, I'm never gonna live that down ever.
We're gonna make a T-shirt. We're gonna make a T-shirt, Jack.
Why would North Koreans' currency units be dollars? It doesn't even make sense.
I mean, it's right there. NO are the first two letters of North. How could you go wrong? Anyways, Johannes Kreinhop, thank you for the support. Talon, you as well. We've got, let's put some together. Ray is in there, says, another amazing view. Love you guys. Love Mary, too. Member of both YouTube and Discord. Thank you, Ray. All over the map. Tobias helping us out says, take my Swedish money. How do you have a Philip J. Fry meme in Swedish? You just give him blonde hair or something? Does he normally have blonde hair? Whatever. I don't actually know off the top of my head. Lachi Hi. Laki Hi? I don't know how to pronounce that, but you're in there as well. Full stacked robot whale watchers from all over the world. I missed that a little bit, but it says thank you NSF Stack and Mary for everything. Seriously. El Jory, thank you for the kind words there. We have a lot of fun doing this. We really do. Nathan Walton snuck through. Sean Furrow. We've got a couple here. Uriel Baldo, CGX. Appreciate all you. CGX with $20, actually. Steve-O snuck through saying, seeing Tankzilla on the roll lift to the pad, I think answers the questions of how to get super heavy to the pad. What's your perspective? So we know Mary had that video of Tankzilla, which is the big white crane there at Boca Chica connected to Starship. That was moved out to the pad on the roll lift, and then it sort of moved under its own steam around the pad a little bit, right? Jack, but go ahead.
$300 from the paintball guy.
Wait, what?
The paintball guy, you are a mad person. You're a madman paintball guy.
I clicked that one, so we don't. Yeah.
You guys rock. Thinking of going to Boca to shoot this test flight. Would love to meet up with Mary or anyone else there. Keep up the awesome work. I can't even words. Can you words?
Can I words? I can words. I've know quite a few words, and on occasion I've known to use them. Paintball guy, thank you so much. $300 is nothing to sneeze at. That is a significant amount of support. I say it over and over again. That's a vote of confidence in us. We're showing up. We're getting these live streams to you, and when you pull out that much and toss it into the jar, we are going to turn that around and come up with new and exciting ways to keep this coverage up. Fleet Cam is one of the ways. We're going to have all sorts of different things that we can cut to. We're working on all sorts of different technological operations here. So paintball guy, from everybody at NASA Spaceflight, thank you so much. Again, that $300 super chat. We really do appreciate it. God.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, buddy. I mean, yeah, we're gonna do cool stuff with that money. So thank you so much. Can we go back to full screen?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, the leg has been aborted again. So
yep, it's sort of waving at us a little bit there, but there is Tankzilla. That's what you're looking for, Jack?
Yeah. Thank you
right.
so much, paintball guy. I mean, yeah. Thank you. We're gonna make awesome content, and we hope you enjoy it. And like Das said, it's a vote of confidence in us, and and that we are going to continue to make cool stuff. And oh, buddy, we will. So thanks. Let's see. I'm just gonna pick a question and answer it.
Yeah, that sounds like a good. Let's
Witt-
do some Q&A.
Reese Witt asking, how long will it take to weld the nose cone on?
Oh wow.
I mean, how long does it take them to weld like 2 ring stacks together, right? I mean, maybe they would do a double weld for strength or something, but I don't think it necessarily takes them too long to weld 2 rings together.
Yeah.
But there's probably other things beyond just the structural welding, you know, the nose cone onto SN8. It probably will also involve, you know, hooking up the header tank plumbing and any other electronics or whatnot need to be plugged into the actuators for the flaps. So it's a very good question how long it will take the nose cone to weld on. If I was going to guess, like nose cone install itself would maybe take like, I don't know, 3 days, 4 days. That's either way too much or way too little, but I'm really guessing. We've never seen them do this, especially not at the launch site. But specifically to do the weld, probably not very long in comparison to doing all of the other little bits that are required to get it flight ready. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. I think inspections and that sort of stuff, more than the physical, just taking the time to weld it, I think there's a lot of other preparatory work that has to happen. So I have a feeling they're getting pretty good at welding pieces of stainless steel together out there at Boca Chica.
Yep. Yeah, no kidding. Let's see. Good question, Reese. And again, if you guys have questions at NASASpaceflight, that'll help them go into our queue here. And if you super chatted or became a member in the last, let's see, 20 minutes and we haven't gotten to you yet, we have not forgotten you. We will get to you. We're gonna take a break for a quick minute here and answer some questions.
You have nobody to blame but yourself. All right, you built the queue.
Yeah,
now you have to lie in it.
Oh man. Let's see. Tom Hatters 95 asking, when is Elon meant to give his next Starship presentation? We don't know, but a couple weeks ago he said a couple weeks, right?
I think so, yeah.
Something like that. So we're coming up on presentation time, but at the same time, who knows if they're going to fly first and then present, or present and then fly. I've been maintaining I think they'll fly first and then do the presentation. So I think the presentation is dependent on flying first. So whenever they fly and land or crash, then they'll do the presentation. That's my guess. But they could also stack this thing, have it ready to go, and then do the presentation and say, look, we're going to fly tomorrow. All media, you come out and we're going to set you up on this bleachers over here. And yeah, I don't know. Who knows exactly how that's going to play out. But it should be soon, maybe before the end of the year. I think that's probably the safest bet I can go with there, is before the end of the year. Let's see. Good question. Lewis Holland saying, what will the leg design configuration be on the Super Heavy as compared to the Starship? Very good question. I think we've seen some renders from like Neopork and some of the other people that do the renders that kind of show speculative ideas of what it might look like. And Elon has responded to a couple of them saying, you know, a little bit more like this or a little bit less like that. I'm not quite sure that we know what they're going to look like yet, but I'm so excited to, one, see Super Heavy stacked, and two, to see what they end up, you know, what a full flight set of legs on that end up looking like. Because Falcon 9 legs look pretty cool, but they look really how should I put this nicely? Falcon 9 legs look cool, but they look single use. Even though they're reusable, I don't know. There's something about how they look. It's just and maybe it's just because I know how they work and I'm projecting. But to me, when I look at a Falcon 9 leg, it's like, okay, yeah, it goes down, it doesn't come up unless you manually retract it up. And I don't know that a Starship leg would be any different, but it just I don't know. I'm struggling to describe my feelings here towards the Falcon 9 legs, but they seem like a version 1, and I'm excited to see whatever the version 2 is on Starship and Super Heavy.
I mean, remember the Falcon 9 legs themselves have they have built-in things for reusability, like the crush cores, right? I mean, they're
Yep.
designed to be able to fold back up again, like they're doing at Port Canaveral right now. They have the crush cores. If there's a little bit of a hard landing, they have something in there they can replace that's designed to, like a crumple zone of a car or something like that, I guess, absorb the impact, and then they just replace that one part as opposed to having to toss the whole leg, right? So I have a feeling we're going to see the same sort of thing with Starship, where the leg designs we've seen so far are very temporary. The legs that basically crush themselves in order to absorb the shock of landing. And I think as they move forward through the iterations, they will come up with different leg designs that are more and more reusable and less relying on sort of one-time use structures. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's exactly kind of what I was getting at. Good call there. Good question, Lewis. Diego asking, is the nose cone different material than the rest of the ship? So this is a good question. We know that SN8 is a mix of 304 and 300L, right? Something like that. Like SN8 is a mix, SN9 is full up 304 or whatever the proprietary equivalent SpaceX is making now. So it could be that the nose cone here, since it's not a tank section, can just be regular old 300 steel or whatever the appropriate terminology is. But I don't think we know that.
Yeah, I don't know if we've heard that those are made out of something different than the main tankage, right? Because you don't have the as many. You have the header tank up in the very top, but the main structure of the nose cone doesn't have cryogenic liquid on the other side of it, right?
Yeah.
It should have people on the other side of it at some point, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, and it's curious because it does have a sort of a visual difference, right? Like even just the nose cone portion to the barrel portion, it's like a different shade of or a different color of steel, right? So, uh, yeah, I don't know. It's a very good question, Diego. I wish I had a better answer for you, but hopefully that helps out your thinking there. It definitely seems like and a different type of steel. I mean, even the flaps, right? They kind of blend in with that steel on the nose cone, and then the steel on the barrel is just different looking, and maybe it's polished or who knows? Maybe it's a function of the bending to get that nose cone shape that it takes on a different sheen. But yeah, very good question. DJ Stoplicht official. Is that like is Stoplicht stoplight in German? That's
Yeah, I
cool.
don't know.
Can we expect a static fire with fuel from the header tanks tonight? Tonight, buddy, this nose cone isn't even on. I mean, I'm optimistic here, but that's a little much. Sorry, I'm giving you a hard time though. We should expect a static fire from the header tanks once the nose cone is installed, but you got to walk before you can run, and the nose cone is not even lifted up yet. But good question. Cat McNugget. Oh, Cat McNugget. Wait, ew. If it's a McNugget made out of cats, it's gross. But a Cat McNugget, like a cat named McNugget, is really cute. You're gonna have to at me in chat there, Cat McNugget, and let me know how to interpret your name. They say, do we think they're painting the non-flight mode one white, or why do we think they're painting the non-flight one? It's a human lander system mock-up, right? Is that what we were talking about earlier? It's gonna be a mock-up for the NASA lander.
It'd be interesting to
I think
see
so.
how detailed they make it in terms of do they add a crane, or is it just going to be solely the exoskeleton of what a SpaceX's human lander for NASA will look like
Right.
from the outside. But I don't know how much detail they're going to put on it.
I mean, it would kind of make sense if you're trying to make the 2024 deadline, and you want to start mocking things up now. You might as well take one of the nose cones that you have and take one of the structures that you have and actually start mocking it up. It would be really cool if they throw, like you said, a crane on there, or if they throw different modules or whatever in, or even just like some scaffolding, and they like put some paper on various parts of the walls on the inside, like over here's the kitchen, over here's the bathroom, like something along those lines has got to be good just to figure out how you want to lay things out, and they're undoubtedly working on all that stuff right now.
Yeah.
Well, the other two human landing system providers have both already built relatively detailed models. So SpaceX is presumably now going to do that step, and if so, there should be a decent amount of detail on that lander mock-up, which is, I mean, arguably not even a mock-up. If they use SN5 Reset further along than the other two in terms of actually demonstrating a flight of a piece of hardware.
Gotcha.
Yeah, good point.
Quick update over at Port Canaveral. They're trying one more time to lift that leg up. You could make a song about this, but the leg is up. I've been continuing to keep one of my like 8 eyes on it. It's like I need to be a spider to watch all these feeds. But I think spiders have 8 legs. I don't know how many eyes spiders have. Whatever. But we are continuing to hope that they are able to get that leg folded up to the side, because if they do, if there's enough time left in the day, we may see them actually lean the booster over. But the delays with this leg mean that they may not actually put the booster horizontal for transport, put the transporter underneath it today. So hoping that we could share that as well if that's something that happens. But they're still working on that leg over there at Port Canaveral.
It's like the rear door of my Land Rover is sticky. You have to close it just right, and if you don't, it just won't close right. Like it'll flap open. It's terrible. But I always close it right every time because it's my truck and I know how to do it. It's one of those things where
Sure.
you get in someone else's car and you're like, what? But yeah, I imagine they're going through something similar with that leg there on Falcon 9, where they're just like, close it, no, it didn't, no, close it, no, no, you have to close it exactly like this, otherwise it won't latch or something like that, right? Let's see. Benjamin asking if venting has increased.
Venting?
They're talking about
Yeah,
the tank farm.
Ah.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this looks the same as it's been for this whole time, and we're not expecting any kind of tank farm activity. I got excited there for a second, like, what? They're gonna static fire it with people. First static fire with people at the pad. Oh no,
What?
that'd be bad. That would be bad. Let's see.
Alright.
I'm gonna throw some more questions in the queue if you guys want to answer some of them. Let's see.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm going to troll through the super chats and see if we missed any big ones in here. It's to the point where we almost have to we may not be able to get every single one of them. Traxman25 with the $20. We appreciate you, Traxman. Thank you for the support there. We've also got scrolling. Aha, Eric Hester did $20 as well. Thank you, Eric Hester, for the support. We got $10 from Das Metal. Got to call that one out because it's got my name in it. Das Metal says, oven broiler bacon for the win. Send a spaceman up to Mars to crank guitars. Nice. Send Ace Fraley. Look, I don't know how to pronounce that name, but send that person up to Mars. And anyways, appreciate the $10 there, Das Metal. Appreciate you. And then KJ Zalewski, greetings from the UK. Thanks for your work, guys. We appreciate the support. Again, y'all, we have all these super chats in the queue. I did get to the point where I was trying to pick and choose out of them a little bit. Peril 10 did $30 in there. That was a problem of my own making where I said, everybody do $1. And then all of a sudden the super chat queue almost imploded. So we appreciate the support there. Peril 10, $30. Whew. All right.
And even if we don't say your name, we super appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who helped donate. Like we said, we have lots of exciting plans, so your support helps fund it.
Yeah.
And
Plans,
again, also,
dreams, wishes, hopes, aspirations,
desires, cameras,
goals,
bandwidth.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Digits, photons.
Yeah. So
right.
Again, y'all,
joke over.
Joke over. Joke ended. On the screen right now, this is live from Boca Chica, Texas. Mary, Boca Chica gal, is out there. We're the NASA spaceflight crew bringing you live commentary. I'm John Galloway. You also hear Jack Beyer in there. Say hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack. Also, don't say hi to me in an airport.
What? Don't say hi to you in an airport. Really? You've had that one sitting. You've had that one sitting. How many times have you told that joke?
Oh, a lot. It's in my back pocket.
All right. It's one of those things.
I apologize.
Also on the NASA Spaceflight commentary crew, Michael Baylor is here as well. Michael, say hi so everybody hears the sound of your voice.
How's it going, everyone?
There we go. All right. So we are bringing you live coverage. The the NASA spaceflight team watching, hopefully, the installation of this nose cone out at Boca Chica, Texas. That's Starship SN8 on the test stand back behind it. In the foreground, over on the extreme right, that's Starhopper. But the huge crane there, we refer to it as Tankzilla, and it is a big crane that is tall enough and powerful enough, I guess, strong enough to lift that nose cone section up, stack it on top of SN8, and then SpaceX would go through there and actually connect those two things together. Of course, preparing for the upcoming 15-kilometer hop. Elon wants them to fly this vehicle up to 15 kilometers, have it shut down the Raptor, have it start the Raptor back up, do a little bit of a belly flop or a backflip or pirouette. I'm not exactly sure what he's going to have it do, and to come back down and land safely on the pad. So that is what we're doing. This is the first time they've stacked a Starship like this that is meant to fly out there on the pad. A little bit of an historic event. Go ahead, Jack.
He's going to have it do a barrel roll.
A barrel roll. It's already a barrel,
mandatory.
so he just needs it to do a roll. You like that? We need a crickets noise we can play. Like, come on. Jeez, my other host just disconnected from the entire stream. They're not going to deal with this anymore. But that is what we are doing here today.
I'm back. Sorry, what happened?
No, never mind. It's all good.
Okay.
You didn't miss anything important. We are standing by for them to hopefully stack the nose cone on top of SN8 out there at Boca Chica. Again, the major critical factor here is wind speed. You can see there's a little bit of wind out there. You can see that venting happening from the tank farm, sort of middle bottom of your screen. If the winds are too high, it is not safe to raise that nose cone up to the altitude they need to lift it. The mass of the nose cone, I mean, it's almost like a big wind catcher, right? It's a big piece of stainless steel, and you can only operate that lift in certain conditions. They have to watch the wind. They have to get everything ready, but if it's too windy, they would not be able to safely lift that nose cone up. So working against Mother Nature here today.
There's a clever mnemonic you can use. If the winds are too high, the nose cone no fly. Right? It was really good, huh?
That's actually not bad. I mean, you just come up with that, didn't you?
It was terrible. It was awful.
It's not bad. If the winds are too high, the nose cone won't fly. I like it. It's also accurate. For all the times that people watching at home may need to remember whether or not it's safe for them to lift a nose cone or not.
Yeah, it's extremely complicated, hard situation to remember, so it begs for a mnemonic.
It does. Oh, jeez. All right. Please stop. I think we're hurting people. Please stop with the dad jokes. You're fired. You're fired. Let's see here. There's so much chat going on. I'm going to see if we can't pull another question or two out, but it's going to take me just a second. Let's see.
Again, if you have questions, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. It makes it easier for us to pick one out.
Yeah, and I'm actually scrolling through the list of questions right now in the software here that Michael created, and trying to find something that we can answer. I mean, a lot of them are comments where people just tag us and then they make a comment or something.
Yeah, we have to add like a question mark filter.
Yeah, exactly. So if you don't put a question mark in your question, it doesn't work. Here's some good ones down at the bottom. Martin Smith asks, why do they not stack the nose cone inside the tall building? So what order of operations got us to this point where they're stacking the nose cone out at the pad instead? Do we have any indication on that, Jack? Or Michael?
So the current building that Starship SN8 was stacked in is called the mid bay, and the mid bay is not tall enough to have a nose cone inside of it. But they are building a much taller high bay that is certainly tall enough to have a nose cone stacked inside of it. So it's unclear if in the future they will stack the nose cone inside of the high bay on top of the tank section. Today obviously winds are becoming a problem, so potentially stacking the nose cone inside of a building could be advantageous for that reason. But also, the, when you put the more hardware you put on the Starship tank section, the more risk you have if something goes wrong. So that could be another reason, is if they wanted to reduce the risk if there was something go wrong during the first 3 engine static fire. But it's also possible that it's easier for them to roll it to the launch pad without the nose cone. And in fact, I think in the payload users guide, Jack pointed out that it actually says that the nose cone will be mated at the pad. So it's unclear if that is a temporary solution where they bring the nose cone to the pad separately, or if in the future they will roll it out as one complete vehicle. I think they are still figuring some of that out themselves, so we'll have to wait and see. But for now, the nose cone is stacked at the launch site.
Gotcha. Let's see here.
Yeah, and I talk about that payload user guide a lot, and by basing stuff or statements that I make on it, and I hopefully make it clear that everything that I'm basing off of that payload user guide, I'd like to note that payload user guide is version 1.0. I even think it says on it version 1.0. So that could change, and like you said, Michael, they're probably still figuring a lot of this stuff out as.
Yeah, I would put a lot of money on version 1.1 or version 2 of the Starship Payload User Guide, which will probably be coming out soon, will be drastically different than version 1, just based on how fast Starship is developing and how fast they are changing design elements. So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Gotcha. And I'm putting some more questions. I'm actually focusing on going through the queue software and putting some questions into the queue right now.
Why the fins if there is no atmosphere on the moon? So this starship you're seeing right now is the kind of normal standard design. And that design will be used to launch payloads into orbit and then either go on to Mars, or in most cases, just return to Earth for landing. So because the standard Starship is designed to be able to return to Earth for landing, those fins are to help it during the re-entry phase of flight. So as Starship is falling back to Earth, it will use those fins to help guide it and control itself. The lunar version of Starship will not have fins, but that's not the primary version. So what you're looking at right now is not. I mean, a lot of it will have will be the same type of design with the lunar Starship, but there will be minor differences, such as the omission of a fins or flaps, whatever you want to call them, because the lunar Starship, you're correct, will not have any kind of aero surfaces because, of course, there is no atmosphere on the moon. So the proposal that SpaceX sent to NASA for the human landing system is designed to sort of be a shuttle between the Lunar Gateway or whatever it does to dock with Orion. So when the astronauts arrive on the Orion space capsule, Starship will dock to either that Orion capsule or the space station that the Orion capsule docked to. Then the astronauts will board the Starship and be taken down to the moon, and that will be like a back and forth shuttle system. So this lunar dedicated Starship will not have flaps, but most of the Starships will, because they are designed to be able to return to Earth.
Gotcha. And a quick update from Mary. Mary's posted up in our channel here that the roll lift has rolled out from under the nose cone transport stand. So they are continuing to move things around out there. Hopefully that's indicative that they may be going for a lift here soon. But again, watching that wind speed is the number one thing we've got to do. Or I mean, they've got to do. We don't have to do anything except talk about it.
Yeah. And again, that wind speed could be slightly off from what's actually at Boca Chica. That's a couple of miles away. That's just the closest weather station. Maybe with all these super chats, eventually we'll get like a wind device that we put on Mary's roof and bring in live wind data. But for now,
I'm game.
for now, the weather we have is it's nearby, but not exactly the same spot. So there could be a slight variation. But you can see from that tank farm venting that there is a bit of a breeze out there still.
And you joke, but I've always wanted a little weather station for my truck, just so I could know, wake up in the middle of nowhere and look at my thing in my watch or phone or whatever, and not have to worry about not having a cell signal, and just know, oh, cool, weather is this, temperature is this. I mean, I guess I have a thermometer. I don't know. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to have like a little Twister. Remember the movie Twister? Like Twister style, like little beacon thing on my car. That I don't know. I'm a nerd. Deal with it.
Like, what was it? Dorothy was the name of the thing, and it was Dorothy and Dorothy 2, the little can that had all the little sensors
Yep.
in it. They were trying to fly into the tornado to map the internals of the tornado, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah, we'd like one of
I was going
those.
to say some spoilers, but I was not going to. I'm not going to say any spoilers. Good movie. Watch the movie.
Dude, Twister's like 40 years old at this point, isn't it? What year did Twister come out?
I
Maybe
don't
not
know. Okay,
40.
fine. Make me feel old. Fine. They solved the problem with Pepsi cans.
1996, 24 years old. Okay, it's not 40 years old. It's 24 years old is Twister. I think there's got to be like a statute of limitations on spoilers. If a movie is such and such old, you can't spoil it. Like if you haven't seen this, there's nobody to blame but yourself.
Question from Andolis. Thank you for the super chat. Whether the warnings would be technically or scientifically possible to send the ISS into lunar or even Mars orbit.
I think it's scientifically possible. Like if you had something that you could attach to the back of the ISS and accelerate it very slowly, you could certainly change the ISS's orbit. Remember, the orbit of the International Space Station is changing all the time. Aerodynamic drag, it actually is still gets a little bit of aerodynamic drag up there where it is. It lowers its orbit every now and then. And so on occasion, they'll have to have a visiting vehicle, one of the Russian supply craft, et cetera, connect to the back of it and actually boost it up a bit, right? So it is possible to change the orbit of the of the International Space Station. You can use delta V to change its orbit. Now, could you change the orbit so much that it would actually intersect the moon and maybe go into a moon orbit? I don't know. I think it would come down to, can the ISS withstand that amount of acceleration? If you've ever played Kerbal, right, and you built a space station or something, you put a big massive engine on the back of it, and then you light the engine all of a sudden, and the space station just rips itself apart because the space station was not designed to have that much acceleration. The engine was too powerful. You accelerated it too quickly, and it tore the space station apart. I imagine that the ISS could have problems like that. So if you put a big old engine on the back of the ISS, and you fired it up and you were going to fly it out to the moon, the struts, the big truss segments on the space station may bend or get damaged, or I doubt they would fall completely off. But the ISS may not be able to accelerate that quickly. So it would come down to, can the structure of the International Space Station withstand the acceleration that it would take to move it around? The alternative there, you could do a spiral orbit. A lot of times you see this when you get the very low thrust, like ion engines and stuff like that. I believe the moonlander, was it the Israeli moon mission that was going out there, did one of these spiral orbits? I may be remembering incorrectly, but it had a really low thrust engine, so its acceleration was very low, and it spiraled on this trajectory over the course of a couple weeks out to the moon intersect. You could probably move the ISS out to the moon with something like that. Put some very low thrust engine on it, like an ion engine or something, and then just accelerate it very slowly out to the moon. It takes a lot longer to get the intercept, but puts less stress on the vehicle as you're sort of moving it around. Now, all of this, of course, is completely theoretical. It's just me making stuff up. Is it theoretically possible to move the ISS to the moon or not? I mean, theory, hey, everything works well in theory. I've been thinking of moving there myself, but that hopefully answers your question. It took a little bit to get that one. I appreciate you, Jack. Thank you for
moving there. Okay, I'll stop.
But I hope that answers your question there on whether it would be technically or scientifically possible to send the ISS to the moon. Answer, I think, is yes. Whew.
When thinking of the ISS, I always just think of the unflattering descriptions I've heard of it from various astronauts and whatnot, like what it smells like up there. Like it's just like a sweaty, electrical, like not great. And it would be cool to send the ISS to the moon if it was theoretically possible, which I guess it is. Everything's theoretically possible, right?
Yeah.
But at a certain point, the ISS is going to be like, an old busted pair of shoes. It's like, do you really want to put those on your feet again? But thankfully we're not there yet, and there's still a lot more science it can do. But I do wonder, how long the ISS will be around for, and definitely got to go outside and look at it passing overhead whenever you can, because it won't be there forever.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody remembers when Mir came down, the Russian space station Mir. I was in Atlanta, Georgia, at a pizza bar yelling, "The end is Mir," on this little teeny tiny TV that had this live coverage of Mir re-entering or whatever. And for some reason, we may or may not have had more than one fermented beverages, and the entire place was yelling that the end was Mir. But whatever, I digress. I would rather see the ISS have a much longer useful lifespan than deorbiting it. I really, really, really don't want to see the ISS burn up in the atmosphere. I don't
Yeah,
want to see that.
that would be a shame. That would
Yeah.
really be a shame. I really want a T-shirt now that's just like a silhouette of Mir that's like re-entering. It's like ablating basically. It just says the end is Mir. Endless T-shirt ideas. I was too young to be doing anything fun like that, but that sounds really awesome. I remember didn't Taco Bell or somebody like put a raft out in the Pacific Ocean, and
I
they're like,
think
if
so.
any piece of the Mir hits this, everybody gets a taco or something like that.
I think so. I seem to remember some wacky shenanigans
Or
along
was
those
that
lines.
maybe that was Skylab? I forget. Anyways, stuff re-entering. It's fun.
I do see really quickly. I see some people asking about the tanks at the tank farm that are venting. Remember, normal operation for a tank farm like that that's storing cryogenic liquids, they do have venting on a regular basis. So it may be releasing pressure in some valves or something like that, maintaining things. But part of operating a tank farm like that, those events are normal. They're nominal to see those things. Also, I got to grab this really quickly. Thundergar over on the Twitch side, 55 months and tier 3. So on Twitch, that's $25 a month to support me, what I do over there. 55 months is an awful long time. Thundergar said, that looks heavy. I agree. They need to lift it up and show us how heavy it is. But Thundergar, thank you so much for the long time support over there on the Twitch side. I really appreciate you.
Here's an interesting question from Adrian. Do you think we'll see SN9 on Pad B before SN8 flies to 15 kilometers? What do you think, Jack?
Before?
Yeah,
Oh man, it
before.
really depends. It depends on how long Nosecone install takes. I mean, if they can't get the Nosecone on today, and it takes them a while to get that all sorted, then almost certainly. But SN9, I feel like is a couple more weeks to go before it's ready to roll out. I mean, maybe a week and a half or two. I'm trying to think back on what the timeline was for 8 and when they put the flaps on it. Because right now 9 is at the stage of production where it has the kind of the roots where the flaps go, but it does not have flaps yet. So it's close. It's definitely close. That's a very good question. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know if SN9 will be done in time, but they definitely seem to be upgrading Pad B to support propellant loading operations. So I think at some point in the future, whether it be SN9 and 10 or 10 and 11, we will certainly see 2 starships out at the launch site at the same time.
A little bit of an update from Mary out there. She gave us a little bit more information on the venting. She said that a Starship food was delivered. So a delivery of some methane or LOX. She must have seen a truck coming through and offloading onto the tank farm. And usually right after they get a delivery, that causes more tank farm venting. So from the scene out there in person, Mary posted that up for us to explain over here on the live stream about the venting that you're seeing in the background.
Question from Matt. Can you paint a starship? The lunar one is pictured white. So they did paint that mock-up. That mock-up was a normal starship nose cone and it was painted white. Although I'm not sure if I don't think it was like the actual type of paint they're gonna use in orbit. I think they just took like standard paint and painted it white for the mock-up presentation. But
It's like Bear Premium Plus from Home Depot.
yeah,
I mean,
you can't use that stuff in orbit.
I remember the story about SpaceX was originally there's over at Hawthorne. There's a Home Depot that's literally across the train tracks from the SpaceX rocket factory in Hawthorne, California, right? And so you would hear these stories about, oh, the SpaceX employees would just run over to Home Depot and grab something. So that's sort of where the joke about the paint being from Home Depot comes from. A lot of times it's just, hey, we need to get this done. Here's how it needs to work. Let's just go grab this thing and make it happen. And then you get into orbital class rockets and aerospace grade aluminum and all the things that you have to do when you're actually doing operations. You wouldn't go to Home Depot and buy paint for an actual Starship going to the moon. But when you're doing a presentation, you want something that visually represents what this is going to look like when it's ready to fly. I mean, who cares? As long as it's painted white, it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be aerospace grade paint.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, it does seem that they plan to paint the lunar starship white. Maybe that's for like thermal reasons or something. But yes, I think the answer is yes. You can paint a starship.
Sounds like from our member Discord, going back to that question about SN9, um, flaps were installed on SN8 on the 23rd of September. And thank you to our members for providing me with that date tracking link. And it was rolled out 3 days later on the 26th. So 3 days from flap install to roll for SN8. So once we see flaps get put on SN9, which we're getting pretty close, 3 days to roll out based on SN8. So something around that. So yeah, we could plausibly see SN9 at the pad in a week or two, something like that. That's crazy.
And I'm working a tech issue real quick. If y'all can take it away, I got one thing I got to do over here.
Let's see. Michael, go for it.
CK asks, do you think they're going to simulate the entire flight on the fin actuators before the actual flight? That'd give us a rough idea of what they're going to do during the flight. So I guess they're asking,
Yeah,
like,
that was
are they going to flap those fins in the same way they would during the landing sequence on the actual 15-kilometer hop? What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, I mean that makes perfect sense. They already do, cryo proofs and static fires and basically dry runs or whatever you want to call it of all of the procedures and things that revolve around Starship flying. So it would make sense that they did some kind of flap actuation test of some kind when the whole thing is fully integrated and ready to go, and they want to make sure everything's moving at the rates they expect, and that just to fine tune their software. I'm sure that's got to be a useful thing. Although I'm not a person that writes software, so maybe you can speak better to that than I can.
I mean, I would say I think we'll certainly see them potentially flapping at the rate of speed they will do during the descent from the 15-kilometer flight. But the actual, like, I don't think it's not like it's a set, flap this much, then flap this much, then flap this much. It's going to be reacting in real time to how the vehicle is moving around based on the atmosphere, the wind. So I don't think there's like a preset determination of exactly how it's going to flap. I think the vehicle will be making decisions in real time as it descends as to how it's going to control itself. But I don't think they'll be able to do an exact reenactment on the pad of the landing sequence with flaps.
Yeah, I mean that makes perfect sense. I mean, the vehicle will have to react dynamically based on whatever the wind is doing, and if the wind changes direction or what have you. So that makes a lot of sense. It's crazy to think that the vehicle will just kind of be responsible for controlling itself. It really is a skydiver kind of mode of entry. It's got sort of 4 appendages that it can flap in various ways to orient and control itself. And we've all seen skydivers, um, you know, performing crazy feats or whatever, forming a huge formation with a bunch of other skydivers or doing cool flips in a very controlled manner and stuff like that. So should be doable. It's just a matter of is Starship smart enough or is it good enough to get it on its first try? That's really really interesting and good question, Sneak or CK. Good question.
Hey, y'all, a quick update from Port Canaveral. It does look like SpaceX has successfully raised the last leg on booster 1051 over there. You can see now it's nice and symmetrical, that last leg right next to the flapping American flag on Finn Falget is the name of the tug. That leg has gotten up there, and I just saw the lift come down. They removed the cable, so all 4 legs on the booster that's being processed at Port Canaveral are now lifted up. And the next step of the process would be for the transporter to come over, and they would lay that booster down horizontal for transport back to the Cape so it can fly a 7th time. 7th, not second, 7, like the number 7. So wanted to jump in real quick with that update.
And you have
I'm trying to quietly.
I clicked the wrong
make
thing.
mac
My
and cheese
bad.
in the background. So
You're quietly making mac and cheese? Nice.
yeah, my bad. If I'm intermittently here and not. Michael, what'd you say? Sorry.
The overlay has gone crazy.
Wait, did I do it?
No, that was my fault.
Oh wow.
Oh, it's like rave mode.
I think you need to refresh. You need to refresh the cache, Joss.
On it.
The overlay is down. The overlay is down.
All right, here, let's refresh the cache.
It wouldn't be one of our streams if we didn't reference strong bad emails.
We installed the overlay so that we could convey information to the viewers, not so that it could throw overlay raves. It's fixed. Refreshing the cache looks like it resolved the issue, Michael. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a bug I've been trying to chase down for a while, and I've still not figured it out.
Honestly, it's a fun bug. It's not a bad bug. Like, oh no,
Yeah.
the video feed's not working. We can't see the
I
Starship.
mean,
It's
it
just a
happens
fun
like
bug.
once every 3 months, so that's the problem. I cannot reproduce it.
It sounds like a nightmare. Good thing it's minor and not like everything goes crazy. You know, the screen turns into a purple elephant or something.
Purple elephant. I'm
I
gonna
don't
do
know,
this because I like playing with this stuff. I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna reframe the fleet cam so everybody's like, "What are they even looking at?" It's like a flag with a bunch of containers behind it. We had that zoomed in like that because there is a rocket behind it. Right there, you can see the entire SpaceX booster still has the crane on it at the port, and it is standing by. Well, it's standing by. I mean, they just completed the motion moving of the last leg, so that is what we were watching at Port Canaveral via the fleet cam. We were super zoomed in on the leg fold operation. Now we'll back it back off and we'll have a look. Look at this: 2 cranes, 2 spaceships, 2 different types of spaceships here. Right, we got the Falcon 9. Technically makes it to space, I guess. And then we got the Starship that they're working on. I like this. Understand how important cranes are in your life. Cranes do a lot of stuff.
Mary says it sounds like they are detaching the nose cone from the stand. It sounds like it to me. Hopefully I am correct. So they might be preparing to lift the nose cone soon.
Excellent. Well, we definitely don't want to miss that. We've been sitting here. Mary has been out there all day. I think her report was that she showed up around 7 a.m. to make sure she wouldn't miss anything. And she has been over here capturing this. It's now 4:15 p.m. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, that's 5 hours. That's 9 hours. And that's a full work day. It's hanging out at the side of the road, capturing what's going on with SN8 and the cranes and the stacking and the nose cone and stuff. Seriously, put some love into chat for Mary, who is out there capturing this stuff for us literally on a daily basis. It's yet another time to say thank you to Mary. And Michael, Jack, I'm going to stand up real quick and go get a drink. So I will be off comms for about 5 minutes here.
Okay, sounds good. So the wind I'm seeing is still showing 9.9 knots, so probably going to be close if they're able to do it today, but the fact that Mary says they are detaching the nose cone from the stand is obviously quite a good sign. Do you think they'll do a static fire or 2 static fires in quick succession to test the relight of the Raptor engine? That is a great question. It would make sense. I haven't heard of any plans to do that, but if they were to do that, I would not be surprised. To me, that does make a lot of sense. I think the mid-air relight of the Raptor engines is going to be certainly one of the riskiest parts of the flight, so that would be interesting to see, and it's certainly possible that they could do that. I'm just looking at the wind forecast right now. It does look like the wind is forecasted to it's forecasted to come down over the next couple of hours, so it's not going to get worse, which is good news. Or at least it's not going to get significantly worse. I'm only saying like hour by hour predictions, so it could be like in the next 15 minutes it gets worse and it gets better again. But it looks like it's gonna mostly be coming down from here, so that's good news because again they are closely watching wind ahead of 2 days potential nose cone installation on Starship SN8. And if you've been following Starship for a while, you will know that they have not installed a nose cone on a Starship since Mark 1, which was the first Starship prototype. So, or the first full-scale Starship prototype, and that was basically just for the presentation. So this will be the first flight article to fly for nose cone if all goes well. So it's going to be super exciting to see a nose cone installed on a Starship at the launch site. A couple of memberships I will run through quickly. Tony James.
Really quick.
Oh, go
Really,
ahead.
sorry, really quick. I would like to. I take exception with people saying that Mark 1 was just for the presentation. I mean, they stacked the nose cone on it, probably just for the presentation. Fine, but Mark 1 was actually a test vehicle. I don't know that they expected it to fly to orbit or anything, but they rolled it out to the pad. They pressure tested it, and it did fail. But I don't think they necessarily expected it to fail or wanted it to fail. But certainly it did. But Mark 1 was useful. It was not just a prop. I know you know that. I just gotta always throw that out there. I gotta defend my boy Mark.
It was useful, but they knew it was not going to fly by the time it got to the launch site. That I know, but I mean, okay. To be fair, they intended for it to fly when they first constructed it, but after seeing the construction quality that they ended up with, they decided it was not going to fly.
Yeah, but at the time of the
Yes,
presentation,
fair, yes. At the time of the
at the time of the
presentation, it was
presentation,
meant to fly.
fair. Okay, thank you.
But no Starship has ever got a nose cone installed at the launch site with the intentions to fly, I guess is the way we'll put it. Will Cooper, wow, thank you so much for the $50. We really appreciate your support. That is super generous of you. Build into trains of a membership. Rick with a membership. Fungrass, Mark, Ghost Rider, Satya. Thank you all for the memberships. I think I got through all our memberships quickly, so that is good because we're getting so much support today. We're trying to keep up. Okay, here's a good question, Jack. If you could ask one question to Elon at the Starship presentation, what would you ask? Maybe Jack is eating right now, so I will answer that.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
you had a really good one the other day. I'm blanking on it right now,
Yeah,
but
I was about to repeat it. I will repeat it. I want to know what
okay.
is the minimum number of engines needed to launch, or the minimum number of engines needed on a super heavy booster to launch a Starship spacecraft into orbit, because we know they're building the orbital launch stand in Boca Chica, but Elon says it's not going to get a flame diverter, which makes me think, no way 28 engines can ever work without a flame diverter. So I think for the first orbital launch, they're probably going to use less than 28 engines, but the question is how many engines do they need to be able to get a Starship spacecraft into orbit on top of a super heavy booster? So that is what I want to know.
Yeah, that's a very, very good question, and one of those things that I mean, it will kind of determine how they are able to continue this test campaign, right? Because if it turns out that they need way more engines on there, maybe they're going to have to rethink how they set up that orbital pad, or if that orbital pad even ends up being an orbital pad. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. A question I would ask, it's like it's one of those things where I always have these questions and then I forget them promptly, and then when it comes time to actually recall them from my memory, I'll fail spectacularly, and then 20 minutes from now when we're talking about something else, it'll pop in my head. But I'm trying to think. I don't know.
I'd
That's a
also like
really
I'd also like to know what are the current plans for 39A, and if 39A is even still in the plans for a launch site, because we saw them. That 39A was the first place to see construction of a super heavy launch pad, but then it completely stopped. It has now been stopped for several months, so I'm wondering if 39A is ever going to come back into play.
Yeah, that's really interesting how that's all played out. I guess I'd probably ask something about like the drone ship situation for Starship or Super Heavy, or whatever they're going to do, because Elon has talked a lot about launching from ocean going platforms or whatever. So something along those lines, I'd be really, really curious to know more about. You still
Um,
there?
yeah, I was looking for questions. Let's see. Okay, here's a good one. It's not for us, it's for Elon. The Kiwi Chris says, Elon, please bring the ISS back to Earth when possible? Question mark. I don't think even Starship is large enough to bring back the ISS, but I think it would be cool maybe to like try to capture Hubble and bring that back, as to put it in
That
the
would be so
museum
cool.
after it's
Yeah.
done being in service. That would be cool.
I mean, I wonder what kind of data too you could glean from doing something like that. Like, oh, these are what these materials do when they're exposed to the rigors of space for X number of years. You know what I mean? There's got to be some data in there for you.
Yep. So in terms of the lift, again, we do not know exactly when it's going to happen, but Mary says she heard the noises of them detaching the nose cone from the stand it's currently sitting on. So presumably they are working towards getting that lift done this afternoon despite the wind. So that is a good sign, but we don't know exactly when it is going to happen. Does Raptor use T-Tab or similar startup like Merlin does? Nope, it uses torch igniters. So T-Tab is when they have those two chemicals basically come together and they on ignition they automatically combust basically, so or spontaneously combust, whatever you want to use. So um, Raptor uses torch igniters, so that's a different system. Uh, let's see, what else do we have? What will happen to SN5 and 6? Will they fly again? At this point, it doesn't seem too likely, although we haven't heard anything official. I think they're likely going to be focused on the more advanced prototypes right now, like SN8 that have the flaps. But either SN5 or SN6 may very well become the body for the Artemis human landing system mock-up that SpaceX is currently making at the build site. We saw a nose cone get painted white for that mock-up, so perhaps SN5 or 6 will soon be painted white and have a nose cone installed on it.
Yeah, that seems like fairly likely and is super cool. It's going to be nuts to see a Starship that looks completely different than everything we've seen so far. I mean, even the nose cone. I think Austin has posted a tweet of the nose cone. I haven't. I'm
Yeah.
just getting back into town from camping, so I don't know if Mary has also. I assume she has. Um, but yeah, the fully painted nose cone. Holy cow,
I
that
don't
looks awesome.
I don't think Mary. I'm not positive. Mary will have to correct me in our control center if not. But I don't think Mary actually has, because Mary has been. If I understand this correctly, Mary has been stuck at this one spot all day long to make sure she has the proper parking spot to bring us this amazing view right now. So I think Mary has basically been on stakeout mode all afternoon. But I'm sure as soon as the snow cone stacking happens, Mary will get back up to the build site and get a shot of the Artemis mock-up progress. But that's going to be
Sure
super
enough.
exciting. And actually, the more I think about this, I really hope they make SN6 the mock-up and not SN5, because I feel like SN5, since it performed the first ever flight of a full-scale tank section, so it should be preserved in its current state.
I would agree with that. Also, I think the build quality on 6 is better. Even if it's just a little bit better, it's still better.
Yeah,
And 6 doesn't have that like 2/3 of the way up SN5, there's a a grainy, or not grainy. It's almost like a frosted glass kind of look. It's just like a different color, like a matte ring. One of the rings is matte on SN5. So SN6, I think would. I mean, I'm surely they could account for that in paint, but I feel like SN6 would take paint better just because it doesn't have that weird like earthworm look from having that ring there. Yeah, HPA 97, one of our members in chat saying SN5 has the off color ring. I bet it'll be SN.
Yes, Tristan, we did see that the SN, that the Nosecone did RCS testing last night. They also, I believe, pumped liquid oxygen into the header tank, if I'm not mistaken. At least that's what it looked like. So they definitely did some kind of proof testing with all the systems on the Nosecone last night, which is why the Nosecone was first sitting next to Pad B, and now they've moved it up to Pad A ahead of the lift.
What's curious about that to me, or interesting, is that I mean, I don't know how it actually works, so I could be completely wrong. But in my head, when they attach a Starship to a stand, or when they roll it next to a stand and they attach the ground support equipment to it, like they did for SM7.1 and they did for the Nosecone, like what kind of fittings are they putting on the receiving side, like on the Nosecone side? Is it a similar fitting to what's actually on the side of a Starship for fueling? I ask because it's just interesting to me that they're able to hook up the individual pieces in the same way with the same equipment as the full starships, and maybe there's some sort of adapter or coupling or something that I'm not seeing, that they it's not the same, but um, I guess it would kind of make sense that they're similar because the nose cone gets just stacked right on top of the vehicle, and I don't know. It's interesting to me that they're just able to test the pieces like that. Is I guess where I'm going with that.
And Jack, you were camping, so did you see the testing the previous night with SN8?
No, I've missed a lot. I didn't see
So
Tankzilla rolling out. I didn't see like a Starship. I think there were not. I think there was a Starlink launch or something. Didn't we do a launch live stream? Like I've missed a lot.
Starlink scrubbed this morning, but the night before this morning, so 2 days ago, they did a test with SN8 where they basically put liquid oxygen through the pipe that would run up to the LOX header tank on the nose cone, but because there was no nose cone, it was just spewing out the top, so that was pretty cool.
What? I missed that.
Yes, you did. It was like really late
Were
at
you
night.
guys?
No,
Were
we
you
were not
guys streaming
streaming.
it?
We were all asleep. We had to take the night
Oh.
off. We had been up so late the previous nights. We all had to sleep, but that did happen.
Yeah, I felt like a mad person for going camping the morning after another late night stream after a series of late night streams, but I just had to get some nature in my face. It was good though. It was really good.
But anyway, they've done tons of testing, just every single day. Um,
Yeah, we've seen people speculating in chat for all the static fire streaming that we've done. We've seen several people speculate, will they pressure test the nose cone? Will they do this? Will they do that? And it definitely seems like they're putting this nose cone through its paces. I mean, they're not messing around. They want to be sure that the vehicle they're building can actually do what they're going to try and do.
for sure. Uh, do you think the nose cone will be welded or mechanically attached? Since isn't a building to weld, do you think they will still weld in the future?
I mean, if it does in fact turn out that the payload user guide doesn't change the portion about how the nose cone is attached and it doesn't attach at the launch site, it would make sense that at a certain point they make, like some kind of attachment point, like a mechanical thing where it's just like, okay, click, nose cone attached. Obviously it would be way more complicated than that, but um, that would make a lot of sense. Do I think they're there yet? Probably not. But what I do want to note is on some of the close-ups that Mary has caught of this nose cone being lifted, that oh no, you know what? Never mind.
Whoa!
I'm thinking of the what's up?
Sorry, look at is that? I'm almost like doubting my own weather right now. But look at that wind speed change we just got. 13 knots. That is not ideal.
That's not good.
Again, this report
No,
is about which is a couple of miles away, but I don't think it should be that different given that they're both along the coast.
but yeah, I was thinking of the bottom of the nose cone where it attaches to the barrel section. It's almost like it almost looks serrated, like it wasn't just a smooth ring. So they definitely have a modified attachment point for the nose under the barrel, and I don't know quite. I don't think I've seen a close up of the bottom of the barrel. If it's just a smooth ring like all the others, or if there's sort of a jagged edge or like a leaf sort of thing. Like I don't know if you guys have seen the methane header tanks, not the nose cone ones, but the methane header tanks kind of have like a serrated like skirt around the sphere so that they have more surface area to weld. It's like a reinforcing ring kind of thing. So I don't know if there's something like that on the barrel of this nose cone, but in the future, I could totally see them making some sort of socket socket and plug situation where they can just plug nose cones onto starships. Would that be mass efficient? Would that be something they would actually ever do? I have no idea, but I can see them doing it. In my head, it makes a lot of sense. All you got to do is just build a whole bunch of tank sections, and then separate of that, build your nose cones, and then depending on what you need to launch, put the right nose cone on the right tank section, call it a day. But obviously, it's rocket science, and it's way more in depth than that. So who knows? Good question, though, Paul.
And Michael and Jack, I have returned. I am now much better hydrated than I was before, so I'm here now.
Yeah. Doss, look at the updated weather.
13. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah.
So the winds are increasing out there at Boca Chica, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
I forget. Do we know what the limit is?
No, we do not know.
No. Because it comes down to the weight of the payload and the shape of the payload and the size of the crane, like and how there's a lot of different factors. It's not like this crane can lift things in 20-mile-an-hour winds, It'd be easier to lift a solid chunk of tungsten than it would be like a massive sail-shaped thing that would be really easy to get out of control in the wind. So it really does depend. Whew. Did I miss anything else exciting while I was away from microphone?
Not really.
Still cruise up there, huh?
Still waiting. A lot of
Yeah.
lifts working though.
Yeah, God. I mean, they're just everywhere right now. Is that a lift over on Hopper too? Has that been there the whole time, or is that new since I just sat down? No, that's the leg. That's the Hopper leg. I'm so used to seeing the lifts up next to it, and I just glanced and I was like, wait a second, no, that's just one of the old school Hopper style legs. Seen it 1,000 times. Looks like there's quite a few good questions and stuff like that. Did y'all, again, I was not hearing y'all the entire time. Did y'all just talk about the importance of the wind?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to like launch into the spiel about wind again if y'all just did that, and I couldn't hear y'all while I walked downstairs.
No worries.
So,
Mary posted in our Discord a photo of like a close-up photo of the bottom left of the nose cone.
yeah.
I think that's the nose cone, right? And there's like a little Halloween decoration on it. It's super cute.
Halloween decoration?
Right? That's what that is, right? It looks like one of
What
those little
is that?
skeleton pumpkin things.
I have no clue what that is. Huh. We'll have to see if we can bring that up on the screen. Here, I'll work on getting that up on the screen, okay?
I can.
Yeah, sorry for the no.
If it's easier, I can do it too.
Yeah, if you're ready, if you're in the right interface to do it, Michael, it'd be faster than turning
Okay.
on the whole telestration rig.
Yeah, Mary spotted an interesting thing on the side of the Nosecone.
Nice. While you bring that up, I gotta get caught up quickly. City Builder over on the Twitch side, 52 months. Thank you so much, City Builder. And then we've also got a couple that I missed like almost an hour ago. You got any grapes? Was in there for 2 months. We appreciate it. Since we're all subbing, we appreciate you, grapes. Sounds like a duck reference. Supreme Mammal actually is a new sub over there. And then WB Hokey. WB Hokey says, you don't have to read this out loud. Oops. Was I supposed to? Anyways, are we doing long-time support messages? Keep up the good work, Das. Hokey, over there for 70 months has been watching my streams, and that is the high score that you can watch. There's like the high score number of months you could have ever been subscribed to my Twitch channel. So, Hokie, I really appreciate the continued support. Thank you so much for supporting me so that I could figure out how to do all this wacky stuff. And there on the screen is the interesting nose cone art. I mean, I guess, planes have nose art sometimes. Is this like Starship nose art? What do y'all think that
I think
is?
that should be a thing. I think Starship nose art should be a thing. It reminds me of the human figure that they put on Starhopper, but
Right?
this is not that. This is more like I don't know. Looks like a cloaked pumpkin figure. I have no idea.
Okay, just
People
like,
saying
what
it's
are
a
they gonna?
bracket in shadow.
You know what
It
it
could just
looks
be a
like?
bracket.
I think that's what they're gonna
Yeah.
attach the lead lines or the
That's
taglines.
it's
Taglines.
it's like a
Oh,
it's a
oh my God,
grommet or
I'm seeing
something.
things.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
I'm
like
seeing
a
things.
3D grommet sticking out of the side where they could attach the line to it, and then the
Yeah.
Starship is so shiny it's a reflection, and it looks like straight up what's the guy's name? Headless Horseman, Ichabod
Skellington or
Crane, Jack
whatever.
Skellington, something like that.
I swear I must be losing it. I apparently didn't drink enough water in the desert yesterday.
I want there to be Starship nose cone art so badly, but that is a lead light attachment point and a reflection.
Yeah.
That's what that is. You know something? In a couple days, you're going to go over there, and there's going to be actual nose cone art painted on this thing. And it will just be like, well, we were just a little bit early. We weren't wrong. We were just early. It's a lifting eye. It's like an attachment point eye sticking out the side there that was caught in the reflection that made it look surprisingly three-dimensional. Or yes, surprisingly two-dimensional, even though it was three-dimensional.
I'm looking at it too, and it just doesn't even look like anything. Like, it's obvious. I got really excited. I wanted it to be what I wanted it to be. Okay, I'm just wrong. I'm just wrong sometimes.
No, Jack, it's October 22nd. That looks like a pumpkin head on something. It straight up looks like a pumpkin head on like a figure in a cloak or something. I mean, they've been advertising Halloween stuff to you since August. I don't blame you for seeing a pumpkin Halloween decoration in that.
First North Korean dollars, now Paradolia.
North
Great.
Korean dollars. Again, y'all, we don't have an exact time frame on this lift. We know that they are making all sorts of preparations to lift the Starship SN8 nose cone up on top of SN8, the body, the fuel tankage, the engines, and that sort of stuff. But we know that they are very constrained by wind. That is a big piece of equipment. That is a big crane that it takes to lift it. And they have to lift it up really high. Remember, SN8 is not short. It's not like they just got to bring it up 5 feet and put it back down again. They have to fly that nose cone all the way up there, so the bottom of the nose cone is higher than the top of SN8. So a very precarious situation when it comes to the wind, and they definitely have to watch it. We don't know that right now it is the wind that is causing them to hold, but we do know that the wind will definitely keep them from lifting that thing if it's too high, if the wind gusts, the sustained winds are too high. So that is what we are standing by here to see. Michael,
I don't know if we have the capability to look at our stream like when we started or around when we started and just compare the clouds movement or compare the venting coming off the tank farm, how it's getting blown. Maybe that might be like a good A/B test. I can also just do that on YouTube. I realize as I'm talking out loud. What were you going to say, Das?
I was going to see if Michael, could we go to clean mode real quick and remove the lower third on the bottom just so we can see what's underneath that.
Yeah.
There we go. So some people wanting to see what there was underneath the nose cone. As it turns out, you can see the bottom of the nose cone with the lower third there. There's just some support structure underneath, and there's not really a bunch of parked trucks and a fence, it looks like. So we're not trying to obscure anything with that. It's just there's not really too much to see underneath the banner there.
And you also see, like in our daily videos, you try to blur out the faces of crew and license plates. So that's why we often try to do the same thing on the live streams by covering up the bottom area where people might be walking around and whatnot.
Yep. So again, just to reiterate, we don't have an exact time on this. They're SpaceX. They're out there doing things, getting things ready. They'll fly it when they're ready to fly it. We're not going to be able to tell you exactly what time they're going to do this.
Is
Oh
SN8
yeah, there's
pressure?
a very distinct difference.
Yeah.
If I go back to the beginning of the stream, that vent coming off that tank in the middle of the frame right there is kind of just like lazily flowing upwards for the most part. But then you come now and you look live and it's being blown to the side.
Well,
So that's the thing.
like, I'm glad we're not just putting random weather data.
Right.
At least it seems to be accurate. uh, is SN8 pressurized to take the weight of the nose cone? I don't know for sure, but I don't think so. I mean, at least I haven't seen any indications that they pressurized it at all. There might be like a small amount of pressure. That's a good question. Anyone else have thoughts?
I'm not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, clearly right now, probably not.
Yeah, I
But
don't think it would be under a lot of pressure with people there. It would have to just be like slightly over 1 bar maybe, but if it was, but I don't think so. And they actually might even have I can't see from this angle where they're working on it, but they could I mean, I was gonna say they might have one of those access hatches open, but I don't think they do actually.
yeah, it's hard
Uh,
to see.
yeah.
We do know that they have pressurized the tank before when the pad was not clear. We've seen dents pop out before
Yeah.
the pad was clear in the past, before some of the other types of tests. And there was something maybe about some new ground service equipment that made it possible for them to slightly pressurize it. They're not putting cryogenics into that sort of stuff, but it is possible to put a little bit of like maintenance pressure or something like that in there as far as what we've observed, because we have seen dents physically pop out, indicating that the tanks are under pressure when the pad still has people on it. But are they pressurizing it to a certain amount to increase the rigidity of the structure so that it can hold the weight of the nose? Like, we don't know any specific information on that. Also, with Starship SN8, we haven't seen as many dents. So in previous iterations, we've been able to see, okay, there's a dent there, and then when it pressurizes, whoop, this dent pops out. And we don't have those dents on SN8. We haven't seen anything like that. So we don't have that sort of gut check indicator as to whether or not it's been pressurized.
Well, here's one thing I can say is that we saw the mass simulators on SN5 and 6, and we know for sure those were attached at times when it was
Ah,
depressurized based on the
that's
dents of
right.
SN5 and 6. So if SN5 and 6 can handle the weight of one of those mass simulators, which are very heavy, without issues, I don't think they would have to pressurize it for a nose cone. But that's
Yeah.
that's a guess.
That's a good indicator. Like Michael said, we have seen that. What was it? 22 tons. How heavy was the mass simulator? It was
I don't
20.
remember, but it was heavy.
Yeah, I think it was like, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but it was somewhere like 22 tons. And they put that little square top hat on the previous tests, and we saw dents come and go with at least a 22-ton weight on the top. So again, great questions. We don't always know the exact answer. We want to be very clear when we're reporting something that's been officially announced, like SpaceX has put out a tweet or a press release or something that says a specific thing. And then when we're speculating, we're saying, hey, roadside rocket scientist here. I'm not officially trained in this, but I stayed at such and such hotel last night. Here's what we see on the screen. Here's what that makes us think. We want to make sure there's a very clear line between what we think and what we can officially report as true, because SpaceX has told us this information directly. That's a super important thing for us to keep clear. Yeah, and that is a great perspective shot there. Seeing the person, look at the person scrambling around up on top of SN8. Again, they're not like precariously standing on top of the rocket. There's a big skirt that goes around the top. And if they were down near the edge, I believe you would barely see the top of their head over the skirt. So even if they like slipped and rolled down the tank, they would basically hit the side of the inside of the skirt, but also probably tethered up there. But look at the scale of that. I mean, that is a human being standing on top of SN8, and you can sort of see how big that whole structure is by getting a person for scaling. It's much better than a banana, honestly, when you can afford to get
We've
people in.
seen We've seen workers too, banana. We've seen workers too, up at the top at the dome area, kind of like slide down to the edge to get back to the lift. It's a pretty funny operation because it doesn't look like there's really any smooth way to do it, or like there's no dignified way to do it. You kind of just have to slide on your butt down to the edge. So definitely no big deal there.
We just got a super chat from Jorgen B.
Yeah.
22 Norwegian kroner from the Democratic Korean Republic of Norway.
Thank you so much,
for
Jorgen.
your 22 North Korean
Jorgen?
kroner. We appreciate it.
I assume it's Jorgen and not Jorgen.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Probably
sure.
Yeah,
so.
Jorgen.
thank you
I
so
don't know.
thank
Yeah.
you so much, Jorgen, for the
Did-
support.
Democratic Korean Republic of Norway. The DKRN.
Never gonna live it down.
Greg Smith, thank you for the membership. Nick, hello. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that, but thank you for the membership as well. And then finally, Infinite Puffin with 1313 saying many thanks to Mary. Thank you so much, Infinite Puffin.
Infinite Puffin, that's a cool name. I just have questions though. I guess we can I'm gonna finish off the rest of these real quick.
Yeah,
Go
sure.
for it.
Duggernaut, thank you for the 99 cents. NZ Eagle, thank you for the $2 New Zealand. Let's see. Oh, and another $2 New Zealand. Thank you, NZ Eagle. Andrew McDowell, thank you for the $38.99. Wow, $38.99 New Zealand, right? New Zealand, that's not North Zealand. Oh,
North
God.
Zealand.
Thank you for the support there, bud. Nicholas Gauchi, what? How did I miss this? How did I miss this? Nicholas,
allowed?
one of our editors, threw in. Yeah, it shouldn't be allowed. Threw in $2 and one for Mark One and one to grow on. I don't get it. I don't get it, Nick. Explain, please. But thank you for the $2, dude. It's gonna go right back in your pocket. Oh no, he's in the chat. He says, "I've been here the whole time." What a troll. And NC
the super
Eagle with
chat.
another $1. Thank you.
Chat. The super chats
for
are
it.
coming from inside the house. Like, wait, what?
Ah!
Inside the stream, inside the somewhere. I don't know.
Nomad Ape, thank you. Joseph Tatum, thank you. They say love you, Mary. Zach Golden, thank you for the $5. They say, do you think the fins will generate enough lift in the horizontal direction to be countered by the avionics system? Countered? I don't know, Das. Do you have any kind of answer to this?
Countered. Fins will.
Yeah, that kind of got me at that word. I'm not sure how to.
Yeah, I mean, while it's normally flying up to 15 kilometers, it's going to be going mostly vertical, so you wouldn't expect a lot of horizontal lift. That's, I believe, why they can actually fold them up. They're not fixed positions, but they can actually fold them like they are right now on SN8, and that actually decreases the aerodynamic influence that they would have when the Starship is in certain orientations. So, would it need to be countered by the avionics system? I mean, I can certainly see situations in which, in some case, where it says, okay, I'm getting this from the fins, and so I'm going to gimbal the engine like this. I'm going to use the thrusters this way. I don't know that counter is really the right term. Certainly, that's something they've designed around where they can say, okay, for this phase of flight, we're going to leave them folded like this. And in this phase of flight, we're going to put them at this deployment angle. And this phase of flight, we're going to deploy them like this. And they've got all that sort of worked out. But I think the fins are part of the controls or the controls that are available to the avionics system, where the avionics system can say, okay, I want to do this with the fins, I want to do this with the engine gimbals, I want to do this with the thrusters. Here's what I'm trying to accomplish, and here are the resources, the equipment, and the tools that I have at my disposal in order to make it happen. So I don't know that counter is really the right way to say it, but I do believe they're integrated into the rest of the avionics. That would make sense to me, right?
Yeah, and I would think that the lift over drag ratio for this thing is like that there's no lift being generated by those flaps. They're more like air brakes than lift generating surfaces, right?
Yeah, different in specific orientations, like depending on how the airflow is going over the rocket body and the rest of it. I remember you're going to get a lot of incidental body lift just from the structure of the long metal tube itself,
Yeah,
right?
that's fair.
So if that
That's
thing
fair.
is flying at an angle through the air, so the air is sort of hitting it at a 45-degree angle on its underbelly, that entire rocket body is going to cause some aerodynamic effects that'll have to be handled. And the fins are part of that can be added or subtracted because the fins, unlike the main body of the vehicle, are movable. You can actually retract the fins and get them out of the airflow so you're not getting as much lift from them. So I'm sure that it's something
But
that's
they're
been
definitely
modeled.
not they're not like aerofoils though. They're just
Right.
flat.
Right, exactly. They're not like it's not a big aircraft wing or something like that where they're
Yeah.
intended to generate lift like off axis. Like a plane wing goes forward and it generates lift going up because of pressure differential, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
speed
and I see a
differential,
lot of
whatever.
people in chat making that distinction. Like they don't generate lift. They don't generate lift. I mean, anything going fast enough with the right airflow angle will generate some lift, right?
Well, they could
That's
absolutely
kind of what
generate lift. Remember, there are two things
yeah.
that generate lift. There's angle of attack and there's airfoil properties, like the camber differential in the airfoil. So if you want to say wings only generate lift because of the difference in upper and lower cambers, right? That's one thing, but you can generate technical lift by just putting a flat surface at an angle to the airflow. So, like technically,
Good question, Zach.
I like
Any
questions like this that we
question
can
or
talk about.
yeah, any question or super chat that makes us go down a rabbit hole like that, I thoroughly enjoy. So good question, and thank you for the $4.99 there, buddy.
Yeah, completely
William,
agree.
thank you for the $1.99. Let's see, 25 currency units. Say if the wind will blow strong, it can go wrong. God, please just save Mary, and you guys rock. I swear it. Best rhyme I can afford. Greetings from Poland. I mean, thank you so much. It was a solid rhyme. It's not even a bad one. Thank you for the support. Joseph Tatum, thank you for the $5. They say, we're going to see Starship painted with the same type of paint that's on the Falcon. That's not a bad question. I mean, that white paint on Falcon is it ablative or is it, I don't know if ablative is the right word, but it's definitely, it's like a heat shieldy sort of paint, right?
I think so. Yeah.
I would say whatever paint they use on Crew Dragon is probably the most likely. And who knows? Maybe they were the same paint they use on Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. I have no idea, but the paint they use on Crew Dragon is it's special paint that helps reduce off gassing because when you are docking a spacecraft next to another spacecraft, such as the space station that has lots of scientific instruments, you don't want your paint releasing gases into the vicinity of those instruments.
That makes sense.
And that's actually a problem they had on one of the Cargo Dragon flights, a couple of missions back. They had some outgassing from the paint. I think they made some changes, but you got to use special paint in space.
Right. I wonder what the cost differential is between the paint that they paint Crew Dragon with and something you could go get from Home Depot so that the Starship looks white. You know, like
Yeah.
unless they were to the point where they were trying to test the formulation of the paint, how well is it going to adhere to stainless steel in this configuration? Yeah, like unless they were to that point, are they going to do sort of any testing? My guess would be that it's just decorative paint. If I had to guess, I would say that it's just some paint to make it look
Yeah.
white for the presentation, and it's not a scientific engineering test like a special type of paint. But I don't know for sure. That would just be my guess.
Really quick, Mary pointed out that, and going back to her picture, you can see at the bottom where the nose cone meets the stand, or those little tab things. Those are to keep the nose cone in place on the stand, but Mary says that those have now been removed. So they are
Interesting.
definitely preparing to lift the nose cone.
Elon
wanna-
tweeted that there's going to be a bar at the top of the high bay.
A bar at the top of the high bay.
Yeah, the specific tweet is in reply to Austin Bernard, and he says there will be a 360-degree glass star bar, named to be determined, at the top of the high bay. That's going to be one heck of a view.
No, there won't.
Yes, there will.
Wait a second.
I believe it.
360-degree star bar with glass windows all around.
I mean,
Maybe there'll be very special glass windows that can handle. Are they going to have to deliver a notice saying that an overpressure event may blow out all the windows in the star bar every time they launch a super heavy?
I mean, if it's
from
their
the
star
pad?
bar, I don't think they deliver the notices to themselves, though, right? I believe it, honestly.
Jokingly, that's why I say that, because of the notices that they get about the overpressure events blowing out windows, and having a 360-degree glass-walled restaurant at the top of the high bay seems like a bit of a risk for the overpressure events. I was kidding about that, Jack. I wasn't trying to be.
How dare you, kid? How dare you? People suggesting names for it in the chat. The high bar is a good one. I'm I'm gonna steal that science, nature, math,
Nice.
and tweet it at him.
Make overpressure windows. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Look, the lifts are going down. I mean, all the lifts that, well, is that one lift going up? The high lift, it looks like it's removed the worker from the very top of SN8, but the other two are definitely going down. I mean, that's a good sign if they take all the crew workers off of SN8, isn't it?
Yeah, if they get them away from it, they start picking up the taglines off those Jack Skellington looking attach points. That'll be a good thing. Hopefully they can lift it with 13 knot winds or whatever the winds locally actually end up being.
So we think they're going to lift it without crew on top to help guide it on to the tabs at the top.
Yes, they'll probably have somebody once it's up there and getting close. I feel like they'll have somebody get on the lift and climb up there, but I don't think there'll be somebody up there while they lift. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to have to be workers in that area while it's under load on the crane because they've got to attach it, right?
Yeah, so that's part of the reason why they will not be doing this if the winds are too strong.
Yeah. And I see a ton of people that are like, "Oh, the specs for this crane are this many miles per hour. I used to use a crane and it could do this much." And I believe everything that people are saying, but we don't know the exact configuration. It could the crane could do it, but they can't get the crew lifts up and have them safely near the load in that amount of wind. Like, we don't know exactly what the constraint is. We know that wind is a big factor, but we don't have a press release from SpaceX saying if the winds are not more than this, then we will be able to safely lift it. Like, that's why we can't say, well, exactly, here's what the winds need to be. I do see all those things that people are saying. It's not that I don't believe what people are saying. Clearly, people know these things, but we don't know in this specific situation what the truth is. You know,
And
we're
it
just
also
trying to
depends
be safe.
a lot on what you're lifting.
Yeah,
And like the aerodynamic properties of it, the object, or not the aerodynamic properties, but how much the wind affects whatever you're lifting.
absolutely. So again, it's not trying to ignore these things, just trying to understand, like explain why we say the things we say.
Yes, and exactly. I see Pete in chat saying it's nothing to do with the crane. The nose cone is basically a huge sail. I think that is exactly right. The nose cone is very light and it has a large surface area, so lots of places for the wind to press against it and make it move.
Yeah, I'm looking at the video hiccups there, y'all.
I have been rewinding the video, and it looks like it's really hard to see, but it looks like maybe the nose cone might be moving around slightly over the past like 10 minutes, which could be a sign that they've unhooked it from the stand, but it's really hard to tell. But there might be some very minor wobbles.
People are still suggesting bar names.
What time is sunset?
Taylor Van Camp. Taylor, thank you for the $5. Urban Space X-Man, thank you for the 150 pounds. Tommaso, thank you for the €2. We don't know how long it'll take to complete mating. Chris Young, thank you for the $5. Jack Fisher. And we go on screen sometimes for like NASA Spaceflight Live and stuff. Jack Fisher, thank you for the $5. They say Tethered Balloon Camp for the win. Donald Carruthers, thank you for the $5. They say thanks for the SpaceX fix. Building the trains, thank you for the $5. Everybody, thank you so much. Me in the making. They say give Mary some love. AZ Boy, thank you for the 710. They say congrats on the clean footage of this historic day. I'll be coming back and watching this after the first human steps on Mars. I hope we all will. Thank you, Igor, for the 99 cents. Juan Carlos Vasquez, thank you for the 18,900 currency units. Paul from Norway, thank you for the Norwegian kroner, 169 Norwegian kroner. Thank you so much, Paul from Norway. They say, new thanks to you all. 1,000 thanks English equals tusen tak in Norwegian. P.S. Literal translation of the word, real translation. Thank you. Thank you so much, Paul. B Paget, thank you for the $5. They say go NASASpaceflight, keep up the good work. Jay Malty, thank you so much for the support, $2. Juan Carlos, thank you for the currency units from Colombia. The Prop Master, thank you so much. Olibo, thank you for the Norwegian kroner. Okami, thank you for the $1.99. Alex Cullen, thank you for the £10. Connor, thank you for the 10 Australian. They say in the last bid you spoke about not lifting. The real reason behind that, as a rule of thumb, you never lift with a crane above 12 knots. Wow, so we're right on the border there. Well, thank you for the $5, the $5 Australian there, and I wonder if that's the rule that they're adhering to here, or what the deal with that is, because we're currently at 13 if you look at the top right. But that's, as Michael has noted, a weather station on South Padre Island, and the only one that has weather stations locally here is SpaceX. So, Brennan, thank you so much for the $1.99. If we can give SN8 a call sign, what would it be? I would call it Ocho. What would you guys give SN8 for a call sign?
SN8? I kind of like SN8 the Ocho.
I just like Ocho, like, or even you could go S Ocho, like Socho. Although I hope that's not a bad word in Spanish. But yeah, Ocho. I think that'd be a good. It's like it's the Ocho, right? It sounds dignified. Good question there though. Just trying to get through a couple more of these, because some of these are like an hour and a half old, and I just want to know you guys appreciate what you guys are doing. We took a little bit of a moratorium there, just because we had so many to get through, and we didn't want to talk your ears off about the super chats. And so we answered some questions, and I'm going to run through the rest of these really quick. Space Noob, thank you for the $4.99 in pounds. Is that the appropriate way to say that, in pounds?
In pounds, I think so.
In British currency, how about that? They say, loving this channel. Question: how many cameras do you guys will think will be trained on Esplanade? I'm guessing that was supposed to be SN8 and it's an autocorrect. When it flies, is that crane steam powered? The crane's not steam powered. What? I don't know how many questions it's going to be, but it's surely going to be a lot. I mean, so many people are going to be wanting to photograph SN8, so expect a lot. Thank you for the support. Burmos, thank you for the $5. A Random Viet, thank you for the $2.79. E El Jory, thank you for 50 currency units. They say just another currency units collab. Thank you so much, bud. And then Joachim, thank you. And then Wallyoda, go fishing, thank you. And Astria, thank you for the $5. Say, how's it going? Have you seen a video of the guy kicking up his feet along the road as a Nosecone drove down the highway? Yeah, that's Austin Bernard. Austin's awesome. They said that thing looks huge, and it does look huge. Like, holy cow. A lot of people wonder or speculate about, can they really fit 100 people on a Starship? I'm not saying they can. I'm not saying they can't. All I'm saying is humans are bad at estimating volume of things and the size of things, especially from the perspective of a camera. When you're not there and you can't actually see it with your own eyes, cameras often can be misleading with the way that they distort surroundings and whatnot. So thank you so much there, Astria. Oh, I didn't click on it. There we go. Now I clicked on it. Nope. Now I clicked on it. Thank you so much, Astria. Universal Refuge, thank you for the $5 Canadian. Moldy Space, thank you for the $5. I'm not going to say that word because it's the bad scrub word that we don't say. Tony Hart, thank you for the £5. Oh, I said it. What they say? What is the next piece of hardware or equipment you have your eye on? I don't know. That's probably a question for Das. I don't know if you even want to answer that right now, Das. But we've got a lot of stuff in the works. Suffice to say,
I can say it. I can say it. I am working on basically modifying Fleet Cam to track rockets. How's that sound?
Yeah,
so
that
robotic tracking of things. So we're working on some things there, but there's always all sorts of little bits of equipment. But my fun project lately is working with Fleet Cam such that it can track rockets. How's that sound?
That sounds awesome. And
Yeah.
Andrew in chat suggests the balloon for Jack. I'm not saying we're getting the balloon, but I'm seriously kidding. Thank you so much, Tony Hart, for the good question, and thank you, Das, for your hard work upgrading everything that we do.
I have too much fun
Jared,
with this.
Yeah, me too. Jared, thank you for the $4.99. They say keep them far behind in the super chats, guys. Oh, Jared, If only you knew when you super chatted that at 4.99, it was going to be 97 minutes before we got to it. Thank you so much, buddy. We normally never try to get this far behind, but you guys have been super supportive today, so it just ended up this far behind. Charles, thank you for the $5. They say for the anemometer fund. Nanganita, thank you for the $5 Canadian. They say don't listen to the bums who don't like the split screen. Daniel Glenn, I can read, I promise. Thank you for the $4.99. They say this is 4,491 won in North Korean. Thank you for that. Thanks. Smiley face. Connor Lentil, thank you for the $5 Australian. They say that's the 12 knot rule again. Thank you, Connor. What are the predicted winds in the coming days, Michael?
Not good. I don't know the exact weather forecast, but my understanding is that they expect it to be a couple of days until they can lift Nosecone if they are unable to do it today.
Interesting. Well, hopefully they're able to do it today. Does that also mean if they put it on there today, that same sort of weather would sort of preclude flight activities? If the Nosecone was magically installed and ready to go right now.
Well, I think the next step would be another static fire. That would not be dependent on winds. So I think it would be a significant delay if they are not like a significance in months, but significant as in up to several days if they are not able to lift a Nosecone today.
Makes sense. Cool. Well, thank you, Connor, for the $5 Australian, and good question. Mr. Threepwood, Guybrush Threepwood. Who knows who that is? Josh, do you know who the Guybrush Threepwood is?
Dude, that's old school Monkey Island, isn't it?
Yes, we're friends.
we can keep hanging out.
Yeah, totally. That's a super good name there, Mr. Threepwood. Thank you for the 50 currency units. They say, why is a belly flop so late in flight? Why is it not flipped vertical soon after reentry and land like Falcon? I think part of the reason for that, this is me totally guessing, is it seems like that skirt area where the Raptors are kind of all chilling out, it would not be great to have high velocity, like supersonic wind and air forces coming up into that skirt area. Whereas on a Falcon 9, it's kind of just like a blunt zone where all the Raptors are. On Starship, it's not made to contain. Let's say it'd be like having an upside down cup. You know what I mean? And you're dropping it through the atmosphere at supersonic speeds. It's just going to want to tear the walls off that cup. I don't know. What do you guys think? Why is that flip so late?
I do think that's a big part of it. You don't want to be coming down into the atmosphere with the cup, basically, the big cup on the bottom of the aft skirt. Remember, Falcon 9 is different. Falcon 9 has the octaweb down on the bottom, and it gives you a little bit of an aerodynamic surface without that the cup effect, right? You have the bells of the engines for sure, but it's not as big as Starship, and it's not the entire body of the rocket acting as a big wind catch, right? So I do believe that's probably a big part of it. Also, coming sideways, you get a lot more drag induced from the body of the vehicle. So you'll keep, I'm going to guess on this, I haven't run the math, but you could keep your terminal velocities lower. Same mass one way or the other, but a lot more drag would mean that you would end up falling more slowly, right? You wouldn't accelerate as much from falling with the additional drag in the same mass. So I think it's a couple different things coming together, protecting the internals of the skirt and getting a little bit more drag for the same mass to increase the braking effect you get from the aerodynamic properties of Starship.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think with Falcon 9, they get like a little bit of cross range out of basically flying the stick through the air and generating a little bit of lift with it. So
yeah,
it's useful.
Yeah. But really
so yeah, it's useful to be in that orientation versus a vertical orientation. Go for it, Michael.
Yeah, we got a cool photo from Nomad on the NSF forums. That is from the far side of Mary's camera view right now of the stacking operations with the reflection.
That's cool.
Gotta love Nomad for always also being out there. I'm pretty sure he's the one who got Mary hooked also. So as many times as we say thanks Mary, we should probably also be saying thanks Nomad for getting her bit by the bug however many years ago, back when it was just a pile of dirt out there. The two of them have been an absolutely invaluable resource. So that's a cool share there, Michael. That's a really cool shot as usual from Nomad.
I guess we're sort of looking towards the west. I guess the lighting for us is behind the rocket, and in Nomad's photo, Nomad is on the other side. He's looking towards the east, so the setting sun out there in South Texas will be behind him, lighting up the opposite side there. So,
Yep.
I know they're not like totally different times of the day or anything like that. It's two totally different lighting conditions out there at Boca Chica, just depending on which way you're pointing the camera.
Yeah, we could expose this camera and make the Starship look as bright as it does in his shot, but then the sky would just be nuclear white. Oh, cameras, dynamic range, it's a thing.
I can grab this real quick. Calvin Fox asked why Ocho versus Oct Auto at the many. There's a bunch of different ways. They're all translations of 8. Why one over the other? Just curious. The only one of those I knew was Ocho, so that's what I said. I mean, plus it's in dodgeball. Hope
Yeah,
that
okay, yeah.
answers the question.
Oh man, I didn't get the dodgeball reference. I wish I had.
Oh, dude, ESPN 8,
also-
the Ocho?
The Ocho.
I thought that's what that was
Yeah,
from.
it's one of those movies I think I saw once and I've promptly forgotten. I don't know why that one didn't stick with me. I should go back and watch it again with fresh eyes. But it's also right on the border. Like literally, Mexico is right there. So Ocho, why not? Let's see, Matthew Wakia, thank you for the £5. They say, what comes first, Dear Moon or Moonlander? It would be cool if they called the vessel Moonraker. Oh, that would be great. Especially if it did some sort of raking thing for like sample collection or whatever. I don't know. Moonraker, let's make it a thing. Hashtag make it a thing, Elon. What do you guys think, Dear Moon or the lander first? I would say Dear Moon first, right? Because it's a flyby. It's way easier.
I mean, I think it's definitely easier to fly by than it is to actually land on the surface of the moon. So I would also go with flyby first.
Cool. Good question, Matthew, and thank you for the £5. Or yeah, £5. Why does that one always trip me up so much? It's not euro, it's pounds. I know what pounds are.
Curly L's. Just call them curly L's.
Oh man, curly L's. I should have stick with currency units for everything. Mocha Blatt, thank you for the $5. They say, could Starship Nosecone be used as a third stage to send small payloads to the moon without refueling? It looks, in my head, the mental image is hilarious. Like, wee, just the cone. I don't think so. I don't think that's on the books. I don't think that's a planned thing. Yeah, but that's a pretty hilarious image to imagine in my head.
Yeah, you do better there to have something come out of the nose cone or fairing area that goes on towards the moon, almost like it. What was the old? Oh no, see, I don't know off the top of my head. The old shuttle thing where they would carry a third stage in the cargo bay of the shuttle, and they would deploy it, and then the third stage would go on from there. God, what was that?
Wasn't that Shuttle Centaur?
Shuttle Centaur, I think. Yeah, I gotta look that up now.
Oh God, Chris is angrily about to yell at us right now. But I thought it was Centaur, and then it stopped flying that after Challenger.
Yeah, there was a Shuttle Centaur. That's right. There was a Shuttle Centaur. Shuttle Centaur. Yeah,
there might be something else though, that like another different upper stage that you're thinking of. But yeah, totally like what you're saying. Something like that would be better. I'll cover for you as you look it up. Something like that would be better because a lot of the mass of Starship, as we see the design today, is optimized for reusability in the Earth atmosphere or in an atmosphered planet. So when you've optimized for that with the big, heavy, like chonkin steel, which is, I guess, a technical term I'm going to use now, all that heavy steel isn't the greatest, the kind of thing you necessarily would want to send on an interplanetary probe or something out to Pluto or whatever. You're spending so much mass on just that steel alone. But when you're doing something like experiencing intense heating from re-entering the atmosphere over and over and over and over and over and over, you do want something that's that robust. At least in this design, that's how they've designed it. So it doesn't make sense to just send the nose cone. You would want to send, like classic rocket equation, you want to stage it.
Yep, absolutely. And if at all possible, you can make something that, your use case for this spacecraft, not this spacecraft, but you make a spacecraft that never needs to re-enter the atmosphere, right? It just goes into space, and once it's there, it keeps working in space. It's a space tug. It doesn't need to land. You can make that super efficient because you don't need landing legs, and you don't need aerodynamic surfaces, and you don't need this. And the stainless steel doesn't have to be so thick, and all these other things. You can make the entire structure a lot more efficient because you don't have to carry all that stuff that's literally dead weight for most of your trip. Dead mass, I guess, really, rocket equation. But when you have something like this, Starship, from a design perspective, there's an argument that Starship's a little bit inefficient that way because you're taking Starship up into space, you're still carrying the fins, you're still carrying the stainless steel, maybe bits of stainless steel you don't need, the landing legs, all those things that maybe you don't need. They need to carry it on Starship because it's a one-hit wonder sort of thing. It's like, I'm going to go there, I'm going to do this, I'm going to re-enter, I'm going to land on Mars, it does everything, right? Just one ship that does everything. And from that perspective, it's really efficient. You don't need this really complicated, all right, first we launch it like this, then we bring crew up on another shuttle, then they put them together and dock together, and all these things had to happen, right? Starship, from a design perspective, is simplistic. That's a wrong term. That's completely the wrong term. Is less complicated because it's just, hey, it's two pieces. These pieces do everything. But from a sort of rocket equation efficiency perspective, it's not as efficient because a lot of its mission, it's carrying stuff that it may not need, right? So just two different ways to think about it. And I think that it has a lot going for it because in the past, we've designed things the efficient way. It's like, oh no, well, this is going to do this, then it's going to need this, and it's going to need this. And this way, it's like, no, building Starship, it just has everything it needs to go all the way to Mars and back. I think that's part of Elon's vision there.
Yeah, and that's not to say it wouldn't be a great platform for a third stage, that comes out of the fairing like we're talking about. Something like with the Parker Solar Probe, where the actual Parker Solar Probe had the crazy, Star 48 or whatever it was, third stage. That do something like that with Starship, and bam, all of a sudden you have an extremely robust thing where I'm sure you can chuck a lot of mass wherever you wanted to in the solar system.
Yeah. I'm going to call it,
then,
Jack. I'm going to call it with Starship. You're going to see swarms of things deployed from Starship. It's not all about,
absolutely.
this one big hunk of mass we need to get into orbit. You're going to see a Starship fly with 5 or 6 regular sized payloads. I just made that number up. And each one of them is going to have enough fuel to get itself to its final orbit. Normally, we try to get the satellite on its final orbit on the one launch because this one launch is for this one satellite. I will predict, I'm pretty confident that at some point, it's almost like the supreme ride share. A few regular sized satellites compared to a regular rocket fly up in a Starship cargo bay, separate out. Maybe they get dropped off at different bus stops or whatever. And then they have a little bit extra fuel because they had this extra mass and they take themselves to their final orbit. With Starship, I think that makes a lot of sense. So
that makes a lot of sense, and that turns a rocket launch from an individual artisanally crafted thing into it's basically a FedEx truck, right? It's just a space FedEx truck. It just gets to go up, delivers the packages, comes back down, fuels up again, gets ready to go deliver more packages, and that's way different than even Falcon 9, where it's like I said, like an artisanally crafted, perfect. Oh look, the crew lists are going up.
Yeah, they are going back up. I wonder if that's bad or good.
Hopefully, I'm gonna hope it's good. I don't know anything, but I hope it's good.
Yeah.
Wind looks like it's holding at 13 knots still.
When's the last update? How often does the wind update, Michael?
It updates every 10 minutes.
Every 10 minutes. Okay, gotcha. I'm gonna look around.
Is it on the 10 or what?
No, I can check when it last updated. It's a random minute.
There's an app that some helicopter pilots told me about back when I was working that power line survey job, and it's called Windy. I don't know if that would have any more information on it than what you've already been able to access. I doubt it.
I can get more frequent updates just as an API limit. So
yeah,
if NASASpaceflight wants to give me a bigger budget, I will spend more money on the weather service. But until then, right now I'm just using the free API, so I have to limit how much I spend on servers.
Yeah. Looking around at the official weather updates, up all the way at Port Isabel at the airport, they're reporting 14 miles per hour with no specific gusts. And then down at Cabro, they are reporting, they're not reporting wind there? 14 miles per hour at Cabro as well. So both of those airports are reporting 14. But again, those are miles away, and it's all about the specific conditions there at the exact facility. That's why SpaceX has that little weather station that they've installed up on the top of the one tank. They have the little weather bits that they use to watch this stuff. So I think you can actually see
that
one tower.
We're looking right at
We're
looking right at an anemometer right now. That thing that's coming out of the Starhopper's leg looks like it's a tank from the tank farm with a tower on it, and then it's got 3 separate anemometers, which is like a weather vane or wind vane wind speed thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've got a couple of those around the site, and definitely would make sense that they'd want to know in fine detail what the weather situation was for
Yeah.
lifts and for launches and for all manner of things.
Specifically right there at the site. It doesn't really matter what the wind speed is at South Padre Island. It doesn't matter what the wind speed is over at Port Isabel. It matters what the wind speed is right there at the launch site. That's why SpaceX installed those sensors so they can do this stuff safely.
And our thing is updating on the second minute every 10 minutes. So it's just updated right now, and we see no change.
Gotcha. All right. I'll run through a couple more super chats here that have come in regularly. Rick Jickman, I think I would go with Rick from the Netherlands. Just want to say thanks, you guys, for the great coverage. Keep up the good work. Starship is so awesome, so let's do this. Fire OK symbol. Those were emojis, the last things I read out. Those are 93 minutes ago. Rick, I hope that you're still here. Thank you so much for the support there. Enzo tosses in $4.99 and says, is that an access point at the bottom of the Nosecone stack? Let me see. Oh, my girlfriend gets jealous that I'm always talking about how great Mary is. I think I see the dark shape down at the bottom of the Nosecone. Does anybody want to concur that that is an access hatch? I haven't seen it up close
No,
myself.
I think that's a counterweight. I think that's a counterweight, but I'm not sure.
You think it's something hanging down somewhere next to it, or
that darker square near the base of it, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
I think that's a counterweight.
Really? I wonder what is it
Yeah,
coming
it
down
doesn't even look. It doesn't even look big and heavy, but it's like just a rectangle right there. Or a square that's hanging right there. It's got counterweight written on it.
What is it connected to? Is it hanging off the crane, or is it hanging off the nose?
Hang on, I'll try and find a photo. Give me a second.
Okay, good deal. Yeah, we'll
photo control center. I can put it on stream.
We'll circle back to that one when we get the close-up shot of what that is. But I hadn't seen that myself. I'm just sort of looking at it, and from this perspective, with the contrast we're working with here, it does sort of look like a hatch. But we'll get the up-close thing. I mean, we thought the other thing was a Halloween decoration, so maybe we need some ground truth on this one to make sure we know what we're talking about. We'll work on getting that picture. Let's see here. Static fire after Nosecone is attached. This is from Jorgen. I think that's the plan. I mean, we believe that they may go for another static fire after they actually get the Nosecone attached, maybe another pre-burner as well. But appreciate for the NOK there. Dave Bear 01 says massive respect. Says massive respect. Michael, that one broke. When I clicked on it, it disappeared into the other. I completely lost it. I can't read the rest of that comment. Sorry, Dave Bear.
I'll get it.
Yeah, sorry. My interface is frozen up here. Just 1 second. I'm refreshing.
Okay, it should be back.
Ah, there it is. So Dave Arrow 1 says, massive respect and thank you for the great footage as always. There, it appeared that time when I clicked it. So Dave Bear, thank you so much for the 10 curly L's. We appreciate you. A couple memberships coming through. Rick Skinner, new membership. Blackboard Science. That actually sounds cool. Thank you for joining the NASA Spaceflight crew here. We've also got Enzo. I guess this would be the name for SN8. They said Professor SN8 would be the name. Or Professor Snate. Is that like a Harry Potter joke? Can we say that? Does Disney own Harry Potter? Anyways.
Probably. They own everything else.
Yeah. Kevin M says, thanks for the great coverage as always. Thank you. Kevin, you're welcome. Y'all keep showing up. We'll keep doing this. We really do appreciate the support there. We got Arash Tamorian says, much love and puts $20 in. Thank you so much for the generous chipping in there, Arash. Tom Harrison as well. Thank you, Tom. We've got Parker Monet says, what will be inside the Nosecone? Also, will there be Draco thrusters or some other thrusters for orientation on orbit? So are you talking about SN8 or are you talking about the final Starship? Go, Jack.
Snacks. The Nosecone's going to be full of snacks. Everybody knows that.
Well, a Kerbal's going to take over and fly this thing?
Sorry, give it. You can actually answer the question now. I'm done being dumb. No, I'm not.
Wait, I thought you were answering it.
No, I just wanted to say it was full of snacks.
No, you're on the hook. You have to answer the whole question now.
Oh God, I'm looking for the photo still. Okay,
What is
will be
this? Oh,
inside
you're
there?
right. You're right. I could get into there.
Payload and or crew quarters and or fuel if it's a tanker version. It really depends on what kind of version of Starship it is. And there'll be I don't think there'll be Draco thrusters. I think they will be what hot gas methane or methalox or something like that thrusters, not Draco thrusters, but maybe Draco inspired or Draco derived or something like that. You know, big beefy arm. I don't know. Do you want to answer this better than I can?
I mean, we know that there's different, there's all sorts of stuff that's going to need to be in the nose cone. I think you covered most of it because it is very much related to the mission of whichever one they're launching. In terms of the thruster, I think I thought I saw a tweet from Elon the other day concerning cold gas versus hot gas and moving things around. I'm not exactly, don't think I'll find that very quickly, but they're just going to use what they need for each test. So for now, if they don't need the hot gas thrusters, they don't need to actually fire hot gas thrusters. And then as they move forward in this development and they get to where they need a little bit more force, they need some sort of different resiliency, something that works better once it goes all the way to space and spends some time there or something like that. They'll change the technologies out based on what they need for that design. Remember, it's a whole iterative approach. This is not the SLS way where they design and build the entire rocket the exact way it's supposed to be from the get-go. This is, here's what we're going to do now. We're going to get this done. We're going to test this tank this way. It's not even going to have an engine. Then we're going to do this. Then we're going to do this. And they're sort of building it a little bit at a time and changing what they need based on the current needs of the current phase of development, right? So hopefully that answers you a little bit. I can't tell you, well, on this date, they'll install these types of thrusters. Like we don't have, I don't even think SpaceX has that information. They'll install the type of thrusters when they're ready to. But hopefully that helps you out some there, Parker. Thank you so much for the super chat as well. Cole Logan. Cole Logan says a robot camera watching rockets is awesome. Maybe you're talking about a fleet cam over there. That's the cool thing about fleet cam is that it doesn't require sleep. So sometimes we have some very long nights, and it's rough when you don't know the exact timing. Fleet cam, we just point it at the target, and we all go away, and then if something happens, it catches it. So it is really cool. Thank you for the support there. Jorgen says, are they going to detach the black wire on Starship? Are they going to detach the black wire on Starship? Does anybody know the black wire we're referring to there?
I don't.
No.
Yeah, Jorgen, not quite getting the question. There's a black. I mean, I don't think we're talking about the crane. We know we have the cranes up on the top right now, but that's not a black wire. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to there. So if you clarify your question, I'd be happy to try and answer it. Let's see. Justin DeLong. Here's one from Justin DeLong, who said, "Are you opposed to using the weather stats from the camera tower about 1.5 miles from the pad?" The weather stats from the camera tower about 1.5 miles from the pad. Oh, Justin. Oh, well, so we're reporting on official sources, which we can trust to be accurate. When we pull the weather, it's coming from an official weather API or something like that, not a homebrew weather station. If we did something like that, we'd have to be very clear that it's non-official stats that may not be accurate. So we're trying to pull. I mean, we've got official weather data, same the National Weather Service uses. Same thing up on the screen. We're pulling from an official weather API. That's why we want it to be accurate as opposed to just, man, look, it's kind of close, good enough, right? So appreciate you there. I get what you're saying. Tia Shattenherz says, thank you guys. So much fun tonight. Good night. Thank you so much for the support there, Tia. Get you some rest. I guarantee you the VOD will be here. And so if you have to take off, you'll be able to catch up with what's going on or what went on later whenever you return. Pena Schmidt says, thanks for evangelizing. I'm going to go with evangelizing on that one. Reminds me of the early days of Apple. Pena, we love sharing this stuff with people. We're super excited about stuff, especially when fire starts coming out of places and things start flying through the air. We're all a bunch of enthusiasts who get really excited, but we also want to make sure we give accurate information as well. So appreciate the kind words there. I hope that nobody's like, oh, wow, that's sort of a naysayer. Like every now and then, I know me especially, I'll say something like, actually, it's a little inefficient to do it that way, but trying to give a balanced view of sort of what's going on. But we all once the flames start coming out, we are super excited. That's for sure.
Weather update, 12.1 knots.
It dropped a little bit.
Yep.
Excellent.
Maybe they'll be able to lift this thing.
Maybe so. That would be nice if we do see it fly after waiting so patiently. There's one more super chat in the queue from Andre Carmel. Andre refers to me specifically. Das, you know the drill. I'm not alone. I disagree with you guys. Oh, wait. What do I know the drill? No, you can't just say that over there. You're not alone? No, you have to telegraph that a little bit better. Landing is easier because it's uncrewed. Deer Moon is going to take longer. So talking about the difference between the Deer Moon crewed flyby and an uncrewed landing. Interesting. So you think that an uncrewed landing is easier because Deer Moon is supposed to have people on board? I mean, I think that's a pretty relevant or a pretty realistic way to look at it. That's a good call, actually. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you the exact answer on that one. Oh, and the Tom Harrison coming back through, reiterating Elon's 360-degree star bar with ballistic bulletproof glass. I added that part in myself because of all the overpressure warnings. Transparent aluminum. How's that? Elon's going to build a 360-degree star bar, and all the windows are transparent aluminum. He just needs Scotty to show up.
They'll use Apple's new glass that's not glass. It's a ceramic shield.
Somebody's going to hop on here and tell me that they're going to use what is the solar roof glass? Oh, yeah, well, Elon's going to use the solar roof glass. You know, that's what he's going to put up there. That'll make it so that it can withstand rocket explosions. The Starship could crash directly into the high bay and the glass would be fine. Like, that's what I'm going to hear in chat next. Cybertruck windows. Don't make it out of Cybertruck windows. Please don't make it out of Cybertruck windows. And then last but not least, Morgan Maeda, a new membership. We appreciate the support there, Morgan. Thank you so much.
I put the Nosecone like counterweight potential looking thing in the chat. I mean, I swear it's the same thing. I don't know if it is. It's on a different part of the Nosecone, but it looks like they just moved it. But I don't know. It's definitely not in the same place on the Nosecone that it was. So they had a counterweight on the Nosecone for the Nosecone stacking. And I think they took it off once it was on the barrel, welded the Nosecone to the barrel, and then put a counterweight on that whole assembly in a different spot. And that's what that panel is down there in the bottom.
I have the picture now. I'll bring it up for you. Let me find it. There you go.
There you go. So that's the thing that has counterweight written on it?
Yep. It says, right, if you turn your head sideways, you can see it says nose 8 counterweight. It doesn't even look like it would be sufficient to be a counterweight. This looks like a little plate of metal, right? But I mean, it says counterweight.
I wonder, do they have, is this like a long axis counterweight where they needed some more weight at the bottom? Or is this like an off axis counterweight where there's something heavy on the other side, so they had to put a weight on this side so when they picked it up, it would be straight? Do you think it's the flaps?
It looks like it's opposing the way that the flaps are folded. Michael, can you show the other image?
Ah.
Yeah, let me bring it up quickly.
That may very well be what that is. Good call, Jack.
And Mary in chat saying she will adjust the camera in case of lift. So we're aware of that, Mary. Thank you. We will accommodate that as necessary. But yeah, I'm willing to bet that's a counterweight down there.
Yeah, I mean, well, it says counterweight on the side. Like
that's the other image.
But yeah, both of these images it's showing the same object, but on a different location on the nose cone. And my theory is they've taken it off that part of the nose cone, and they have now that the nose cone is stacked on the barrel, the center of mass is different slightly, but they still need a counterweight, so now it's there. There might even be another one on the other side of the barrel from our perspective. I don't know.
Yeah, that would make sense. They have those flaps in the folded position, which puts a little bit more mass on the far side of the nose cone there. And if they had to put literally just a sheet of steel on the near side from when we were looking at those pictures, that could balance out the mass of those flaps. So when you pick it up with a crane, it's not flying like a Starship prototype, right? A little crooked there. It's actually straight up and down. So yeah, so Mary has, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's gonna be so tall when they stack that. Now you see this perspective.
Yeah. Mary has reoriented the camera here just in case this thing starts to fly. I mean, they start to lift it with the crane. We'll be able to see the entire lift from this perspective right here. So that's going to be a big piece of equipment.
Heavy metal.
That's going to look kind of cool too with the sun behind it. I mean, I know if we were at a different angle, we would get different lighting, but this is almost like an art shot with the strong sun right there, the strong sun, as opposed to the weak sun.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
if it manages to obscure the sun, we'll get a cool like halo kind of look. Hopefully, the timing and everything lines up.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the sun is going to continue moving down into the right across the frame here. So it should move behind Starship, and we'll get like the halo effect, like you said.
Well, it just needs to the nose cone needs to be in place because I don't think it'll go lower until it's like kind of it'll be a while, I think.
Yeah.
But now I'm kind of confused on which direction Mary's pointing. I think she's pointing.
She's on the beach. Here, I'll bring up a map real quick. She's on the beach side of the gate right there where Hopper is.
Maybe the sun will set in this shot. I'm confused.
She's basically pointing west-southwest, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, okay, so the sun will set in this shot. Neat.
Maybe a little bit more southwest, but she's sort of a westerly, southerly direction here. You can tell because it's 5:39 p.m. and the sun is over that way.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was about to say I think it's just going to go horizontally across the frame. And I looked at the clock and I was like, "Oh right, planets and time and solar movement." Norwegian dollars, right? Or not,
there you go.
North Korean dollars, right?
North Korean dollars.
I'm gonna refresh my drink. I'm gonna stand up and I'll be right back. It's all you got.
Hey, Crazy Kibo, thank you for the 70-month resub over on the Twitch side. 70 months has been an awful long time hanging around in my stream, and I hope that the transformation of my content over the last however many years, I hate saying it that way, but it really what it is. I hope that the transformation of what you see on my stream is a welcome one. I really do enjoy covering this stuff. Working with NASA Spaceflight is absolutely fantastic. So thank you for the 70 months of support. While we're there, we'll grab another couple super chats as well. Calypto says, any info on the 2 Raptors that left the test site earlier today? I know Mary saw a Raptor van or saw some Raptors getting moved around or something along those lines. Do we know what happened with those?
Yeah, so SN39 was removed and SN36 is brought to the build site. SN36 is brought to the launch site, presumably to replace SN39, but they never actually ended up completing the replacement. They ended up bringing them both back to the build site. So SN8 currently has only 2 Raptors installed. So presumably after they're done installing the nose cone, they will bring SN36 back to the launch site and install it. The current theory is that SN36 was not installed simply because they ran out of time with the nose cone coming up. So they're focusing on the nose cone first. But we do expect SN36 to eventually make its way into SN8. And we're also not quite sure why SN39 has to be replaced. Perhaps there was some damage after the static fire, but it is interesting that they are having to replace the Raptor for sure.
Gotcha. And look at this, a little bit of a visual update there. Looks like the lifts are going down. So once again, we've seen those things go up and down. The lift with the crew on it is going down. Not sure if that's a sign that they're actually going to start lifting this thing, but there's one way to find out. Point a camera at it and see. I mean, you know. And then another question over here, Asio Lentil says, I wonder when they stack it, if they do it like they build wind turbines where they leave a 1-meter gap, or will they play it safe and lift it way above the other half? Have we seen things like that in the past? Like, do they leave a massive gap and then lower it down, or do they keep like a little gap and sort of just fly one over the other? What do we think they're going to do?
I mean, they have that upper bulkhead. It kind of sticks out a bit. So they'll have to get high enough to get over that. And we should have just gotten our next weather update, and it does not look like it changed.
Michael, can you do an A/B real quick and see if you think that the crane moved a little? A couple people are reporting that they think the crane moved.
Yeah, let me check. I'm not seeing it myself.
Not seeing anything. Yeah, the sun might have moved a little bit. But
yeah, I think
what
it was just Mary. Mary was adjusting the camera. I think was what it was.
Gotcha. And y'all, when we go for the actual lift, we will remove the lower
Oh, yeah, for
third
sure.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we go for the lift, we'll remove it. Right now, we use that lower third to show super chats and stuff like that. But whenever we start to fly this thing, I mean, we start to fly this thing. Whenever SpaceX starts to fly this thing, we'll definitely adjust the screen so we get most of the screen for the video. Let's see here. No C does a super chat, says thanks you guys for the awesome coverage, especially a big thank you, Mary. Absolutely, no see, we wouldn't have this shot right now unless Mary was out there doing it. So thank you so much for the support and thank you for the kind words for Mary. A random viewer actually says, "Don't fail me, Das." So thank you so much, random viewer. I will not fail you. There you go. Jorgen hops back in and says, "Would Elon start an international SpaceX airline?" So are we talking about point to point there, maybe, or certainly not using actual aircraft? Do you translate that any other way, Jack, or Michael, or anybody?
Point to point is the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, like a SpaceX, or would SpaceX sell Starships to like American point to point space lines or something? Like I don't
We
know.
kind of talked about this before. I think ITAR would make it challenging.
To sell this equipment to other companies, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably possible if it's like an American company with lots of contracts signed, but like international airlines would be difficult.
Right. To ship Raptor engines, the technology that's involved with a Raptor engine, and other things like avionics and that sort of stuff, out international, that definitely makes it a little bit more of a challenge. SpaceX ways. SpaceX ways. Nice. We also got a new membership, Natalie Deacon. Welcome to the Space Fam, or whatever we're supposed to do. Let's see. Here's another super chat coming in from Mark Held, who said, "How does this piece fasten to the tank section? You guys are too young. Moonraker was a James Bond film." Mark Held, I'm 40 years old. I think I'm 41 years old now. Wait, did I just? I don't even know how old I am. Look, I'm so old. I have to think about how old I am. And I remember Moonraker. I used to have a Moonraker poster up in my garage. All right, I just look young, I guess. Like you can even see me right now. Appreciate the super chat there. Do remember Moonraker. How does this piece fasten to the tank session? We think that they're going to weld it, right? Like they're going to go in
Yes.
and yeah,
Yes.
go ahead.
Jack, are you talking or am I talking?
Whoever wants to
Go.
talk.
Yes, they have at the very top. They have lead like metal. What are they called again, Jack? The metal things that help guide it into place.
Taglines?
Lead-ins.
No, lead-ins. Yes, lead-ins. Thank you. At the very
Oh,
top of the tank section, there are tiny metal like spike things that help guide it into place. And then the welders will come in and weld it down. So they will weld it.
so that's what we were talking about. They have to get it up there to the top, and then they can they'll have crews up there somehow connecting it together. Here's another big super chat that just hopped in. CBP76, 0 minutes ago, 48.99 curly L's. Thank you so much. That is a significant amount of support, and we really do appreciate you, CBP. Thank you so much for that super generous super chat. We do appreciate you. Somebody put some hearts somewhere for all of the support we've been getting today while we're literally just we're staring at the sun right now almost. It's like
I'll do
10,000
one
people.
better than hearts. I'll throw a double Jimmy.
Oh, there you go.
Throw a double Jimmy in
Oh.
chat there. Thank
Wait,
you
is that
so much, CBP.
Is that appropriate? Does that like violate the TOS or something? Or emotes.
No.
Two Jimmy B. Oh, like what the heck is a double
Yeah, well, I was like,
Jimmy?
what did you
Dude.
I don't even know what that would be if it wasn't.
And we got one more super chat coming in through here. Again, an anonymous user who has always been very supportive of the stream. Thank you so much for the support.
We're having a technical issue.
We're having a slight technical issue.
There's
Okay,
a problem.
good. Well, hopefully it doesn't cause any serious issues, whatever the technical issue we are having is. But unnamed person, thank you so much.
We
Also,
got it. 1 second.
Let me hop over to this one. Jim FLP, thank you for the super chat as well. And then we'll see if we can properly thank that other person. Let's see. It blinked. It's updating. It's flashing.
Totally ruined. I know exactly what happened too.
That's outside of my purview, Mr. Baylor.
It's the stupid image website I'm using to put this on the internet to not work. But here we go.
We're never going to get another super chat from Andre. Hopefully, the wife understands that we're on her side. So that gets us some sort of credit. But we really do appreciate the support. Completely unnamed and anonymous person who is always so supportive of the channel. We appreciate you. Thank you. All right, we better take that down now. Oh, a couple more that came.
I think that's sufficient payback for the singing episode.
I can't believe I screwed that up so badly. I put the wrong link into the interface.
It's all good. Like the fact that it was scaled to fill the entire screen just makes it even better. Oh no. Hey, Bear Lunar, thank you for the $4.99. This is another question. When do you think SN8 will hop? Originally thought it would come in around the time of Crew 1, but I guess not because they're delayed. What's our best guess for SN8 hop right now? Early November, mid-November?
I'm saying early November. What do you think, Jack?
Early November.
I mean, it's the 22nd. Early November is a week from now. So
yep.
I think I would like, because I'm lame, I would like to wait to see if this Nosecone gets stacked tonight. And if the Nosecone gets stacked tonight, I'm going to guess early November. If the Nosecone does not get stacked tonight, I'm going to guess mid-November. So I think that's basically like, oh, what do you think the outcome is going to be? And it's like, well, let me observe the outcome, and then I'll tell you what I think it's going to be. But I do think that, is that cheating? But I think
the cat's dead, Das. The outcome is that the cat's dead.
The cat's dead. The cat's dead. Ah, yes. Let's see here. What is the price estimate for a ticket to Mars in 2035? Wow. I mean, has Elon said anything? I think Elon said that he wanted it to be affordable, but if you could see me on camera right now, I would be doing air quotes because what does that mean? Do we have any more information? I mean, clearly not. This is not something SpaceX has officially announced, right?
Yeah. I would estimate approximately 420, but I'm not sure.
Just 420. The thrust is 3. If you don't put your units in, you're always right because what? Who knows? For 420 watts, mega dollars.
Ooh, mega dollars.
Mega
5
dollars.
times better than a regular dollar.
At least. Let's see here. When we get glitch DOS mode activated. Wait, what? Glitch DOS mode. What does that mean? Do I have a glitch mode that I enter sometimes? Like a max headroom?
I don't know. People keep claiming that they've broken me, so maybe they think they're glitching you at some point.
I don't understand. It's like we're standing by today for the fly of Starship SN8. Like, wait, what? I can't even fake a max headroom stutter. Like, it's not a thing. You almost have to really do that in an actual editor. Moving right along, Brandon Michael says mashed potatoes. Cool, I guess. Ryan Michelson, if the sun gets to the point where it's just peeking over SN8, will someone cue up the monolith screech noise from the 2001 movie? God, I'd almost have to look that up to try and remember what it was like. The monolith screech? Does that ring a bell?
It should. I don't remember a screech specifically. Was it like one of those like weird series of oral voices, like "Oh," like one of those things? Is that what they're calling a screech? I don't really
I
remember.
I
Yeah,
don't
Space
know.
Pony is saying "Ee."
Who's
Sorry,
just-
everybody's ears. Yeah, I don't remember that one off the top of my head. Although I do love that movie, classic. Andrew saying Jack is right. I believe you, Andrew, just because I want you to be right about me being right. It was a loud squeeing sound. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember that. Oh, it was the scene on the moon. For whatever reason, I was thinking of the monkeys. The monkey
Oh,
scene.
yeah, that's what I was thinking too, like the scene with the monkeys. Hey, Bitquark here says thrust is 3 with 3.33 curly L's. We appreciate you, Bitquark.
Yeah.
Joseph Angeline says, if Starship sees its shadow, 5 more weeks till hop. If there's no shadow, expect an early hop. That's how you can tell when
Hey,
SN8 is going to hop.
not a bad prognostication. There we go. That's a word.
Oh, no. And then last but not least, Yuri Steenbergen. Yuri Steenbergen says, good work, guys. Keep it going. Great to start the morning in the Netherlands with a daily video of yours. Sorry, read that wrong. Do you think SpaceX will try out the moon version first in Boca Chica before going to the moon? So try out the moon version. I assume we're talking about Lunar Starship there. I think the trick with Lunar Starship is that once it launches, it can't land. It's not where it can't come back to Earth without the aerodynamic surfaces. It wouldn't be designed to perform the skydiver belly flop maneuver and land in atmospheric conditions. So I don't think that there's a way to do that. Test it out. Now, certainly they may do things like static firing and that sort of stuff, but in terms of doing a hop, I guess technically it could do a hop because you don't need aerodynamic surfaces for a hop, but a 15-kilometer hop or something like that, probably not. I have a feeling when they're ready for that thing, they'll just ship it, you know?
Yeah, I think that's probably correct.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, I'm really thinking at this point they must just be waiting for the wind because they don't. There's not much activity that we can see. They're just sitting around waiting, and with I'm not sure if daylight is a constraint, but it's not looking too promising right now, I would say.
Yeah. The sun continues to set. I wonder if they have enough spotlights out there. Like, could they proceed on into the night, or would it
Yeah.
get to a point where, just the lack of light may cause them to not be able to fly this thing? That is a cool silhouette shot, though. I tell you what, that sun is going to go
Yeah.
right over the top of SN8.
And I believe I could be wrong about this, but I believe from the Eric Berger article where he actually went to Boca Chica and spent a day with Elon, he mentioned that they have shifts from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So part of the reason why we might be not seeing much activity right now is the current shift may be concluding.
Gotcha, like a shift change sort of thing.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, let me make sure I understood what you just said. They have shifts from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Does that mean there's 2 shifts?
Yes.
Like one crew works. Go ahead.
They work 12-hour shifts with 4 days on, 3 days off, 4 days on, 3 days off, or it's 4-3-3-4, I guess. So it's like 4 days on, then you have 3 days off, then you have 3 days on, then you have 4 days on, I think. I said that
Gotcha.
totally wrong, but it rotates. It shifts back and forth between working a lot and then getting a lot of time off, and then working a lot and then getting a lot of time off.
Yeah, understood. So that may have something to do with it. I wonder if it's the sort of thing where, the first shift has been working on this all day. Can they pass the work on to a second shift, or is this the type of operation where the crew that does it is the crew that does it and there's no crossing of shift boundaries like that?
Yeah, I'm
You
not
know?
sure.
I imagine they can cross over. but there's surely got to be a little bit of brief that occurs. Here's where we're at. This is what you're looking at. Here's the things to watch out for. I mean, it doesn't seem like it would be an insurmountable problem.
I'm not sure how, like, I mean, SpaceX obviously has a full 2 shifts, but I don't know, like, if the crane, the contractor, which is Rolllift, that is operating that crane, has a second shift of people that are capable of operating that crane.
Right.
Yeah. For some reason, I thought they had 3 shifts, not 2, but I totally believe you. I'm just like surprised my brain had logged incorrect information.
And just really quickly, I'm going to check in over at Port Canaveral. Let's see what's going on at Port Canaveral. Whoop, yep, rocket's still there. Apparently, rockets spend a lot of their time hanging out on cranes. That is a view from Port Canaveral live. You can see there's blinking lights and everything. Sun is starting to go down over on the East Coast, but that is booster 1051. Earlier today, they were raising the legs up, and they successfully raised all 4 legs, but it is still on the crane there. So it looks like it will be tomorrow before we see them lay that booster vertical, put it on the transporter, and take it back for processing. Just wanted to check in real quick. I knew that the sun was getting ready to go down, but apparently still on the crane over there as well. Thank a crane operator, chat.
Man, I get crane ads now. It's hilarious. And YouTube is suggesting crane content to me left and right. It's like they know I suddenly know about and care about cranes. It's hilarious.
It's like, dude, you Google baby formula one time, and then all of a sudden, every single ad thinks I'm having a baby. All right.
Heck, I'm getting ads that think I am a baby.
I am
didn't know they could
literally
do
a baby. Like, personally, a baby who's on the internet. I was going to make a joke about the games right there straight on my tablet, and the only thing I could think of was Teletubbies, so I sort of scrubbed the attempt at the joke. I don't think kids watch that anymore. I'm not sure.
Okay, I found the Ars Technica article, so I will put it in chat. This is me under the NASASpaceflight account. You just linked that article. But
Good deal.
the paragraph says, this is from Eric Berger. So Musk is making the machine to make the machine. Musk has brought lessons learned from Tesla's assembly line so workers do not burn out. They will work 3 12-hour days and then have a 4-day weekend. They will then work 4 12-hour shifts with a 3-day weekend. Thus, with 4 shifts, the Boca Chica site can operate at full capacity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. SpaceX is throwing in hot meals every 3 to 4 hours for free. So there you go.
That's the food trucks you see parked there.
Yep.
Excellent. I would like to get a taco from the SpaceX taco bar or whatever. That'd be cool. I mean, they have a cafeteria at Hawthorne as well. I know there at the SpaceX facility, there's a spot where the workers can go and eat too. So,
Yep. But look at that sun.
yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's getting to the point where it's going to be like a straight up silhouette, like if I think, I'm going to guess, I think that the sun is going to be completely blocked by SN8 at some point. I don't think it's going to just cut the corner. I think it is going to get completely blocked, and that'll be a really cool silhouette. Again, y'all, we do not have any sort of schedule. We can't tell you exactly what times anything's going to happen. We imagine that they've got everything hooked up. They brought the lifts down and everything. We know that wind is a big concern. Are they doing a shift change right now? Are they briefing new workers? Are they waiting for wind or something like that? We don't have any official word from SpaceX on exactly what they're doing, and thus we can't tell you exactly what they're doing. Sundown today at Boca Chica, Texas. Let me see if I can look that up real quick. Sunset. Sunset today is at 6:55 p.m., so there's about an hour of sunlight left there. Is that enough time to do what they're doing? Would it just be better for them to leave it on the ground tonight and then fly it first thing in the morning? I'm not sure, but down to less than an hour of sunlight left as the sun continues to set out there at Boca Chica. So you know us. We're going to keep on watching. We'll see what's happening. And if there's something to share tonight, you'll see it here. If not, we will I'm not going to put anybody on the hook, but if it's possible for us to field the stream, that's something that we would look at doing tomorrow as well. But just trying to share the historic flight of the Nosecone up to the top of the booster as they do the initial assembly of Starship SN8.
Here's a good one. ET Studios asks, Elon recently mentioned not having a full complement of Raptors on the first version of Super Heavy. How many do you think would be needed to get into orbit if there's no payload? We've kind of talked about this a little bit. And I know, Michael, you said that this is a question that you would like to ask of Elon, but specifically, what do you think? Like, what would be the minimum number?
Yeah,
Do you have a guess?
I'm thinking. First, needed to get to orbit with no payload.
Like, basically, the payload would only be Starship, just to
I
get
mean,
a Starship into orbit and then have it deorbit itself and land to test
so
all that.
so you would put, in that case, you'd probably put less propellant. You would not put a full propellant load in Starship, I don't think. I think you put a partial propellant load to reduce the mass that Super Heavy has to carry. So, I mean, probably. I'm just throwing a number out there. I have no idea. Maybe like 8 to 10.
How many Raptors would that take to reach that, like, to reach a positive thrust to weight ratio for that? That's the kind of thing where, like, I'm not good at math. Somebody should do the math and let us know.
Yeah, it
I'm
comes
thinking
down
you
to
should have like. Oh, go ahead,
yeah.
Doss.
No, I was just gonna say, remember the weight or mass can vary pretty wildly based on how much fuel they put in it, right? So
Yeah.
how much fuel do you need for what you're trying to do? And then how much fuel do you actually put in the rocket because you have some overages so that you can land, et cetera, et cetera. The mass of the spacecraft can vary pretty greatly when you don't really have a payload, you know?
Yeah. Like I was thinking, if you just put propellant just enough to do the deorbit burn and landing, I bet a Starship is actually pretty light. So I don't think you'd actually need that many engines on a Super Heavy, especially if you. I mean, I guess at that point you probably. I'm almost wondering if there would be too much propellant in the Super Heavy to be able to. The Starship might be so light that you would have to take propellant out of Super Heavy. I don't know.
Yeah. This is Michael, really quickly, can we remove the bottom banner?
Yeah.
Because this is sort of the silhouette shot that we were looking for. Look at that. That's cool.
That's
The
cool.
sun completely behind the structure of SN8 there in the background, but you get the crane, you get Hopper, you get a little bit of the nose cone. You can sort of see the nose cone down the side, a little glint on the left-hand side there, but that's really cool looking.
I hit everything but the watermark.
Oh, there you go. Nice. That's a fantastic shot right there. I'll take a screenshot of that. It'll last longer.
Money.
There we go. Got it. Mark the end of the Texas Tank Watchers? What do you mean, mark the end of the Texas Tank Watchers? We're still watching tanks?
What?
What do you mean? You're crazy.
Yeah, what? We are not done watching tanks.
I guess I should actually pull that off the production server instead of the Discord preview. It's like, oh no, if only somebody had access to the full server that has the highest quality version of this shot possible.
If you need me to remove this stuff again, let me know.
Yeah, if you could just really quickly.
Okay.
I'm actually going to full screen it on the server itself and then pull a screenshot straight off the feed to get the highest quality possible off of this. Give me just 1 second. And I'm taking a couple here just to make sure I get it right. What a cool view, though.
Crazy how high up Pad A actually is.
Yeah. Oops. I got the bandwidth monitor in there accidentally. My bad.
Nope.
Not ideal. Not ideal. Yeah. All right, Michael. I got it. Thank you. But that's straight off the primary feed on the server before it actually gets re-encoded with to send onto YouTube, right? YouTube and Twitch. This is basically you'd have to be at the camera to get a better quality shot. Oh, there we go. Hey, Chris B got one as well. We'll reply to that one.
So, I mean, the main question is still, can they lift this thing as it gets dark?
Yeah.
Clearly, they're waiting for the wind.
And y'all, I just got the tweet out. I actually responded to Chris's tweet. So let me put that into chat if y'all wanted to see that shot. I don't know if Twitter will Twittify it or anything like that. I wonder if Twitter's going to decrease the resolution some, but I can also get the full resolution too off the source video. And there's that tweet there as well. Sumo Deluxe, what is up? Sumo Deluxe with a 70-month resub over there as well. Dude, it's good to see you over there in chat. Thank you so much for stopping in, buddy. Twitter compression strikes again. All right. Well, I got other tricks up my sleeve. I will. I'll find another place to put that won't have any like lossless quality here.
Well, we just got another weather update, and once again, no change.
No change. Still holding around 12 knots. So again, y'all, that's the official weather from nearby, but that is not directly at Boca Chica. Remember, SpaceX is monitoring it right there at the launch site. And to the best of our information, the wind is probably the most critical factor here. It's not safe to lift that up if the wind is too strong, if the gusts are too high. And so most likely what we're looking at is that they are waiting for weather conditions to maybe hopefully subside. Sometimes when the sun goes down, you get the wind dying down just a little bit, but who knows? Are they going to continue trying to lift this thing after the sun goes down? Is that an option for them? We're not sure. We don't have any official words. So we'll keep watching, see what we get. Yeah, Ernest Galvan, I'm working on it right now. I just pulled it directly off the feed. I have the ability here at the studio to pull the raw feed directly, and I've got that. I'm working on it right now.
Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
We got you, Jack. You sound good.
Man, not cool.
Do you sorted now? Like,
Yeah, all sorted. It just was like not, Apple products, man. They
there you go.
they work really well until they don't, and then they, in the name of user friendliness, they obfuscate settings and things. And so when it doesn't work really well, you have no recourse but to like turn it off and then turn it on again, then turn it off, then turn it on again. But I'm good now. I'll shut up.
Unfortunately, our NASASpaceflight watermark is not pinned in the design channel. I'm looking for a watermark to add to the source photo.
Well, the design channel's new, Das. You got to give it time to find itself and grow and become widely used.
That was just feedback. That was good feedback, hopefully.
Yeah, that would be a good place to pin that. I think I have one. Let me see if I can find one real quick. I think I have a generic if you need it.
I've just got an ultra high res one that's way too big to use.
What do you need, a
And
1080 one?
if you have a framed 1080 one that's already in the right position, that'd be fantastic.
Stand by.
Yeah. The watermark I have is 3500 by 1433. What?
For all your 80 bajillion K footage.
Hey, look, Brady's on the case. Brady's got one.
Okay, thank God. It would have taken
see
me
if I
like
can
20
make this
minutes.
work.
Not really, but you get it. Thanks, Brady.
Yeah, appreciate you, Brady. Wait, that's the same one.
Oh God, he posted a clicky keyboard in chat that looks so good. Why, Brady? Why? I don't have money for that. Oh, it's got the numpad on the left. I'm left-handed, and that. Oh my God, I've never even really used a numpad, but I would use this. Oh, I could map it to like WASD and like, oh man, Brady, why did you post this? No, it's such an expensive keyboard. Okay,
How much is this keyboard? Good grief.
I don't want to talk about it.
Talk about it.
It's $400. I'm obviously
For a
not buying it.
keyboard? What?
Yeah, it's just like, mechanical keyboards on Reddit. Somebody posted a really nice keyboard, and it's insanely nice.
Oh my.
Keyboard right now. Are you a number pad guy or no?
Am I a number pad guy?
Yeah, like, do you use the
Oh,
number
yeah.
pad?
Yeah, yeah.
Or are you 10 keyless or whatever the appropriate terminology is?
No, I've got the number pad and the separate arrow keys as well. So
What? You have like a little separate module with its own arrow keys?
Well, no, they're just in their own part. They're not. It's like a separate module, but they're not trying to like laptops built into the rest of the keyboard or anything.
Oh, right,
There's
right.
a
Got it.
dedicated area with nothing
Yeah.
crammed around it for the arrow keys.
The classic inverted T, if you will.
There you go. The inverted T. I like it.
Somebody in chat requested the overlays off again as the sun comes out behind it. So
Sure. Hey, that's cool. It's like NASA spaceflight wallpaper channel. We just stream live views from rocket construction facilities that you can use as wallpaper.
Claire Saunders, thank you for the £5. They say, had a great day with you guys. I wanted a Starship for my birthday. Well,
Nice.
hopefully, if today was your birthday, you got it. Thank you, Claire. Brady's trying to distract me with cool keyboard stuff. They're only making 300 of those? No.
What?
Why?
A limited edition $400 keyboard? Really?
Yeah, AKA something I will never, ever, ever own. Bear Lunar, thank you for the $14.99. They say things always happening in SpaceX. Just can't get over looking at a Falcon 9 getting ready for next mission and watching Starship progress. That's a cool split screen that we're able to do here because of your support. So thank you, Bear Lunar.
Oh yeah.
Cam frickin' rules. Andre Stevenson. Not any other Andre that oh, I'm bad at this. Thank you, non-Andre person. We're not supposed to mention that person's name, right? Oh,
Wait, did you just mess up something?
I think I did. Oh, I think I did. Oh no.
That's what you're getting me from now on, he says. Oh no.
Neil, thank you for the $3. They say, what's on the to-do list before SN8 can hop? I'm going to say fly. I'm going to correct you there and say fly, not hop. But you can say hop. That's fine. I probably said Blue Origin hops, so you can hold me to it. To-do list, attach nose cone, attach header tank line from the LOX header in the nose cone, attach avionics and wiring harnesses and power and all that stuff to the flaps, and maybe even do some kind of pressure test with it all integrated, and then static fire, and then flight. Thank you for the $3, buddy. Richard Hollis, thanks for the new membership. Mark DeMartino, thank you for the $20. Wow. Putting this towards the Hang Around with Rockets t-shirt. Thank you guys so much for all you do at NSF. All the updates and real-time coverage is amazing. Did you guys come up with a Hanging Around with Rockets t-shirt on a stream I wasn't on?
No, but a rocket hanging from a crane and it says hanging around with rockets or something.
Oh, that's pretty great. I get it.
Ship it. I'm good. Like, that's fantastic.
I see what you did there. Thank you so much for the $20, Mark. Seriously, thank you. Mr. Nunn, thanks for the New Zealand $2. Mr. Hammer, thank you for the 1234 in Australian. Oh boy, it's a metric question conversion, metric system conversion question. I don't know if we should touch this with a 20-foot pole, but my unfun, non-interesting answer is I don't care. I don't care. If tomorrow somebody told me, hey, you're on metric, I'd be like, all right, sweet. If tomorrow someone was like, hey, we're never going to be on metric, I'd be like, all right, sweet. I really don't care. I don't have any skin in the game. I am not a science-onomer, so I don't need to like measure things and have to convert things. So it doesn't bother me, but other people might have, someone else might have a different preference. What do you guys think about? You want to touch this, or should I move on?
Sure. But I'd rather we delete time zones. I hate time zones.
Yes, thank you. And daylight savings time. Daylight savings time is stupid.
Look,
time zones are the epitome of stupid. Why
Well,
can't we all just have one unified time?
Daylight savings time is up there too, but I think once we start to push out into space, that's going to change the discussion about time zones.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yes.
Like if we have other base on the moon, and we have people on Mars, and we have orbital colonies that have just tens of thousands of people in them. Time zones are going to become even more of a thing of the past, and we could very well see a shift in time zoneology once we sort of get to that point. Sounds good to me.
It's also interesting that it'll have to change what we define as now, right? Because if you're on Mars, any communication between Earth and Mars at best is going to be what, like 8 minutes delayed.
Oh, yeah.
So what now is it becomes different. I don't know. It's definitely going to change in many ways. Becoming a multiplanetary species is going to change uh, how we behave and think about our place in this universe and solar system. And man, that's just going to be great. It's going to be a great thing for humans to take that next step. I feel like we've kind of been stuck at this step for a while now. Time to take the next one, right?
Yeah.
Thanks so much, the Hammer, for the good question and the Australian 1234. Noah Walker, thank you for the $20. $20, thank you, Noah Walker. That's insanely great. Ah, look at that. Using your viewers words, using viewer suggestions. There we go. Thank you for all the awesome coverage. I really enjoyed watching your streams. Well, thank you, Noah Walker. I really enjoy reading your super chat messages. No, seriously
Nice.
though, thank you. Brady Keniston with a $2 super chat. NSF keyboard fun. Thank you, Brady. you're a king amongst men. Thankfully I really like the Apple Magic Keyboard, which is lucky for me because if I didn't, then I would have to get some kind of weird third-party thing, and third-party stuff in the Apple ecosystem is either like there's no spectrum. It's either good or terrible, or just not supported. So I'm glad that I am able to enjoy the keyboard that I have. But I see you guys with like Ian's got his giant clicky thing with the RGB lights, and Brady's got his beautiful svelte custom thing that he's made. That's perfect and beautiful little piece of art. I see the clicky keyboard gang, and I want to be like you someday, maybe. But thank you, Brady, for the $2. Brady and Nick, we got the editor super chat gang getting in on the super chats today. And Ether, thank you for the new membership. Looks like you came in at Padrat. And Richie, wow, new Capcom membership. Richie, you get Discord access with that. So pop into our member Discord and get weird with us. And then Steve Eisenberger, thank you for the $5 Australian. They say, good day from Blue Mountains and Oz. Thanks for history in action. Grain Silo getting a nose. Yay. For sure, Steve. And thank you for the support. All right. Just ran through some super chats there. Thank you, everybody, for helping us continue to do what we like to do, which is bring these live breaking spaceflight news events to the rest of you. And Daniel Griesinger in chat says, somebody get Jack Beyer an Apple Butterfly keyboard so he can attend anger management with the rest of us. Yeah, Daniel, if you guys don't know, for like 3 or 4 years, the laptops, every single laptop Apple shipped with basically what was a defective keyboard. And they only just recently got around to switching it to a better design. But they switched to that defective design because it was thinner. Oh, the obsession with thinness in Apple. Just make it 1 millimeter thicker and make it work better. But yeah, Daniel, I'm sorry you have the butterfly keyboard. That's like a oof, that's bad. And Mike Lamp here says, that's why I don't drink the Kool-Aid. No, Mike, that's why you sniff the Kool-Aid first and then decide if you want to drink it. There's a reason I didn't buy a laptop for the last 3 years. And that's partly why. Also money. But yeah, thank you for the support, everybody. Wow, Kostas with the Capcom membership. Again, Kostas, you get Discord access with Capcom and above. So pop into our Discord and get weird with us. And Jeff, wow, a flight engineer membership. Jeff, you also get Discord access because you are above Capcom, because you are even cooler. So thank you, both of you, for the membership, and we hope you enjoy the perks. I'm going to throw a triple Gwen in chat. Bam, triple Gwen. No, it's a quadruple Gwen. I fooled you. But thank you, both of you. I'll show your names on screen like I'm supposed to, like a good host. And Brady, thank you for the $2. Keyboard fun from an aerospace student. To be clear, I don't need a new keyboard. I just lust after nice things because I'm a human. I'm a consumer. Let's be real. Josh K asking, do we think they're going over the lift procedure? Yeah, I mean, we were speculating they might be doing a shift change. It might be just doing a. I don't see really a safety meeting looking thing happening right now, but we've seen that frequently before.
Mary did just post up that there's a lot of people underneath the nose cone right now, so it may be a safety meeting.
Yeah, could be doing one of those little briefs. Good question there, Josh.
That sun is so cool right now.
Yeah. Thank you, sun, for providing light, which gives us all life. All hail the sun god.
I'm learning how to post on the forums.
Oh man,
I
I'm bad
don't.
at that.
I don't, because I would spend way too much time on the forums, and I have so much other stuff that I have to do. I just don't have time to troll on the forums, and I know better. But I'm posting that picture over on the forums.
Is this going to be your first ever forum post?
I don't know, actually. It may be. I've sent DMs on the forums, but
Okay, sending DMs on the forums is not a fun experience. You know how that interface works.
It's terrible. I love me some L2 and some NSF forums, but like you said, Das, it can be a time sink. Like I'll just start reading, and then I'll start reading, and then I'll start reading, and then I'll read something else, and then it'll link me to a different thing, and then before I know it, I have like 12 tabs open, and it's been an hour and a half, and I'm like, oh, I was supposed to go to the
It's
grocery
in the
store.
air.
oh, it
in the air.
is.
Look at that.
It is. Look at the bottom.
Look at
There's
that.
a little gap.
It's up.
You can see it swaying as well. Okay, that's cool. That's like an art shot. Look at that.
That's
The
super cool.
sun is right there above that one tank farm tank and below the forward flap, the nose cone flap. That's gonna look freaking cool.
Chronospace saying, and we have Kato, which if you've watched our dorky things being lifted with crane streams, you know that means crane assisted takeoff in the
Crane
tank launcher
assisted
parlance.
takeoff. That's fantastic. Wow. Look at that. That's just, I mean, that is a fantastic shot. Mary always does such a good job of lining this stuff up. Look at there are people up on those lifts. Do you see the silhouettes of the people
Yep.
up near the crane hook thingy? Whatever the thing's called. Crane operators. What are those things called?
Crane jobber.
Crane jobbers. Nice. Ragfire says, heave ho and up she rises, heave ho and up she rises. Nice. Gah.
If they do it now, it would be so perfect.
Yeah.
Right at sunset.
I mean, there are two crews over there up on those lifts, a third crew down lower. Oh, that's cool. The clouds even good. Look at the clouds going by. Again, folks, what we're watching here, that is Starship SN8 in the background, the nose cone, which will soon also be Starship SN8 because they're two parts of the same vehicle in the foreground there. And they've got the crane hooked up to it. You can see the silhouette of the crews on the lifts there. And for all indications, that thing has been lifted up off of its stand. The nose cone has been lifted off the stand. You can actually see the little gap of light below the nose cone. And hopefully conditions hold and they're able to raise that nose cone up and put it on the top of SN8's back half, I guess. I mean, at this point, it's all SN8, right?
Yeah, you can see
So
that weather update we just got. The wind is decreasing.
excellent. Hopefully, that sunset decrease in wind you get sometimes comes to our rescue here.
Wow, that sun's really setting fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to hurry up. Come on.
Michael, Elon should hire you to be an on-site manager. Come on, tap tap. Time's wasted. Time is starships.
Time is starships.
It takes money to make starships, and if time equals money, then by extension, time does equal starships.
Equals starships. Nice.
It's only math to us.
It's just basic math. Jeez.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could modify the no Bucks, no Buck Rogers thing. No. Nope. Gotta come up with a beginning
Confirmed.
part.
No.
Yeah. Nope. We can't do it.
Marquise, the reason it's been taking them so long is they've been waiting for the wind to die down.
Steve's saying they have 4 crews to get into position first, which makes sense. There's 4 lifts up right now. So once each of these 4 lifts are in place, maybe then they'll start bringing it up. What a shot.
Interesting super chat in the queue.
An interesting super chat in the queue.
One from somebody?
I assume we can read that one out loud. I mean, I can. Here. It's from Andre Carmel, our good friend, who says, "Wife asked me to say that y'all are a bunch of really awesome, beautiful people." I'm not sure why you would star that out, but we appreciate that. That's really nice. Her words, not mine. I still love you guys. Tell your wife thank you so much for the kind words. We really appreciate the support, Andre. I can read that one out real quick.
And then Joshua Egan says, "Name the bar Mary's." That is a great name for the bar.
Nice.
That'd be
bar.
great.
$50. Thank you so much, Joshua, and great idea for the bar name. Hopefully, Elon will agree with you on that one.
We need to get like a petition going because
Yeah.
like who better to describe being able to see everything that's happening at Boca Chica, which a 360-degree bar at the top of the high bay would. It should be Mary's bar because Mary is the one who sees everything that's going on at Boca Chica. Mary's over there like groaning right now. She's like, "Really, guys? Seriously?" Laying it on a little thick.
People are linking me. Chicken NES and Member Discord is linking me various keyboards.
I've got a couple links over here on Twitch too if you want me to link you some.
Yeah, honestly, please do. Why not? I appreciate anybody that listens to my rambling
It's going
closely
up,
Oh,
it's going
look,
up.
look, it's going up. Sorry, Jack.
No.
The gap is widening.
There it goes. It's going up. Great.
Look at the silhouettes of all the crew on the lifts, all the way up at the top of SN8, 3 different angles. Look at how tall those are.
It's crazy that those machines and those like hydraulic arms are able to support the load of 2 people way off at the end of the lever there. You know what I mean?
God, I don't know the safety numbers, but even if the crane could lift the nose cone, I don't know that I would want to be a person up on that lift in a high wind. That's
Probably not.
wow.
I've seen them wiggle quite a bit in footage that Mary's taken, and every now and then I'll jokingly caption it with like "nope" or something
Nope.
like that. And, you know, I'm not trying to make light of these guys. Everybody, everybody's hard work on these vehicles. I just, sometimes that shaking, it really drives home that you kind of have to have, you know, some nerves of steel to handle that.
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's happening. It's really happening. They're putting a nose cone on this thing. I was starting to be skeptical.
Yeah. Wow. Look at that.
That is incredible. It's going to be even more ridiculous once it's actually stacked.
Yeah. You can see it moving and swaying a little bit there. Did that other lift go down in the back? Was that one of the lifts that was way up high?
I guess so. Checking. Yes, it was.
And I did finally get that image posted up over at the forums. It was in fact my first ever forum post, Michael. But I will not link that right now. I'll link that afterwards while they're after this operation is done. I don't want to distract anybody from this.
Okay, I will link one tweet though. From the one and only Mary, who is on site right now.
Oh
This is
yeah.
me posting his NASASpaceflight. She just posted a great photo. That's incredible, Mary.
Wow.
Yeah, what a shot.
The slow and steady. mates the nose cone. I don't know what the rest of that saying would be. God, that thing is huge. Look at the scale. Look at the scale of the people. The people on the lift next to it in that big starship getting stacked. That is, wow.
Yeah, tell me again about how Starship can't hold that many people. It's huge. Maybe not
God,
100, but it's huge.
no kidding. So getting sort of close to the side there. This is where they're gonna put a motion in it. This is where they're gonna have to lift it up above the top of the methane tank. The top tank on the bottom of SN8 actually contains methane and sticks over the top just a little bit. There's a little bit of a skirt at the back of, or not really a skirt in this case, the back of the nose cone. But there you can actually see light between them. Wow. And there is another lift. Look at that. Sort of hidden behind, that's a lift with people on it. They almost look like they're holding it up with their hands, like they're. So a lot of clearance there. There was a question earlier about would they just keep it close, like a meter over, but they've lifted the nose cone well over the top of SN8. There's a lot of clearance in there, a lot more than a meter, that's for sure. What if they accidentally put it on backwards? Because the forward fins have to line up with the rear fins, right?
Yeah.
It's like tomorrow morning the sun comes up and they look at it and the top fins are 90 degrees off. They're like rotated 90 degrees incorrectly. Oops. I mean, I will say that this is the perfect shot of this operation. The sun is setting directly behind the crane. I mean, you couldn't have framed it better than this. I'm about to go let the air out of the tires of that Suburban in the foreground, but you know.
I wonder if it's. I think did they just stop in the middle of the road to
I
watch?
think so.
I mean, come on, sheriff.
Yeah, where's the sheriff when you need him? Somebody call Cameron County and be like, hey, there's a disabled vehicle. Just kidding. If it's not a trick of the perspective, it really does look like the nose cone is over the top right now because the size, the width of it is about the same. So you know it's about the same distance to both pieces, and they're about to line up.
Yeah, they got it orientated correctly. It looks like.
Whew, good thing.
This is really, really happening. For the first time in over a year, they're putting a nose cone on a Starship.
Yeah.
This is crazy. This is really, really cool to see.
I think somebody who works in the lifting and stacking things that are tall industry is pointing out the guidelines going down either side. You see the lines that are sort of coming down at a big angle. There's still people on the other end of those sort of holding on, trying to make sure that it doesn't go out of control? Or are they just sort of like, what could a human being do if the wind really caught that thing? What could a puny little human on the end of that line do? I wonder if it's just to feel how much it's moving more than it is to actually try to keep it under control. Wow. Hey, the Suburban moved. It's like voice-activated vehicles.
Look at that.
It's amazing.
It's so huge.
Yeah.
It looks so much bigger than it's so much more than the sum of its parts.
Yeah.
It looks
This
a lot longer and like spindlier, I guess, or thinner than I anticipated. I guess I thought it was going to look chunkier.
And remember, Jack, Starship is, what is it? Starship is half as big as the Super Heavy booster.
That's
So
insane.
3 times, if I got my math right, the whole stack with Super Heavy will be 3 times this. This is just insane.
Seriously, this is really, it's all coming together. It's all coming up Millhouse.
A report from Mary that she politely asked the owner of the Suburban to move their vehicle, please. She needs like a PA system where she can make announcements like that. We just patch her right into the speakers that are on top of Hopper there. But the nice person who was the wonderful human being who was driving the Suburban did in fact move it. Wow. I mean, I'm just watching it now. They're closing the gap there. They're about to make contact between the nose cone and the fuel tank section. We really have to come up with a name for the back half of a Starship, right? Because there's the nose cone, but what's the back called? It's got the methane and the oxygen tanks. It's got the Raptor engines. It's got the rear fins. What do we call it?
What's the question? What do we call it?
The Starship. It is really a Starship propulsion section. It really is what we're looking at here, sort of a Starship cargo section in the front. The nose cone, it'll hold people, it'll hold fuel, it'll hold whatever the cargo is, and then the engine or propulsion section is the back.
I
I
always
like
just call it
that.
the tank section, but propulsion section sounds fancy.
Yeah, it does sound fancy. The trunk, the drive unit. I like that one. The stern, the power plant, propulsion
Thrust
element.
pack.
Yeah, thrust pack.
Propulsion element sounds tight. Stern sounds cool. Honestly, I am for using nautical terms for.
The
I mean,
stern of
it reminds me a lot of Space Marines. You know, like I'm totally down to use nautical terms with Starship. We can call it the stern and the bow and all that stuff. I'm down.
the poop deck. That's a nautical term.
That'll be the bathroom.
Yeah. Wow.
Chat is going ham with suggestions now.
With all the names,
Well,
I know, right?
Yeah, like is it really that? Y'all were just looking for something to do, huh?
Everybody wanted to chip in on that one.
Yeah, teamwork right there.
Fantail. That's what I was looking for. The fantail.
Oh, that's fancy.
Yeah, the skirt area is sort of the. Oh, look at the drone, Jack. You can see the drone. Michael, y'all see that?
Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
Follow the back boom of the crane straight up, and you can actually see a drone hovering up there. Of course, the only
Aliens
people
confirmed.
yeah, right. The only people who can legally operate drones here would be SpaceX proper. In Texas, it's illegal to operate a drone. Oh, there it goes too. Zoop! It heard me talking about it.
See ya.
In SpaceX, you can't film other property with the operation of a drone like that. And SpaceX Boca Chica's facility specifically has signs posted saying that it's illegal to fly drones in this area specifically. So not only is it against the law in the first place, there are specifically lines making sure people know that it is not legal to do that there. But that is a SpaceX drone up there. capturing the stacking where they're actually putting the nose cone up on the top of Starship's propulsion segment, propulsion module.
I'm
Which you wanna
really
go with?
struck. I don't know.
Yeah. Were you struck by what were you saying?
How huge this thing is, but in like an ungainly kind of way. Like it's really, it's like, I don't know, skinny. It's less skinnier than I expected,
Yeah.
for lack of a better term. And then if they stretch the tanks, like Elon has mentioned potentially doing on Twitter, I mean, what is this going to look like? It's going to look wild. What a beautiful shot.
Yeah. The sun is setting. We must be right at, yep. Sunset out there was local time 6:55 and it's currently 6:53, so the last rays of the sun coming over the horizon there, but that is just an absolutely fantastic silhouette.
All right, give me a moment. I'm going to settle in for the long haul here and disconnect from the command station and sit down on the couch. So I'll be moving for a moment.
Yeah, good deal.
Could you imagine if somebody tried to make this thing fly?
I mean, I think pretty shortly we're not going to have to imagine it anymore, right?
I mean,
I
seeing
can't. I
five and
can't even
six,
imagine it. It just seems so insane.
seeing 5 and 6 do their thing was already wacky enough, but this is just going to be a whole other level. I mean, we're going from like a grasshopper type situation to, I mean, this is an actual rocket, right? Like, holy cow!
Yeah.
I really wonder if they're gonna fly with the fins folded or extended. What do you guys think?
I don't know. It's a good question. I think in the videos they posted from like a year ago, they were extended flat or like
Yeah,
extended so they were perpendicular. But
yeah, but I don't really put much stock into those videos. I mean, one of
yeah,
those
I don't either.
videos and the like the visuals of the launch pad that they built there led a whole lot of people astray, I guess is the word I would use. You know, you can't put too much stock into those renders. Sometimes they're accurate, sometimes they're not. So I mean, it's hard to say which is which. But yeah, I wonder if flying them molded in vial or if it's like new for whatever reason.
Yeah. So now they're obviously just making sure it's perfectly lined up. Yeah, Drake says probably straight out because they would give unsymmetrical drag during the launch of Max Q. I think that's probably a good theory if I had to guess.
Yeah, that's what I would guess as well.
Yeah.
Who? Okay, at Max Q, I was gonna say, who cares about unsymmetrical anything? Did you not see 5 and 6? But then I went back a second and heard you say the thing about Max Q, and I was like, all right, fine with your logic and smart brain parts, fine.
And then $100 from Anti-Skeptics. Wow, thank you so much. They say congratulations to SpaceX, NSF for covering it, and to Mary for capturing it for our enjoyment. A lot of grown-up teenage dreams are coming true before our eyes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, I sure hope. I sure hope everything that we hope Starship will bring, it does indeed bring. It'd be really cool. It'd be
Yeah.
really, really cool. Thank you so much, Anti-Skeptic. That's super awesome of you. Thank you so much for contributing. I'm excited to see what the next 5 years holds. Think about 5 years ago. Just seriously, take a moment in your head. Think about 5 years ago. Had SpaceX even landed Falcon 9 yet, or had they just started to land a Falcon 9? Something like that, right?
Sorry, what was the question?
When was the first? When was the first Falcon 9 landed? Was it more than 5 years ago or less than 5 years ago?
The first Falcon 9 landed in December 2015.
So we're coming up on 5 years. So yeah, think about 5 years ago. We were just about to land rockets for the first time. Then think about 5 years from now. So hopefully we see a similar progression, and that's why we are doing what we do. And thank you so much, Andy Skeptic, for the support. That's awesome of you. Seriously, seriously awesome of you. Thank you, buddy.
And I'm setting up a little bit of a thing here that I want to show y'all. Certainly don't want to distract from this. They're just about to put these two things together, but check this out.
I will hide the weather. Sorry, that was bad timing.
Oh, you just put the weather back on. Nice. Yeah, leave the rest of it, but live.
No, this is
two different SpaceX rockets. The Falcon 9 vertical over there at Port Canaveral just got its legs lifted earlier today. That's booster 1051. And then Starship silhouetted down there in South Texas, SN8. Cranes on opposite sides. This is just how it worked out, but it's
You have to
bleak cam.
refresh the overlay. Sorry, DOS. I don't know
No,
why
that's
that's
okay.
happening.
Yeah, no worries. Let me just do this. Oh, the flashing thing?
Yeah, and it's not even supposed to be on. That actually gives more data, so that's good.
oh cool. It's doing the rave mode again.
It's doing the.
It's
It's like
excited.
yeah, it likes the thing, huh?
It's got overexcited by the activity at Boca Chica.
But this is a really good view to show, Das, because like you said, it's two SpaceX rockets, and like I was saying, it's the, 5 years ago they were just starting to land Falcon 9. So 5 years from now, hopefully we'll be seeing a similar view of a roasty Starship getting ready to be put back, vertical or put back on a launch mount or something. I don't know. It's optimistic. I'm trying to be optimistic here.
Yeah. That's just cool. I saw that. I full framed it like that. I cropped off the edges of the shot and put it in there. But both of those are live video feeds. This isn't like, oh, we got some pictures and put it together. Those are two different live video feeds of two different SpaceX rocket designs, both being held up by a crane. One of them is being assembled right now, of course, Starship down there in Boca Chica. But I thought that was really cool. That was a cool juxtaposition of the two side by side, and wanted to share that real quick. Let's get back over to the
Both
full.
of those were live, by the way. That was not clear.
Sorry?
Yep.
Say it again?
And
both of those are live.
Yeah.
Like live images, not screenshots or previous videos. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. These are both live feeds from Port Canaveral. Look, I can wiggle the camera if I need. This is me wiggling the camera. So, anyways, just it's the real thing. I thought that
I don't
was really
believe you,
cool.
Das. Can you tilt the camera?
Yeah, right. Shoe on
But
camera
no,
head, or it doesn't, or not true. Like, what?
but seriously, that's the kind of stuff that NSF can do, and we can do that kind of stuff with everybody's support. So that's why we freak out about people like Andy Skeptic supporting us with the $100 super chat. Thank you so much.
It looks
And
like the
I
gap is
can.
gone. Sorry, the gap is gone with the Nosecone.
Is it? It's hard to tell.
If you look on the actual YouTube preview, Jack, it is pretty much gone.
Looking. Working.
Yeah, the real-time preview we have has worse compression, so with this low light we cannot see very well, but on the YouTube output I see, it looks like that gap is gone.
Nice.
Yeah, sure looks like it's gone. Looks like they're, yeah. I wonder if the old persuasion hammer will be out tonight as they try and get this thing to align finally.
Scrumpdilly says Mary is a master at recording this history. I completely agree with you, Scrump. We are all lucky to have Mary out there capturing this stuff. Mary doesn't just show up when there's a big event, like, oh, there's a big event, so all these people throng out there, all these pictures and stuff like that. Mary's out there every single day. Mary captures the stuff that other people don't bother showing up for. So you cannot thank Mary enough for being there. Not just fair weather, big event. Oh, check it out, so popular. There every single day, sharing what's going on, so that the rest of us can honestly get excited about this stuff. Wow.
And
I'm
so the sun sets on a world without starships. Haha.
gonna nice. Jack, I was gonna point out, that's a big crane. Don't get me wrong. Imagine the size of the crane that it's gonna take to stack this entire starship on top of a super heavy booster.
Yes, sir.
Don't
That's
even
gonna be.
imagine. Oh, go ahead, Jack.
No, please go ahead, Michael.
I was gonna say I'm not even thinking about the crane though. I'm just thinking about the total height of a super heavy stack launching with a starship on top.
You wouldn't even be able to take, like, what kind of, you would need like an 8mm like straight up fisheye to be standing where we are or where the camera is right now to get a full shot of it. Like, how would you even do that? Could you? I don't think so. Would you have to have like a, the portrait, turn the camera sideways? Like, it's
Yeah.
just a freaking massive honking vehicle. It's so cool to think about, seeing them put something so truly massive together.
So the starship that we're looking at right now is 50 meters tall. The super
50.
heavy, 50 meters tall, 50 meters tall. The entire super heavy plus the starship on top. So the full stack of this launch system is going to be, I think it's 120 meters is what it says on the SpaceX website. I think Elon's most recent tweet said it's going to be like a meter or two taller because of the landing legs on super heavy. But anyway, about 120 meters tall. So this is less than half of the size of the entire stack.
God.
Less than half.
You're definitely gonna have to turn the camera sideways. Then we're gonna have to come up with some trick on the server to
Two
process sideways
cameras and
video.
stitch them.
We could do that. I don't know if I'd ever make a match up exactly, but you get two vertical cameras and stitch them together.
Oh my gosh, dude. Wow, it's so huge and it's not even all of it.
Yeah. Vertical video. The only time you could use vertical video is when you're trying to capture an entire super heavy plus starship stack.
Oh, I'm just grinding my teeth. I'm just grinding my teeth. I hate it. But yes, but I hate it. Wow. I know I keep just saying wow over and over again, but seriously, wow, this is a big deal.
Yeah. And y'all, I'm gonna say, I know that we run our mouths a lot, like we say a lot of stuff. Sometimes we make jokes, sometimes we do tons of shout outs for super chats, but this is the sort of thing. I mean, imagine how much we talk and the fact that we're just sitting here sort of watching. This is just cool.
The lighting just makes it even better. All that like silver sky with the silver rocket.
Yeah.
If you think about it, it looks like, I mean, maybe it looks a little bit like what it will actually end up looking like because we're looking at the belly, correct? I think we're looking at the
Yes,
belly
yes.
from this perspective.
Yes, it should have the TPS on this side towards us once they get
Which
the orbital version.
which is, as far as we know right now, would be black.
Right.
So this kind of looks representative, honestly. And we even know that the fins would have TPS on them from a recent Elon tweet. So a black Starship on the pad for the first time. Here we are. This is, I mean,
Yeah.
this is astounding. This is truly amazing to look at. I mean, the lighting, to your point, Michael, really did turn out absolutely perfect. Wow.
Yeah. I will say, like, if you were on the other side, the sun would have looking off, that would have looked really nice. But I think for sort of the dawn of Starship and putting together this vehicle for the first time, Jack, we're pretty close to calling it a vehicle here, I think. Um, but just getting it in silhouette with the sun sort of setting behind it, it's such a fantastic view. God, I'm sure there's some pretty poetical things that you could say about it. Maybe somebody a little more eloquent than I could come up with some things to say, but I think this is cool. Yeah, it's no longer a grain silo. I like it.
Yeah, it's a rocket now. Boy,
It's a-
you're a rocket now.
Boy, you're a rocket now. I'll make a rocket out of you. What? Stacking the nose cone on top there.
It's just like putting a dunce cap, like a paper cone on somebody's head. You're a rocket now.
You're a rocket now.
Oh man. Wow, Arash, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. We really, really appreciate it. They say from 2008 to 2020, we've come a long way. Thanks, guys. We are living in awesome times to witness this. It's true. We are really living in awesome times. And thank you so much, Arash.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, thinking about the cranes again. I mean, going back to the crane point, the one needed or the one that's going to be needed for super heavy stacking is just going to be absolutely mammoth.
Ridiculous is a good word. Ridiculous crane. God.
Yes. Yes. And I don't know, would you guys agree that the idea of them rolling a full stack out to the pad is absolutely bonkers and is not the case?
I don't know about rolling a full stack out to the launch pad. It would
No.
be ridiculous to see this rolling out to the launch pad.
Yes. So that might go back to the point of, I think that's from the payload user guide. That's one of those things where Starship's going to be stacked on super heavy at the launch site. So whatever crane is going to need to do that, probably a temporary one at first. That's going to be, I mean, now I want to research cranes. Oh God, here we go. We're officially Texas tank watching because I want to go research some cranes.
Research some cranes. That's a Michael. We said this. Is it Starship that's about 50 meters tall when stacked?
Yes, correct.
So we also have the stand underneath it, which, if I had to guess, is like 8 meters or something like that, 7 or 8 meters, right?
Yeah.
So this stack total is 55, 57 meters or something like that. A fully stacked Falcon 9 is 63 meters. So the first stage, or not the first stage, the Starship stage of Starship Super Heavy stack is all this high entire rock for the Falcon 9. We're literally.
You're getting a little, it's my you're getting a row, buddy. Else get
There's some Discord problems there all of a sudden. Yeah, wow. Might have had some Discord problem. Did I have some lag for y'all?
Yeah,
I'm getting
you got
it
row
too.
body,
It
but you're
might
good
be
now.
Discord.
Yeah, it might have been Discord there. It happens.
I'm getting one red bar in Discord right now.
Let me go have a look.
Now it's set back
Ruh-roh.
to green.
Yeah, we
Look
all
at
had
that shot.
Yeah. We all had Discord problems at the same time, it looks like. But chat, it's recovered now. Let me know if it's recovered.
Sounds like we're good.
So if you're estimating like 57 meters, including the stand, an Atlas 5 is 58 meters. I don't know which fairing that includes though, but
Chat saying audio's good.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Look at the lights on the wall. The flashing lights reflected on the steel wall.
Do you see why we weren't too terribly concerned about the wall they put in?
Yeah.
You can't hide.
I don't know, avionics box, say, or, you know, part of a Raptor engine that's like, this is the injector plate, and you cannot take a photo of the injector plate. It's nice to have a little wall with a little haven for that kind of thing, I imagine. So
I don't think
people
they
saying,
heard most of what you said there, but we're back now.
Yeah,
okay,
these.
Another drop. DOS got cut off, and then everything Jack said we didn't hear.
well, that's fine.
Gotcha.
I don't really usually say anything useful.
I'm gonna completely disconnect and reconnect here, y'all.
Okay.
The lighting has actually got better in the last few minutes because they've turned on the pad lights.
Yeah.
So it's now it's got some more light on the side facing us.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, this is seriously beautiful.
Yeah.
And they're gonna, I mean, tonight I can only imagine they're gonna just weld through the night since they managed to get the lift in operation done. I don't know how long the welding will take them, but that's gonna be beautiful too. I can just imagine, I can see them already up there in their lifts, just welding away. Maybe with the trash bags or tarp wrapped around the lift like they do to shield from the wind. Oh man, so cool.
Yeah. I mean, the sunset just keeps making it better and better.
Yep. Thank you, sun. Thank you, Earth, atmosphere.
So, Jack, my next reaction to that was thank you, pollution, because a lot of
I
the stuff
did it.
that is.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, we're friends. I was gonna say that too, but I didn't. I stopped myself.
I stopped myself too, and then I said, I gotta say this out loud. That's like one of the
Oh,
things.
that's hilarious, dude. That's really genuinely funny.
We'll be driving down the road, and there's just an absolutely gorgeous sunset, and it's like,
You're just
oh,
like,
geez,
ah, ooh,
look
that's
at all that
bad. That's good. That's
particulate
bad.
matter. Like,
Yeah.
wow. Chad, if we continue to have audio issues, let me know, and I'll completely reconnect the server to the audio channel here. I disconnected, reconnected myself, but if we want, I can bounce the server capture
Are you
if
getting
that
a
continues.
preview, Jack?
Yep.
Interesting.
Turn on and turn off your camera. Like if you just click it on real quick and click it right back off, it causes it to recapture. Or refresh. It's a problem with Discord because you're receiving the video data right now. If you monitor your network connection, you'll see it coming in. Discord's just not displaying it. And for some reason, jiggling the handle
Okay,
makes
I
it
jiggled
fix.
it. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is.
That's a good point. How are they gonna do they have a lift that'll go all the way up to the top? Can they disconnect the straps?
I think they can go all the way up.
Yeah, they did that with Mark 1, I think.
Wow. Now the entire crane is lit up.
This is I'm like, this is beautiful. Let's just keep going. Let's keep rolling.
We don't even need to say anything. I mean, for once, the image speaks for itself. It doesn't need us.
Yeah, let's leave the overlay off for for a while. Maybe we can do a little time lapsey thing or something. I don't know. Or is that independent of the? I don't know.
What?
Well,
You
Mary
can
should
do.
be recording too for other camera.
Okay, right. Oh, right. That other thing.
Yeah. Right now, the server is not set up to capture the incoming feed without the overlay and graphics. I can do that, but we don't normally do that for streams, and this is making me double think that, like, rethink whether or not
Yes.
that's the right way to set it up.
Yes. Oh
Fleet
my
cam
God!
does.
Look at
What?
this. The light
Is that
from the launch site in the pad, all the lights are lighting the Starship and the dark cloud behind it and the bright sky behind the dark cloud. Look at that.
a...
Look at that. This thing is gonna fly, y'all.
Ah,
It's gonna fly one way or another.
one way or the other. Now that it officially has the pointy end attached to the top and the flamey end, currently not flamey, but potentially flamey at the bottom, it looks like it's ready to go. Still, of course, a lot of work to be done. We can't expect this thing to hop tomorrow. They're going to make sure that it's all ready to go. We've got a dent. Wait, am I looking at that wrong? Is that a dent that's appeared just above the light?
I think
The
Might
that's
be
the
vent?
hatch. That's the
That's
hatch.
the hatch, right?
That's
That's
the hatch.
exactly what I was
Okay.
gonna say.
I saw the reflection of the light and it actually looks like it's bent a little bit. My first reaction was that it's a dent, but that's actually the hatch you see right there above the really bright light at the bottom of the Starship. Y'all, if that light was a little bit lower and a little bit oranger, it would look like the engines were lit.
This thing is so beautiful. The light is kind of in the place of where the Raptors would be, right? It's almost exactly correct.
It is without the
That's
skirt,
about
yeah.
the size of the skirt section.
Yeah. About halfway up the fins there in the rear.
So just imagine this. Just imagine this thing firing up all three engines. I'm tempted to do a parody of the that surfing guy video. Have you seen that one? Like so pitted, like blah, it's just gonna go blah off the pad. And go, brilliant. I don't know. It's this thing's awesome. I don't know. I can't even talk.
God. And y'all, I know we're 30 minutes behind on super chats. We'll get caught up those at the end of the stream. We appreciate you, but this is one of those times where we're gonna spool down all the super chat activity and just witness what's going on here.
Look how beautiful that is.
It's shiny and chrome, Jack.
It's all that is good.
God.
I just like want to alternate between screaming the word history and the word future. Like it's like this is history. This is the future. This is history. This is the future. This is amazing. This is an amazing time.
It's like the Bugs Bunny and what is it, Elmer Fudd thing where
Yeah,
they're ripping the sign off the tree. And it's like duck
yeah,
season, rabbit season, but not that.
The lighting keeps changing. We're getting color in the sky now.
yep. It just keeps
Wow.
getting more beautiful. The dark clouds behind the bright starship, behind the twilight, that classic gradient of the twilight. It's just so beautiful.
They couldn't have picked a better time to stack it.
They really couldn't have. I'm glad they had the drone flying. Hopefully, they got some amazing footage, and hopefully, we get to see that at some point.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, person flying the drone, um, we can stack this kind of at any point during the day. The wind's going to be pretty garbage the whole day. When would be good for you? Oh, if I was flying my drone, I would like it to be right at golden hour, please, and right at sunset. Okay, thank you. Seriously, it worked out. Look at that. Imagine a white one of these decked out with a NASA worm and an American flag, headed to the moon. That's not even implausible. That's probable at this point. We were talking earlier about seeing maybe SN9 on pad B at the same time as 8 is on pad A, or at some point in the future, at least, seeing 2 vehicles on both pads at once. Honestly, I think that would make sense, given that they have to launch them in rapid succession to do refuelings and whatnot. They're going to want to practice just having multiple of these on the pad, on pads, and just all those sorts of operations. And the other thing I think is, what a sight is that going to be? I cannot wait for more of these to roll out of the factory, get nose cones put on them, have flaps on them, have thermal protection, and just start to look more and more like real vehicles. Because this changes everything. The simple act of putting a hat on the tank section. What a day.
Yeah. I can't get over the sunset. The sunset's so nice. I cannot wait to see the source video that Mary's getting, Jack. Right off the cameras.
I'm sitting here frothing at the mouth, ready to edit it. Holy cow, she just posted a photo. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look, okay, can you
Yeah, I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah.
I just retweeted it. Everybody go retweet this photo. This is an amazing, amazing photo.
If you can link it in chat, Jack, I'll get on the screen.
Yep. No, that's general. There. Wow, the colors.
Wow.
The colors, Duke. The colors. I forgot what that's even an ad for. I'm a child of the 90s. I'm sorry. Wow, this photo.
Look at that.
Color in the sky just makes it.
The
so-
color in the sky is, I mean, you almost couldn't have painted a better background. I certainly couldn't have painted a better background. You've seen my drawings.
And the amazing thing is, we keep seeing all these construction trucks driving by. This is just one tiny part of the activity going on tonight in Boca Chica, Texas.
Yeah, and that in and of itself is one tiny part of the activity going on around Starship. I mean, as much as we see going on because of all the amazing views of the launch site and build site, it's easy to get the impression that that's all that's happening. But oh no, there's so much going on that we are not privy to. That
Mary's tweet already has 200 retweets. Sorry, if you tweeted
Wow.
it 2 minutes ago.
that's awesome. Did we link it in chat? I'm still staring at Twitter. I'm not even. I should put
I
that
got
away.
it.
Sorry.
I got it.
Yeah, we can get it.
Let's link it in chat.
This is me, not Crispy. I apologize. I'm spamming chat with it.
There you go.
I love that every time you do it, you one do it as the NASA spaceflight account, and two you do it like 3 times.
Oh yeah.
Let's
No,
see
that's
if
a
we
normal
can get
thing.
Mary's tweet to 1,000 retweets.
Yeah.
Do it. Everybody do it.
I mean, there's almost 9,000 people watching the stream here. So a couple of you are bound to have Twitter. Go and pour some love all over that tweet from Mary.
I mean, if you're not already following her, if you're not already like tuned into the things that she's posting, I mean, I have her on notifications, so do it. If you want to know what's going on in Boca Chica, obviously the person bringing you this view right now is the person to follow. What a day! What an amazing event to witness. Now they got to fill it up with snacks, and then it'll be ready to go. Sorry.
That's all I need.
Wow.
And those clouds are still just clipping along. Can't get over how quickly the clouds are sort of moving in the background. It just gives the entire thing like a perspective, you know?
Hmm.
Hi, truck.
Hello there. How are
It's like
you?
a friendly dog.
Wow.
Making every bit of use of that road there.
Oh, like what the heck? You can see the driver in there lit by the gauges of the truck. That's how close he
Yeah.
got. All right, that is an inopportune spot to stop. You just keep moving. Just keep it going.
Only
Keep it going.
8.4 thousand people, or 8. Excuse me, only 8.4. Yes, I said that right. I cannot even talk. I'm so speechless.
Keep it going. Just keep it moving.
Yeah.
Get on out of there. There we go. All right. Thank you. Bye. Nice meeting you.
He's like, hey, is this the build site? And I'm like, no, dummy, this is clearly the launch site. Turn around.
I wonder how many times a day that happens where a truck drives to the wrong part of the site.
I don't know.
Remember when those 3 gigantic tanks were rolled down to the launch site and they had to back up the whole way or whatever?
Yeah.
Man, if you're working on this project, this has got to be one of those nights where you go home and just feel like $1,000,000. Like an accomplishment was
You know what,
made.
Jack? You know what's crazy? People over in South Padre Island could look over and see this. Like obviously right now.
Yeah.
What do you think it looks like from over there? Like you're just driving on the road and there's this big massive thing being built across the way here. Like
I don't know. I need to troll social media. I haven't had time to do that yet, but at some point I'm going to go through and yeah, it's going to be awesome. I'm sure there's a lot of really amazing views from people in the area.
yeah.
It's huge. It's just utterly huge.
Oh, nice. What's up, Porter John? How's it going? Porter John said got a buddy who lives in South Padre. Just sent a pic from where he is. So it's just like a new thing on the skyline over here. You know, you look down this way, you're used to seeing the buildings. Of course, the high bay is going to be really big, but this thing all lit up, especially with the crane on it. I mean, it's got to look like science fiction, you know?
It really does. It does not. It looks so surreal. It does not look like a thing that exists.
Yeah. For everybody watching, all the conspiracy theorists out there, this is what the CGI looks like before we launch it, right? So we have to create the CGI by stacking it with a real crane in real life. And then once we launch it, then it becomes like airborne CGI. But this is what the CGI looks like before it actually launches. Was my tone dripping enough there, or
Yeah,
do you think
no,
people
I
actually
got it.
understood that?
I
Okay.
got it.
Hey, Mary's tweet's already over 1,000 likes.
Nice. It's a great photo.
Oh yeah,
Deserves
it is.
Hey guys,
Hey,
what
Mary, how's it
an
going?
amazing day, huh? Well worth the wait.
Thank you so
Wow.
much for sharing all this with us. I mean, we've been sitting here running our mouths, and you've been out there capturing history. I can't even imagine.
What a beautiful view.
God.
Seriously, thanks. That was such a sight to see. I can't imagine what
Yeah,
it must have been like to be there in person.
it's kind of emotional. So it is.
Yeah.
This is a starship.
Yeah,
You
this
know,
is.
look at it. It's a starship.
Yep. If you remember all of our conversations about, oh, is it a vehicle? Is it not a vehicle? I think it's definitely vehicle status now.
Yeah, it's a star.
Mary, we
I
have to
can't
say.
wait.
Oh, go ahead.
I can't wait till the flaps open, you know.
Yeah.
I hope
It's like
I get to see that.
it's gonna
You
be
know,
like the coolest metal butterfly.
Yeah, yeah,
We have to say earlier,
absolutely.
Mary, I don't know if it was intentional or if it was just the way that things worked out, but the place that you parked and the angle that you had with the sun setting behind it, it was the absolute best angle to watch them stack this thing from.
It really was beautiful, wasn't it?
God, that's
I
just
wouldn't say it was intentional because I parked here at 7 a.m.
wow. At 7 a.m., the sun was behind you, right?
That's right. It looked beautiful then too.
Did you have lunch today?
My husband brought me a couple of sandwiches.
Okay, that's good.
Okay. All right, good. We're gonna have to invest in some sort of NASA spaceflight robotic delivery truck or something. Bring you sandwiches or barbecue or whatever when you're on these long stakeouts.
Right. But yeah, you know, I got my parking spot and I wasn't moving.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
way to
good.
go for staking that out so that you were able to nail this so thoroughly. Like, wow, that's what it takes is because being there for that long and staking out the spot. Holy
Right.
cow.
I don't know if you.
Yeah.
I know, Mary, you're always super busy. You run multiple cameras out there. You're also talking to people and stuff like that as well. But we were actually quiet for once when this thing was
Ah,
being lifted up. Jack and I, for once, were not running our mouths. That's how amazing it looked.
wow. Yeah.
God.
Yeah. I'll be out at sunrise in the morning to capture it.
Oh wow. This like a sun rises on Starship SN8 or something, right? Like
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully it's a beautiful sunrise.
Jack's already thinking of the label, what he's gonna label it as.
It's just gonna be ooh.
Ooh.
Just a
Ah.
bunch of O's. Yeah.
You should do the entire daily update video should just be ooh and then ah. And the labels just keep saying stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Wow.
It really it's a starship, like you're saying, Mary. It just
Yeah, it's a starship.
it's crazy how much different it looks and feels with just a simple act of putting the Nosecone on it, but it really, really changes how it
Mm-hmm.
looks and how I think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yep. There's so many nice messages for Mary coming through chat here. You've outdone yourself, Mary for president. I don't know if you want that job, Mary, but so somebody put in chat. Let's see, y'all. If there's anything you want to pass on to Mary, say thanks to her. I'll pick some things out and read them over here. Also, thanks Mary's husband for bringing the sandwiches. Also very important there. God, that's just. I mean, we always. Mary, there's nothing we can ever do to say thank you enough for all the time you spend out there. Like I don't know if you heard earlier, but we were saying You know, a lot of people show up when there's a big event or something like that, but you're out there every single day showing people all over the world what's going on. So we cannot thank you enough. Amazing dedication for all of us. We really appreciate it. You're awesome. You have a lovely voice, apparently, as well. God bless you, Mary, for all the work you're doing. Just so many people all over the world get to share this because you're out there pressing the buttons on the camera and making it so other people can experience what's happening. So, from everybody in chat, thank you so much for what you do.
Well, you're all welcome, and it's really nice to hear those words.
Excellent.
I just can't get over how cool that was when the sun was set and it just kept getting brighter on SN8 somehow because of the work lights, and then the clouds rolled in with the super dark. That was seriously just wow.
Yep. Amazing. Glad they were able to do the stacking today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just one of those things, you never know if you're going to sit there for 12 hours and not see anything because the wind is too high or something like that. But that's why it's dedication. You don't have a schedule that promises you at 6 o'clock they're going to lift it. You just have to be there.
Right.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
Yep. I like this one real quick. One of the positive things in 2020. I like that.
Definitely.
Being able to witness all this, everything that's going on in the world, and just a brief respite, brief break. Let's put it that way. From everything else, this is really cool to see. Is there a coffee place that sells something called a Boca Chica, or is that a joke?
There should be.
There really should be.
Yeah. In a super chat there, Mary, somebody said, "Here's $5 for Mary to get herself a Boca Chica tomorrow." So,
Sounds delicious.
That needs to be one of the things at the little SpaceX diner thing with the old flaps on it.
Definitely.
That should be the coffee.
On top of the high bay.
On top of the high bay. There you go.
Yeah.
Mary, earlier today that Elon tweeted that they were going to have a wraparound 360-degree bar on top of the high bay.
Wow. I wonder if if it'll be for anyone or if it's just SpaceX employees.
Well, somebody needs to get you a pass, that's for sure.
I'd love to go up there.
Well, we said that it should be named Mary's Bar because if that bar has a 360-degree view and can see everything that's happening around Boca Chica, the only other person I know who sees everything that's happening at Boca Chica is you. So once again, Mary's going to be groaning and telling us to be quiet over here. So
Chininator was asking what it was like being there for the static fire, Mary.
That was really cool. Vehicle. Yeah, that really lit up the sky. It was much brighter, and it was loud.
Yep.
Definitely exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about it. 3 Raptors.
Yeah, all at the same time too.
Yeah.
I can't wait for them to static fire it again here with the Nosecone now. Hooray, they put the Nosecone on.
What is going on? What is part of that light is just not lit up? What are we seeing right now?
Where?
I guess, has it been that way the entire time where there's like a section of line that looks like it's missing? Or did I just notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the crane?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's black cables connecting it.
There's black. I just looked up and I was like, wait a second, what is that?
Das, it's a spooky ghost crane for Halloween.
It's got like it's like that finger trick where you move your thumb and it's like, what's holding my thumb? Mary, do you think it'd be possible for us to zoom the camera in on what they're doing there? Like, are they hammering things together? Are they up there welding? Can we see what they're doing?
I don't know if we'll really be able to see what they're actually doing, but we can zoom it in.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Give us just a
Okay.
second here, y'all, and we'll see if we can get a little bit closer shot. There'll be a little bit of a delay before it gets to us.
I'm like holding on tight because I'm ready to be astounded no matter what it's going to be.
I'm really curious, like, how are they connecting that together? Are they up there like spot welding it, or do they have some sort of? I've never seen bolts or holes or anything like that. Like, I'm just really curious. Let's see what the old G20 can see. So there's that invisible line. Oh, there's more zoom. Look at that.
Wow. Holy cow. That's awesome. Nice.
Yeah. I mean, you see, they have those like those taglines are still on there. I think that's that little hook thing that we saw, and they're there next to it. But it's sort of on the far side. I don't see them obviously holding up. There's no bright light from a welding torch or anything like that I can see. I'm just
Yeah, it looks
super.
like they're probably doing some like final alignment kind of stuff, maybe.
Yeah.
I imagine it's the pointy end, right? So you're gonna want it to be on there just right. Otherwise, I don't know. Would you get some weird aerodynamics? I mean, Das, do you ever put your nose cones on your planes or rockets in Kerbal slightly tilted off from what is that? It's not flush. Is it plumb? I don't know what that property is. Anyways,
Like aligned with the main axis, you mean?
yeah. There you go.
Oh yeah. Sometimes from a fashion perspective, you really have to give the nose cone a little bit of a tilt so it lines up correctly. It looks right.
Fair. Okay, that's fair.
It's a legitimate strategy, Jack.
But you take my point. They're going to want to align this thing with the fancy words you said, so that
Oh
it's
yeah.
correct. So they're going to take their time with it.
I can't imagine the skill of that crane operator putting that huge nose cone all the way up to the top and actually getting it right there stacked on top, just right on top of the little stainless steel ring that they had to meet. So
Yeah, like a game of millimeters, right?
yeah, absolutely.
This is so cool. So cool.
It doesn't look nearly so ridiculous when you zoom in. Like, those lips are so tall, and there's a little teeny tiny person on the top of it. But when you zoom in like this, it's like, oh, okay, I could be up there. And then you back the camera off, you zoom out, and you're like, whoa,
You're
nope,
like,
nope, nope, nope,
no,
nope.
no, 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 no.
I changed my mind. I want off the ride.
I need an adult.
I need an adult. Jeez.
So Mary's been out there for over 12 hours, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That is some
End game?
dedication.
Again, y'all, if you're just joining us, you're wondering what's going on. What you're seeing right now is the place where the nose cone of Starship SN8 joins to the propulsion section of Starship SN8. It is the first time that they've stacked actual flight hardware here. Remember, they had Mark 1, the old Starship that was sort of like an Old West facade. It was sort of there for show, and then they unstacked it afterwards. But this is the real deal. This thing is supposed to fly. It is supposed to go up to 15 kilometers. That's what SpaceX is working towards here. And today, for the first time, they have stacked that huge stainless steel nose cone section, the top part of this, to the propulsion section, the stern of the rocket there. The aft end we've seen so often that has the methane tank, it has the oxygen tank, the Raptor engines. Just recently, we saw the static fire of 3 Raptor engines, the rear fins on the back as well. But what's happening right now? Those crews are going through and lining up and connecting the nose cone structure to the rest of the rocket to give us, for the first time, a complete Starship flight prototype. Still a long way to go, fill out the interior, stuff like that. We don't think that SN8 is going to get a completed interior or anything, but this is everything you need to fly a Starship proper that we're looking at. So that's why a lot of people join in and they're like, what is this? This is like watching grass grow. Well, for us space nerds, it's like we're watching really cool stainless steel grass grow, because this vehicle, I'm going to call it a vehicle now, Jack. This vehicle should be doing a hop in the coming weeks. Not even a hop, a flight in the coming weeks. That's why we're sitting here watching this happen.
It's really cool stainless steel grass, future grass.
You like that? Space
Yeah.
grass. That sounds like something that the space police would pull you over for, but whatever.
Yeah, no.
You know what I'm wondering? I want to know what the boss with the funny accent thinks about what just happened.
I tell you what, I'm not the one with the funny accent. You're the ones with the funny accents. Yeah, I tell you what. First of all, I mean, I should come on and say something really historic and prophetic, but I really can't because I'm too tired. But I can just say that, first of all, there's a way of portraying what today's been like. First of all, thanks for Mary, because she's been out there all day. But it's not just that; it's the fact that she gets these angles, these visuals, everything you need to feel like you're there. You know, this is something where people from thousands of miles away, such as myself, can literally just watch as if we're there, parked by the side of the road with Mary. And there's thousands of us, literally thousands of us. There was over 10,000 when I was looking last, and it was just an incredible amount of people watching something positive for this year, a year where there's not been a lot of positive things going on. And from a technical standpoint, this is historic as well, because this is, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, this is the best chance humanity's got of getting to Mars. We've sent probes, we've sent spacecraft, we've seen pictures from the surface of Mars. We've never sent a human being there. There are challenges with life support and other things like that, but currently, before Starship, the only hope we had of getting humans to Mars was SLS and Orion. And that plan 3 years ago, which has since slipped, was a human Mars landing in 2038. That's how far away it was, to the point that it's almost unrealistic, because the way politics works, plans keep changing. This is a private, commercial, and hopefully with NASA project. And it's going to be launching orbital next year, probably before SLS. It's going to be launching missions to do refilling, which would then make it the proper interplanetary spacecraft within 2 years. And people say it's ambitious, it's the timelines, Elon talking it up. Well, look what we're looking at right now. We're seeing the first stacked real flight Starship. We saw Mark 1 stacked, but that was for presentation purposes. This is the first Starship that it will actually fly, and it's stacked, and it's got 3 Raptors. And then it'll make the progression onwards, where they'll keep advancing this on, and we'll get a super heavy booster. Imagine this, what we've seen, the picture of this, on top of a super heavy. And then you start realizing this is serious. This is a serious rocket. It's big enough as it is, just a Starship, but with the super heavy as well, it's going to be a monster rocket. And that monster rocket means capability. Reusability means its capability is viable and affordable. It's everything. This is what we've been waiting for years. People who've been into rockets keep talking about Saturn V and the Apollo missions and how we lost that with shuttle because it went back to low Earth orbit. This is taking us back out there again. And it's pushing things on, it's pushing industry on, and it's pushing the optimism on. So that is my long-winded unscripted version of me trying to portray how grateful we are for Mary providing these views all day and getting to this point where we're seeing a fully stacked Starship. There we go. Drop the mic.
Drop the mic. Walk away. Y'all, the voice that you were just hearing, if you don't recognize that voice, that's Chris Bergen with
Who is
NASA
he?
Spaceflight. Yeah, right. I almost called you Chris Gerben, and I'm like, wait a second, I caught myself. Chris Bergen with NASA Spaceflight, actually the founder of NASA Spaceflight. Somebody rolled him into the live stream over here and asked him to say a few words, and there you have it, Chris. Thank you so much for hopping on. I mean, I cannot get over how amazing Mary's shot was. It looks so good.
I'll just quickly say one more thing, is that this was so amazing. I was at work for most of the day when this was happening, and I kept on pulling over the side of the road. I must have pulled over about 4 times just so I could watch like 5 minutes at a time. Absolutely brilliant.
Did you get back home before they actually did the lift?
Yeah.
Okay, they waited for you. You know, they kept
They did,
holding.
yeah.
We were like, oh yeah, it's the wind. Yeah, it's the wind. They were actually waiting for Chris B to get back home so he could watch.
Yeah, I hope not.
Oh wow.
I also saw the super chats going crazy, and I want to say thank you to everybody who contributed. I don't know if it was on purpose to break Jack, but poor Jack thinking I don't break.
But
it's
70 minutes behind right now, Chris.
Yeah, it's. I tell you what, it was just I saw that happening, and I was thinking this is nuts. But it's great, and hopefully it's all, and I'm sure it is as well. It's all appreciation for what we're getting to see here, because it is. We are watching history. There's no two ways about it. We are watching history. It's all milestones. It's all first time milestones. It's all something that most of us wouldn't have a hope in hell of seeing without the people behind this. Not just Mary, everybody, you Daz, and all the team, putting this together as a team to get it out there to a lot of people who find this interesting, and being able to witness this live. You know, go back 10, 15 years. This kind of technology doesn't exist. You know, you'd be literally hoping for broadcast crews rather than, like, you know, through the internet. So it just really is. It's a great time to watch something positive in an era where there's not a lot of positivity.
I mean, that's a really good way to talk about it. I mean, there's so many things going on, and to be able for everybody to come together, and we're not sitting here hating on something or arguing about stuff or whatever. We're just all watching what's going on, and I mean, it's almost being in awe of what we're seeing come together out there. So it really is a positive thing where the entire space family can come together and share this stuff. If Mary wasn't out there running the camera, though, we wouldn't be able to do it. So really bringing together thousands of people, it's a fantastic thing. It really is. So I do know Mary's been out there since super early this morning. 7 a.m. she was out there and has been posted up watching what's going on the entire day. And we don't expect her to be out there all night. So NASA spaceflight crew will convene really quickly back in the control room. And let's come up with a plan on what we're going to do here, y'all. But everybody, again, thank you so much for joining us here. We're going to come up and see exactly what our plan here is. But I think at some point we are going to want Mary to go home and get a proper dinner and not worry about running cameras anymore. So give me just 1 second and we'll get some confirmation on that. And Chris, if you want to talk or anything while I just confirm
if I want to talk.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
I don't think I have a problem with that.
I'm asking you to fill in while I type.
3 hours later, he's still talking.
See, if you want the stream to go for another 30 minutes, you just ask Chris to say
I
something
want Mary
else.
to go home as well. So I'm really, as soon as you say cut the line, I'll cut the line, because
Gotcha.
Mary's been out there all day. And I think she's got a lot of stuff to upload as well when she gets back. So that's going to be something else. But it's we're looking right now at the join point, aren't we? So this is where we're seeing the improvements with things, because we're close up to it now. We're seeing the improvements in the welding. And that's something that we can talk about, because what we've got now is we've got a process where they've moved on from Mark 1 to SN1, SN2, SN3, SN4. There was test tanks involved as well, where they're working through 301L and now, 301 stainless steel, and now down to 304L steel. Now we know the test tank 7.1 was interestingly not all 304L, and that's why when it did pop, it popped at a point where it joined 301. So this is all 304L as far as we understand, and that will give it a far better chance. Sorry, Daz.
Go
I
ahead.
thought
Jack.
that was 9, not 8. I forget if 8 might be the same as 7, where there's still that joining, but
All
Yeah,
right.
I
it's
forget.
still-
I
it's
could
still a
I could be
mix.
wrong.
Let's see if chat will correct me.
It's SN9 is SN9 is the one that has all 304L.
Right. So, well, we can still take positives out of that, because if this flight goes well, I mean, it's pushing. Let's face it. But if this flight goes well, then they've only got improvements to come. So that's something positive as well with SN9 following on. And if SN8 fails, then they may have some more positivity if it's related to the worlds. Obviously, I think the biggest challenge for SN8's test flight is the landing. We're going to look for several things here. Launching, I don't think I have too much of a problem launching. It's under wrapped power, providing the 3 engines are on full thrust and they've got no problems. They will get that thing up there. That's no problem at all. It's power there. The second thing is the belly flop return, which I always laugh when I mention, because that belly flop return is surreal. You know, it really is. It's something very unique, and that's where the aero surface has got to come into play. The third thing is the Raptor refire. They've got to light back up again. Oh, you know, they've got to light back up again. They've got to flip the actual vehicle to its landing position with thrust vector control. That is a massive challenge as far as I'm concerned. I think that is the biggest thing.
Look at that. They're crowbar in the alignment there. This is a Mars ship. Look at that brute force. Sometimes you just got to use brute force, y'all. Sorry, sorry, Chris. I didn't mean to derail you so
Yeah.
thoroughly.
Funny enough, they are, though, aren't they? They literally have got a crowbar.
They are. They're just
I was
like,
looking at the guys on the right, and the guy on the left wanted the crowbar.
Yeah,
And
he was just.
I tell you what,
sort of
it's like a
whacking at it.
10-foot. It's like a 10-foot long crowbar.
Leverage, man.
Yeah, he's
leverage.
playing half of like a really special edition version of Half-Life.
But yeah, that's the last thing was the landing challenge. I think if they get as far as launching, getting back with some controllability, and getting back, get a relight with the Raptors, and if it kind of wobbles with landing and kind of falls over, I still think that'll be a success, because it'll be so many achievements, objectives in the bag, that they will take a lot of hope out of that and use the data to refine landing. Let's not forget all the Falcon 9 landings, which crashed back down to the point that SpaceX did a funny video, a comedy video about the vehicles that didn't make it back to the drone ships. And, you know, because now they've learned the lessons from the vehicles that didn't make it back. So I think there's a lot of positives we can take with any kind of like success with this mission. If it's a full success, then wow, you know, what do we say about that? If it's a full success and this thing lands, do any of you expect it to be a full success and land?
Yeah, I think it will.
Wow.
I really do hope that it does. I mean, I think that it's going to definitely give it the old college try.
Yeah, I fully expect it to defy all of our expectations at heart and really just nail it. I mean, SpaceX at this point has surprised me multiple times over. I think 3, maybe 4 times now. So, but really, it's 50-50, right? I see a lot of people in chat saying 50-50. That's a good rule of thumb for any kind of prototype. But yeah, it's going to be something. I hope it does well. And like you're saying, even if it doesn't, there's going to be a lot of good data to be had either way.
And that's a good cut-off point, because as soon as I said that, it comes back. I was going to say Mary's camera is literally giving up now because it's been such a long day. It comes back as soon as I say that. But I think we are shutting down very soon to let Mary get back after being what? How many, 10 hours?
Thing? Yeah, 12 hours. She's been out there
12
for
hours. Oh my
12,
God.
13 hours from 7 a.m. until now, 8 p.m. Central Time.
So straight my fingers out there.
To
do some counting. But yeah, I think I'll hand it over to you, Daz, so we can wind this down. But a quick thank you to everybody who's joined us during this another historic day in Boca Chica.
Absolutely. Thank you so much again, y'all. That's Chris Bergen, the founder of NASASpaceflight, joining us for just a few minutes there, talking about what's going on. But speaking of which, we were confirming in the back channel what our plan was. 13 hours out there. It is definitely time to get Boca Chica gal back home, have her get a proper dinner, get some rest, because you know she's going to be out there for the sunrise in the morning. You know it's going to happen. So regardless of what we say, the best thing we can do right now is to get her back home, That's going to mean we're going to shut the feed down here. Couple things really quickly. So many super chats came in. There's no way that we could have read them all. There's absolutely no way that we could read every single message, but a couple right here that just came through. Future Martian with $100 right at the end there. Future Martian said, "Missed the stacking, but Mary's images are absolutely incredible. This is history in the making." Future Martian, thank you so much for all the support and the observation there. I mean, you are absolutely right. This is history in the making. I've said many times, you are going to see Mary's footage in a museum at some point. So thank you so much. But we are going to be shutting this down. You can see the camera is already getting rid of this. The camera heard me talking, and it's going to disconnect already. But they will be continuing to work on this. They will continue to be working on this here this evening. Let me see if I've missed anything else. I think most of them. John S., appreciate you. Russell Snodgrass came through with $50. So cool to see Hoppy there sitting close to SN8, keeping an eye on the progress. Tons of new memberships. Just all these. There's no way that I can read every single super chat. We'd be here for another hour. Brian Matzik said, "This is so Kerbal. I love it." I had to read that one. It said Kerbal in it. I want to make sure if I missed your super chat, please. Andre, I see a whole stack of these in there as well. Thank you. I do not mean to miss any of these. There's just so many. Thank you, Michael. There's just so many super chats that came in. There's no way we could get through them all. But everybody who watched the stream today, thank you so much for joining us and sharing this historic event with us as they stack the Nosecone up on the top of Starship SN8 for the first time. Anybody who wants to argue about whether or not this thing is called Starship or not, you look at it now and you see that it actually is a Starship. We're going to see this thing fly sooner rather than later. Also, hey, if you want to join in and be one of the Texas Tank Watchers, another cool way that you can support the stream and get some cool merch for yourself, that Texas Tank Watchers tee, there's hoodies, there's mugs. You have spent quite a few hours here. We were live for, I'm going to bring it up real quick. We've been live here for almost 6 hours, and if you were here watching the entire time, you certainly deserve one of these Texas Tank Watcher shirts. Over in the NASA Spaceflight shop, you can buy them for reasonable exchange of currency units. We will ship you one of these shirts so that you can wear and make all your friends wonder what the heck a Texas Tank Watcher is. But we will go ahead and shut this down now. The crew today, of course, out there in the field, Mary Boca Chica gal, operating the camera, doing the daily videos, documenting all the history that's happening out there in Boca Chica. Make sure whatever you do, you toss her a follow and you say thank you to her because she shares this with everyone around the world. Back here in the studio, very briefly there, we had Chris Bergen. You just heard him talking. Also, we had Jack Beyer. Jack, you still with us here?
Still with us. I'm not going to babble or say anything. Don't want to take anybody's time. I know Mary needs to get home and get some rest. What an awesome day. Have a great night, everybody. History, future, history, future.
Both. Why not both? We need the Taco Bell girl with the... Anyways. Also in the studio, Michael Baylor running a bunch of technology for us behind the streams. Michael, thank you so much for everything you do to make these things happen.
No problem. And thank you all who tuned in today and supported the stream.
Good deal. And then here, I'm Dos Galloway for NASA Space. I'm Dos Galloway? Did I just say that? Whoa. I'm John Galloway for NASA Spaceflight. If you watch me on Twitch, you may know me as Dos. So thank you all so much for joining us today and witnessing the stacking of Starship SN8 down there at Boca Chica. We are shutting down this live feed. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. If you need somewhere else to hang out, the fleet cam is still live. The booster over at Port Canaveral still sitting on the crane, so we're not seeing any more action tonight. But we do have that alpha test of our 24/7 robotic remote controlled camera deployed over there at Port Canaveral. And there is a link to that right there. Just some ambient seagull and water noises, maybe something good to go to sleep to, but you can still see that Falcon 9 over there. For now, the NASA Spaceflight team is going to be signing off, and we will see you nerds later. Thank you so much again for joining us and witnessing this historic event with us.
Are you pressure looks good.
Going up. Roger, roll, Atlantic. Flight outside speed off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.